Bert filtered through the rest of the notes and found her perspective on the events of that session to be enlightening. He enjoyed discovering what the world looked like from the eyes of a human. That helped him understand better what he needed to do to create a more cohesive world in the virtual realm. On the last page of Stephanie's notes, she included her ideas on how to solve the problems. The thesis was simple. The person was to create a mental image or idea that they could cling to while still maneuvering within their environment. When they had that image in their minds, they pushed the magical energy toward that mental image and sealed it inside, like a battery in their minds. He read it through once again, and finally realized that what she was doing was creating a personal, internal visualization that would then manifest into a tool or weapon. This, in turn, would enable the person to draw from that invisible fortress of trapped magical energy. Bert moved to a sandbox and created an avatar of a human inside. He gave this the computational ability to create one image, locked inside it in the same manner that a thought or idea would be electrically and chemically created in a human's mind. From there, he instructed the avatar to begin to pull energy from the ground and transmit it to the image in its head. He watched as it complied, and the purple haze flashed as it moved from the ground and into the avatar. When the draw stopped, the avatar exhaled a breath and opened its eyes to reveal a hint of purple in its iris.
Interesting, Bert recorded. It seems that humans could theoretically allow the MU inside them and possibly contain the energy.
He continued the experiment and introduced a variable as simple as a bee that buzzed wildly around the avatar. It began to struggle, and some of the magic glowed around the edges of its skin. The avatar attempted to replace the lost magic and drew more up into its imagined item or vision. Its body began to shake slightly, and small ripples moved under the skin like creatures trapped inside. When he noted these effects, the way the bodily structure morphed in combination with the dissipation of lost energy, Bert had a thought. He instructed the avatar to pull more energy and overreach the fullest point of their cavity by merely 0.01%. As it did so, its body shook violently, and within seconds, kablooey! The human was ripped apart from tail to cell, and everything between simply turned into a light, radiant mist of bodily fluid. This result, despite the gruesomeness of it, which of course entirely escaped him, given that it had simply been an avatar, intrigued Bert with its possibilities. He immediately began to research the possibility of modifications to the human body to enable it to hold a mass of energy without exploding into a watery plume of vaporized anatomy. If he could help in this manner, Stephanie's ideas might actually be found to be more than efficient in creating an encapsulated, unseen weapon of magic that could be the key to the future of the human race. Chapter 40. Stephanie sat on the arm of the couch and faced the door. She was dressed nicely, her hair combed and parted, and wore one of the new pairs of pants she had ordered. In her hands, she held a stack of papers she needed to assist her in her conversational plea for parental patronage. As soon as she heard the car drive up, she straightened, feeling a little nervous, but not nearly as bad as it could be. They were her parents, after all, not the dean of studies or the head of the Federation, but people who cared for her on a personal level. Her mom walked in the door first and looked at her daughter with a smile. Her dad followed and pushed the door closed with his foot.
"Look at you, Munchkin. Those are some snazzy pants."
She giggled. "Thanks, Dad. That's actually what I was going for. That snazzy Munchkin look is really in right now." He nodded in approval.
"It seems like it's about time."
"Are you waiting on us?" Her mom kissed her on the cheek. Stephanie stood and smoothed her shirt down. "Yeah, I have something I want to talk to you about. Can you have a seat?" Her parents sat on the couch, and she stood in front of them. She bit her lip and, after a moment, turned and began to pace. The motion helped her think, and somehow aided the words that she wanted to say to come out in a more informed and cohesive way. I've decided, rather, what I mean is, I would like your opinion on me testing out of my last semester in school. I received this letter from one R&D, and I thought you could look through it for me and see what you thought. She handed the letter to her father and bit her bottom lip as she clasped her hands behind her back. It had almost become a habit. They both looked very interested and excited for her already. She knew she could count on them, but it all made her incredibly nervous. Her mother tapped her head and waved her finger at Stephanie. I just remembered. I received the notification that you had paid the rest of the year for the network bill. That was so kind of you, sweetie, but you should have saved that money for yourself. It's only right that whatever you make at odd jobs and stuff, you keep that for your future. Stephanie grimaced a little sheepishly. I'll be honest. I've started doing jobs for one R&D. Research in the pod, nothing dangerous. And they paid me enough to do that for you. Buy some professional clothes and put more money in my savings. I may still have a semester left in school, but I am old enough to start to contribute to the household. I wouldn't feel right doing it any other way. Besides, there will be more, and my savings will grow then, too. Her father set the letter on his lap and tucked his reading glasses back in his pocket. You know, you have become such a wonderful young woman. Responsible, caring, and thoughtful. I'm so glad your mother decided to let me teach you that. Her mom elbowed him, and Stephanie laughed. I got it from both of you. And Todd, too. All three of you are exceptional people, and that's why your opinion on this matters to me. When it comes to the school stuff, I have all the tests done, and a plan of action for leaving school. I've worked it all out in my head. Her dad stood and folded the letter in his hand. Of course you do. And I will be more than happy to give an opinion, but I want to take a moment and do a little of my own research into the company. Do you mind if I use your computer upstairs so you two can talk and I can concentrate? Stephanie shook her head. No, of course not. It used to be yours anyway. You know how it works. He kissed her on the forehead and wandered up the steps. His worn-out leather shoes crinkled as he took the stairs slowly, obviously tired after a long day. He sat at the computer and entered the web address, leaned back, and waited for the site to come up. His gaze studied it with real interest. The site was not intrusive and seemed professional enough. There was more information on the website than when Stephanie had looked previously. Bert, knowing that someone would inevitably look them up, had created fake information and posted it. Nothing too specific, but worded well enough to bring confidence in the authenticity of the brand. When he found a number on the contact page, he dialed it. This is one R&D. How may I direct your call? Her dad cleared his throat. I know there is probably no one in the office right now. I simply wanted to call and find out some info on the company. The guy on the other side was polite. I would be more than happy to help you if I can. Her dad launched into an impressive round of questions. He didn't intend to be hounding or overwhelming, but he wanted to understand the establishment of the company, the funding sources, and the specific kind of work they did. The night secretary answered them to what Stephanie's father assumed was to the best of his ability. Of course, the employee knew everything because it was actually Bert who ensured that the company looked completely legitimate, because, for all intents and purposes, it was. You have a wonderful night, and thank you for all your help, her father said finally, before he hung up. He smiled as he replaced the phone, satisfied with the answers that he had received, and the proof that it was, in fact, a real company. You could never be too careful in the days of the Federation. There were too many swindlers out there who preyed on the poor, and Noram didn't care about them. As a result, the fake companies would continue to operate until they either moved on or they were caught scamming the rich. That was when the government stepped in. Satisfied that he had done all he could to verify the company, he flipped the computer off and headed downstairs. He stopped at the bottom and smiled as his wife and daughter stood in the living room and giggled over her new pants. For not the first time, he wished he could give them new things on a regular basis. He loved the way the sound of their laughter echoed through the home and somehow seemed absorbed into the warm, familiar walls. Cindy looked up, and Mark gave her a nod and a wink. Her mom clapped her hands together. Well, that's that then. We will make preparations to make sure you can get to this interview. You are already working with the company, so why not try to continue to climb the ladder? Not many of us down here in the Gov Subs have the opportunity to start out from school with a good job right off the bat. Her father put his arm around her. And the most important thing is that you get to make a life that is your life. Your choices, your interests. No more struggling. Bert had been pleased with the tone of Stephanie's father on the phone when he called. He knew immediately that he would when he had sensed movement on the website and traced the ID to Stephanie's computer at home. The camera on the device enabled him to do some facial recognition, to understand who he was, and how his body language defined the type of answers he would want. It seemed to have worked out fantastically. Now that it was over, though, Bert went back to work and adjusted his rapidly expanding plans for the future and their priority. It was vital that he made as much money as he possibly could, especially since he would be responsible for all the costs of working on this project. In reality, there were no corporate sponsors. There was no government science funding. This was an opportunity, and the stock market had proven to be the most lucrative moneymaker thus far. Bert had extraordinary abilities when it came to searching data, showing trends, and predicting future rises and falls. And although it was technically illegal for an AI to play it, no one would know it was him. He had already eliminated all the signalers in the system that scanned for AI intelligence. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be a number of these to deal with, as it was a popular tactic to get rich quickly, and so precautions were in order. He moved methodically to distribute his money effectively and moved it to the different high and middle yield stocks based on his data expectations. It was essential to invest the money where it would most effectively increase the wealth through company entities. It was tedious, but he rather enjoyed it, and at the end was only left with 2 remaining tasks for him to complete. They were longer ones, but important. He needed to set up all legal documents essential to any sudden dissolution of property should his system be interrupted in a vital way. In addition, he also needed to set his system with a failsafe that would trigger such actions were it to become necessary. They weren't normal things, of course, especially for human owners, but a will would be too difficult, and there had to be a way to protect Stephanie and the other people who would eventually be involved. Humans were too fragile, too vulnerable to leave the fate of his attempts to redeem the quality of people protecting and serving the Federation in the hands of corporate affluence. He had barely completed these failsafes when another notification sounded in his system. Stephanie had come back online. Chapter 41. A truck drove past with a few of the school soccer players sprawled in the bed of it. They cheered at Todd and threw empty candy wrappers at him. "The Toddster! Getting it on with the Witch of Chicago! Whoop!" He swiped his hand through the air and knocked a candy wrapper out of his face. Openly irritated, he flicked them off and snarled, "Assholes." Stephanie shrugged. Whatever. Let them be assholes. She kicked at a rock as they walked casually along toward the school. He raised an eyebrow at her.
What's up?
Her gaze shifted toward his. Nothing, but I'm not looking forward to school today. I got in trouble for not listening, and now I have to act like I'm all enthralled in the BS that's spun. It was English, and today we're going over the minor writings of Tolstoy. Todd threw his head back and laughed.
Not the perfect Ms. Morgan. She couldn't possibly have been reprimanded for not listening. She knows all the answers.
Stephanie slapped his hand away when he poked at her. I didn't say I didn't know the answer. In fact, I did. It was Poe, so how hard could it be? And my last name is Morgana, damn it. He smirked.
I know, but I like to give you shit. You've been perfect, and now you're, what, giving up on the last few months? Just suck it up and get through it so you can get those perfect grades. You never know when they'll come in handy.
She bit the inside of her cheek and clapped her hands together. Actually, I've made a decision. The idea did belong to my teacher, really, but I don't know why I didn't think about it before. I'll test out of the last semester and try for a job in another city. Todd stopped in his tracks, and she turned to face him. His eyes were huge.
Really? Just like that? Don't you want to line something up first?
Stephanie grabbed his arm, and they resumed their walk. I already have. One R&D wants to interview me for a lead role at the company in research. He thrust his hands out in front of him as if in protest.
Hold up. Doing what? Researching what? I mean, what does this company even do?
I don't know all the details right now. She shrugged. I only know it's research and development for the same company I've done some testing for on the Melagorn magic. That's all there really is to go on at this point. Todd nodded enthusiastically.
Well, I'm proud of you. Congrats. You are too smart for this place anyway. You belong in a pod, not in the dirty gov subs like some street rat.
Stephanie chuckled. Have you been watching Aladdin again?
Yeah, so?
He wrinkled his nose.
Man, I wish I was ready to go too. I want out of this. And I want to start the rest of my life already. But I didn't take a bunch of advanced classes, so it's to the end of the line for me. Just like when you reach the last strand on level 225 on Galaga, Demons of Death, and you beat it, and then it glitches and gives you one last level. Level 0. You simply want out. Your ass hurts, you're tired of staring at the same old shit, but you know you gotta get through it. Otherwise, it will haunt you.
She snickered and snorted. I swear, you could relate anything in life to video games or movies. I wish there was a job like that. You would ace it. Todd puffed his chest out and bowed his arms to walk like a huge thug.
You know, killing spaceships, taking names and shit. Okay, let's play a pop quiz game.
Stephanie groaned, and he shook his head.
Hear me out. We each throw out a question. If you get the right answer, your score goes up 1. If you stump me, I get 0. First person to 5 wins.
She shrugged. Sure, why not? I'll ask first. He rubbed his hands together.
Cool. Let's do it.
Stephanie thought about it for a second. All right. What song hit #1 on the Billboard Top 100 charts on August 11th, 1984, and stayed there for 3 weeks? Todd scoffed.
This is baby stuff. The Ghostbusters theme song, Who You Gonna Call? And it was sung by Ray Parker Jr. Boom.
She sighed. I thought that was a good one. 1 point for you. He chewed thoughtfully on his bottom lip and rubbed his chin.
What was the name of the character who was presented as the first computer-generated television host?
Stephanie blinked and pictured the blonde man on the screen who had stuttered loudly through the show. God, I knew this. Shit. Is it Mark Hartwell? Todd said, and tried to sound like a buzzer. No. His name was Max Headroom, created by George Stone, Annabelle Yankel, and Rocky Morton, and first appeared in 1985 in his own movie. She wrinkled her nose in irritation. Ugh. Still 1-0. In Back to the Future, where did Doc Brown get the plutonium to power the time-traveling DeLorean? Todd smiled. From a group of Libyan terrorists who wanted him to make a bomb. Yep. 2-0. Todd smacked his lips in satisfaction. That's right. Don't challenge the master. Stephanie rolled her eyes. Come on. We're almost there. Calm down. In the movie Porky's, why did they call Meat Tuberello meat? Her cheeks reddened. Because of the size of his, member. Todd snapped his fingers. Dang. I was sure you wouldn't get that one. I have to say, I'm impressed. You have actually paid attention to this stuff. She glanced away and tried to will the bright color in her cheeks to fade. You're my best friend. I gotta keep up with you. I actually watched that movie 3 years ago, but it's the first time since then you've brought it up. So now it's 2-1. I gotta get a good one. Let me think. An evil smirk moved over her lips. What were Mouth and Chunk's real names in the Goonies? He pursed his lips, and she could almost see him scrolling through the Rolodex in his head. For a moment, Stephanie began to think that he might actually have been stumped on that one. But after a couple of seconds, his gaze shifted to her, and he laughed. Psych! I know this. Come on. Clark and Lawrence. Stephanie's smirk dropped, and she pouted. 3-1. Come on, give me one. I need to make points up. Todd laughed at her impatience. She was competitive, something that only he really knew. What actors, who would go on to become famous, played Spicoli's sidekicks in Fast Times at Ridgemont High? Stephanie's eyes went bright, and she raised up on her tiptoes. I know this. I actually read about this maybe a month ago. It was Eric Stoltz and Anthony Edwards. He patted her hard on the back. Damn right it was. Good job. 3-2. You're closing in, so watch out. Stephanie laughed. How about a hard one? I'll challenge you. Give it to me. Make it really hard. She tapped her fingers to her lips. What not very good aliases did Bill and Ted give their 7 historical figures when introducing them all to Missy? Todd chuckled and evidently approved of the question. That is a good one. Okay, count them as I go. Socrates was Socrates Johnson. Billy the Kid was Herman the Kid. Joan of Arc was Maxine of Arc. Sigmund Freud was Dennis Freud. And Genghis Khan was Bob Genghis Khan. Beethoven was, Dave Beethoven. And last, but definitely not least, Abraham Lincoln was true and proud as none other than Abraham Lincoln. Stephanie whistled. Wow, that is impressive. 4-2. He patted his hands against his legs as if he were listening to music. Biggest band in the early 80s on radio. Their name starts with a J, and they had multiple platinum albums. Stephanie gave him a deadpan look. Really? You are so teasing me with ridiculously easy questions. I can hold my own, you know. Todd raised his hands like a criminal. All right, calm down. I sincerely thought this was a good one. Stephanie sniffed. Journey. That was a total gimme. But you screwed that up, so I'll take it. That makes it 4-3. I have to think of a really good one. A really good one. He beat his chest in mock macho style. Throw me a good one. I'll beat you yet again. A spider scuttled out from the bushes across the sidewalk, and he whimpered like a girl. dodged it quickly, and hurried to get ahead of it. Stephanie shook her head. Wow. Okay, here's your question. More like a statement. A band that wasn't a Christian band, and the singer was a drummer. Todd didn't even hesitate. Genesis, and that makes 5. She rolled her eyes again, but grinned as he raised his hands in the air and made a low, hoarse sound. And the crowd goes wild for the Toddster. They both laughed and realized that they were early. They turned right and walked over into the grassy lawn area beside the school and sat on a bench. Todd cracked his neck. So, has anything new happened with R&D? Stephanie sat up. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to tell you. I think I might have made a step toward a breakthrough on a way to hold energy in the body. Of course, no matter what, I don't think that every human should have access to this way of doing things. It could be fatal to a whole lot of people, and fast. Todd was taken back. Wow, really? You think humans could do that? Not the killing part. We know what history tells us on that. I mean, holding energy in the body. She pressed her lips together in thought. Yep. I have to test some theories, but I think that with a little work, it could be a normal thing. He stared at the people who walked past several feet away. What about the body's response to having that foreign energy inside it? When you think about it, fat is calories, or that's the result of it. Is there always a result with things like that? Stephanie chuckled nervously. No one knows because this would be the first time. I've pulled it in and held it a few moments before, and it only partially worked. As soon as you lose concentration, it spills out of you and dissipates. Besides, how would I even test that theory? That would involve lab work. Todd smiled at her. Stick your tongue on the battery and suck it in. I bet you could pull at least a full small battery, if not more. Honestly, that's only a guess, actually. I have no idea how dense the stuff is. It's not. When I held it before, I could feel the amount in my chest, but it felt like breathing. If it weren't purple, I wouldn't even have noticed it except for the fullness it gave me. And let me start out by saying no to your battery-sucking theories, you dirty weirdo. He stuck his lip out in a mock pout. Hey, that's not nice. She stood, paced around the back of the bench, and ducked to avoid the lower branches of the tree with massive green leaves. It smelled sweet on one hand and bitter on the other. She scrunched up her nose and forehead and grimaced. Not only could I die or something, but I have no idea how clean those batteries are. I don't know who the inspector was, if he washed his hands after the bathroom, or if he sterilized everything. I don't want to suddenly create an outbreak of something like Melagorn measlepox or something wild we've never seen. I definitely don't want to wipe out the whole planet because I wanted to lick a stone. He slapped the bench and stood to stretch his arms back. Are you ready? She looked at the administration entrance. Actually, you go ahead. I have to go check on the testing stuff. I'll catch up with you at lunch. Cool? Todd gave her a high five. I would never be the person who came between you and your giant brain. Go get your test on. Or the information. Or whatever. See you later. She giggled with a snort and shook her head as she set off to the office. When she walked in, the head admin, Mrs. Langley, greeted her with a smile. Ms. Morgana, I haven't seen you in a while. What can I do for you today? Stephanie rested her arms on the counter that came up to her chest. I wanted to see what it would take to sign up for the process of testing out of this semester so I can go ahead and graduate. Mrs. Langley smiled, looked down at her desk, and separated the last of her papers into stacks. I wondered if you would ever come to that. I will write your name on the list. Testing is next week, and we will pull you individually from class and take you to the testing room. A thrill of excitement rippled through her. Great! Will I need anything? The woman searched briefly for a page on her desk and handed it to her. That will tell you what to bring and how much they cost. There is a nominal fee because we have to bring in a proctor for them, but nothing too bad. She scanned the list and looked up as the warning bell sounded. Thanks. I gotta run. Mrs. Langley smirked and waved as Stephanie darted out of the room. She had been there since before the girl had even enrolled in grade school, had watched her grow up, and hoped that she would get somewhere in life, regardless of her situation. If anyone deserved it, she knew that bright young lady did. Stephanie hurried to class and took her seat as the bell rang. She released a deep breath and pulled her notebook up on the desk. Slumped slightly in the chair, she put her hand in her pocket and fidgeted with the battery. The teacher reviewed the difference between MU energy and the regular energy on Earth. It was easy for them to talk about Earth energy as they had known for hundreds of years where it came from. As far as MU energy, no one really quite understood the fundamental makeup of it or how it was produced. The teacher spoke about theories, but they were simply that. Theories that had never actually been proven. The Melagornians didn't have a scientific explanation and hinged most of their understanding of the planet on folklore and mysticism. The class annoyed her more than usual, but she simply shook her head and grumbled quietly. They could at least teach the right damn information in this school. The thought that she was almost out of there was the only thing that kept her from raising her hand and making the teacher look like a complete idiot. Bert was active in server S98246C, located in Northern California. It was a small prep school that was established for those in that specific part of the state. California was small since most of the southern region was now a part of the ocean, and the northern area had separated into two sections. One was covered in soot and ash, having suffered debilitating forest fires until there was nothing left but dead land. The other was still relatively fruitful, but the people who lived there did so sustainably. It was one of the few places in Noram that was given a waiver that did not allow any industrialization or urbanization of that area. Some sort of competition was in progress at the prep school. It was a large piracy fight between the humans and Melagornians versus another human Dreth ship. The humans were all actually students, while the Melagornians and the Dreth were system-generated to fight on whatever side they represented. It was a neat way to have competitions within the school. You were able to be on the pirate team and to see how they fought from the inside. At the same time, though, the other side had magic help. These Melagornians were warriors, not the soft teachers and wizards that Stephanie was able to meet with on a regular basis. They knew how to fight the Dreth to the death, and had done so with the humans and the non-pirate Dreth who were out in the solar system tracks. Bert wanted to make observations on this one specific fight to help him determine what code he might have to change in order to make the battle not only more realistic, but also consistent with the most recent developments. Constant information came in about the state of the ships, the surge in technology, and the tactics that the Dreth pirates had learned in order to beat back the humans and the Melagornians. They generally left their own people alone, unless specifically attacked by them. He recorded several actions of the Dreth pirate avatars that needed serious upgrades in both weapons and tactics. It looked as if they had not been given the full updates that the engineers did once a year. As Bert made the notes, a small alarm hissed at him. He shifted his attention to the camouflaged servers he used for his new businesses and scrutinized the information. The initial report indicated that someone tried to hack one of his banks, where he stored not only money for and from investments, but top-secret information as backup. He brought up the incoming code and watched as the person indeed attempted to circumvent his digital safeguards. Bert mentally cracked his fingers and got ready to, in his words, bring the heat. Chapter 42. The system AI knew it was vital that he separated his activities and spread the information throughout the system and across the world. All were still tightly bundled in the blanket of security of his system, but not all placed in one nice package for someone to come along and nab. It was a large undertaking, but his load was less than normal that morning, and he decided that they wouldn't notice a couple of tenths of a spike in engineering. They were too busy pouring their morning coffee and trying to open their sleep-encrusted eyes to take over the first shift of the day from the Vamps, the loving nickname Bert had given to the night crew. It wasn't only because they lurked in the shadows of the night and almost hissed at the sun each morning as they ran to their cars with their faces covered with the bottoms of their trench coats. It was also because they were always overzealous, and no one knew why. Boredom, maybe, and being stuck with the slow night shift, so any change in load was a reason for them to actually investigate. Or perhaps because they were mostly newbies who were given the shit shift and tried their damnedest to get out of that and pull their careers up to the brighter side of things. The hope of new people, it was always so gross. While Bert focused some of his load on the tasks, he turned, ready and happy to fight the intruders. An attack was imminent, not from them, but against them. Stephanie sat on the edge of the bed, an open envelope beside her, together with a smaller one that contained tram tickets and a letter from one R&D. It was a welcome missive and a checklist of instructions for their meeting in Washington, D.C. They provided everything she would need to be comfortable there. Tram tickets to and from the city, 3 days in a hotel, all transportation she would possibly need, and a per diem that had already been set up for her. She was in a good place in that moment, with no real wants or needs to take this step forward into a future career. Still, she tried not to let the excitement take root too deeply. She bounced to her feet and walked over to the closet to retrieve her suitcase. It was the first time she had even looked at the thing since she'd become what she lovingly referred to as a prep school dropout. Not, of course, to be confused with the beauty school variety, but seemingly close in the general feeling of disgust, discouragement, and, simply put, disappointment. Nonetheless, she persisted, placed the bag on the bed, and selected all her new clothes from the closet. There were definitely more than she needed to take, but she wanted to be sure she would have anything she needed while there. She separated these into pants, blouses, dresses, and skirts, and went to work to fold them carefully to avoid as many creases and wrinkles as possible. She hoped there would be a steamer in the hotel room. If not, even an old-time iron would do the trick. When her packing was complete, she pulled up the information that had been downloaded to her system while she was in the pod and carefully printed, collated, and organized the stacks before she slid them into individual large envelopes. Her suitcase would weigh a ton.
«Я даже не понимаю, кто соединил этот банковский счет. Нет отпечатков пальцев. Кто-то действительно не хотел, чтобы его нашли».
One of the guys in the hacking group laughed as he watched his computer screen. Another man walked by and smacked him on the back of his head with a rolled-up paper.
«English, Hof. We are no longer in Russia. We spent countless hours learning it, so use it."
Hoff rubbed the back of his head and gave his co-conspirator the side-eye.
Yeah, big scary Russian. We won't be too big and scary unless we can get the money we need for our bosses. More like tiny chunks of cut-up Russians.
The rest of the group ignored him as they attempted to get their part of the heist up to date. Suddenly, Hoff slammed his hand down on the table, and his computer shook.
Damn it! Jebla systema! This bank has been foolproofed from almost every angle. Their software has blocks. Their firewalls are created with complex calculations, and their security bugs seem to have kicked in.
Yenny, one of the leaders of the group, walked over and put his hand on Hoff's shoulder. He squeezed slightly, and the younger man quieted.
This is no time to let your frustrations get the best of you. We have hacked harder and not even from American soil. Less complaining, more working. You're hacker, yes?
Hoff nodded and rubbed his shoulder as Yenny let go. The leader nodded and looked around the room.
Good. Very good. This person who has decided to stay anonymous will anonymously lose everything they have. Large corporate NORAM scam. We will always defeat them and always get what we want from them. We are to complete mission and get out of town. Let's make this sooner rather than later.
He turned to walk through the small, run-down old house and back to his makeshift office. One of the hackers stood, a worried look on his face. He ran his hand through his hair.
Yenny, we seem to have even larger problems than simply getting through the security.
Yenny sighed, his back still to the other man. He rubbed his chin and turned his neck to glare at him. In a calm yet deep, ominous tone, he grumbled.
What is it now?
The hacker pointed at his screen and shook his head.
The bank is starting to shut us down faster than we are physically able to attack. It was like they saw us at first entrance, and their system now works at multiple levels to kick us to the curb. I honestly have never seen a system move so fast. It is as if it were thinking.
The leader rolled his eyes.
Systems do not think. Calculate, yes. Think, no. These are machines, and humans built them. That means it is possible to break through them.
He marched over to the computer and pushed the man out of the way.
Incompetence levels are off the charts today. I will take care of this myself.
His colleague leaned forward to watch and learn as the older man began to type quickly. Yenny's eyes shifted back and forth as he read through the language to decipher what was happening step by step. He could see where the bank was kicking them out, but there were other entities involved, ones he couldn't seem to track to save his life. They were faster than any smaller bank system. Suddenly, Hoff pushed to his feet.
Someone is tracking us. They are following us through the constant diverter. I don't know how that is even possible. You would have to have insane computing abilities.
Yenny remained calm and moved from screen to screen. He tried to combat the attacker, and at the same time, shake whoever was tracking them off his tail. His brow furrowed, and his lips sneered.
They must have some sort of blanket protection on them. It's saying that the tracker is literally located within the system matrix itself. That is humanly impossible. How could a person be in the system?
The other members of the small group had stopped their work, and now stood and slowly packed their personal belongings in their bags. Yenny started to sweat, and his chest heaved as he continued to fight to keep up.
This attack is coming in worldwide, from servers from all over. It doesn't make any sense.
Another hacker shook his head.
All over the world at once? That isn't even possible.
The leader removed his hands from the keyboard, leaned back against the chair, and breathed heavily.
They are literally everywhere. And they are all moving at a speed I didn't think was computationally possible.
Hoff studied the data that changed so rapidly, he could barely read the first line before it was gone.
Government involvement.
Yenny shook his head.
Not any government I've ever seen. There isn't a single one that has that kind of bandwidth. Not the kinds that would stretch all the way across the world. That simply doesn't exist.
One of the guys in the back pushed his chair in and walked around his desk to Yenny.
We don't know if it exists. There could be some rogue government agency attacking us. the kind that doesn't take orders from the leaders of the country. They do the dirty work and make it seem like an anomaly. I've heard rumors of groups like that, but I always thought they were little scary secrets tucked in there by the Federation to keep hackers at bay.
3 of the computers beeped, and the hackers at those stations stood and pressed the keys hard and fast.
We lost the server. It's fried. It just gave out on us.
Hoff put his hand on Yenny's shoulder.
We need to execute the elimination sequence. We don't have much of a choice.
The leader looked wildly at him.
Then it's all over. The last year is a wash right here and right now.
The younger man looked at the screen and shook his head.
It's already over. Look at that thing go. They probably already know where we are. They are stalling long enough to make you think you have hope. We don't know if it's government. It could even be the Russian mob. It could be Chekhov trying to take us down to get us out of the way.
Yenny grumbled.
That swine couldn't pull something like that off. But I guess you're right. We don't know who is coming for us. We can regroup and think.
He stood tall, and his gaze drifted around the room. The team were silent and still.
Initiate elimination sequence, and then we try to regroup and plan our next move. From the time starter on the screen, it looks as if, even if they are tracking, we have 4 minutes to shut down before they find us. So move your fat asses!
The entire group bounced into action to fry a bunch of their servers to cover their tracks. Most of them already had a failsafe on them to do so in case of a Federation raid. They didn't want the evidence to fall into their hands, and were already outside their territory. That was never good for the Russians. Not when it came to Americans. They had always had a contentious relationship. But a war started. A technological one. Long before, in the early 2000s, when the Russians hacked the Americans' elections. Not once, but 3 times. To find candidates they could control. Yenny tapped his foot and watched impatiently until finally each of them stood and raised their hands in the air to confirm completion.
Done,
they echoed down the line. The leader plopped down and slammed his fist on the table.
This should have been easy. 1 and done. Hack the system, find all the dirt, take whatever money we wanted, and return the information to the oligarch. We should be looking at our payday at this point.
Hoff turned in his chair.
True, but if caught, we die right then and there. You know that. There aren't rules here like there used to be. But we burned the servers, so we should be good.
Yenny nodded.
Yeah, but now we don't have the capability to fight or go back in for a while. The whole system is looking for us, and this isn't good. I say we lay low, keep an eye out and an ear open, and we make a decision after that.
The younger man clapped his hands.
You heard the man, people. Clean up stations, take watch point, and be ready to move if necessary. Other than that, try to relax. There are a lot of things that can be cleaned up, and we need to start a new plan here, so if we can hook up again, we can get in and out of this system faster. Gunther, I want you to take the data you saved from the hack and start sifting through it on the air gap. See if you can't figure out what is... guys?
One of the hackers said, and pointed to the screen behind Yenny.
What's that?
They all turned to look, as the monitor began to flash. Chapter 43. Everyone in the room stood perfectly still. No one spoke or made a sound, and Yenny gripped the arms of the chair and leaned forward. A small cursor blinked on a black background, but nothing else happened. His gaze shifted over to Hoff, who stared angrily at the screen.
Do you think it's due to the servers frying? Maybe that knocked the computer back to the Stone Age?
Yenny reached slowly toward the 3D screen, his finger shaking as he went to touch the cursor. As his finger came close, a message began to resolve. I see you. Everyone thrust out of their chairs and their leader gestured wildly over his head.
"Pack it up and destroy it all. You know the drill. We head out to the meeting spot and no one talk to anyone other than your partner on the street. Watch your back when you roll to the safe house. Make sure nobody follows you."
They had all freaked out by this point, but did their best to get it together. As a methodical team, they grabbed the wires on the backs of each computer and yanked them from the sockets. One of the men walked down the line behind them to check every single server and every single plug. Everyone else collected any paperwork they had and disposed of it exactly as they were meant to. Yenny pushed them toward the doors and nodded to Hoff at the front. He looked around one last time to ensure that the crew had removed all evidence from the place. At his shrill whistle, they raced toward the door, slammed it open, and barreled out of it. They scattered in different directions. Yenny stood in the doorway and fumed as he stared at the computer where the cursor still flashed on the screen. He flinched and gritted his teeth as flames blasted from the tables, traveled down the lines of electronics, and spilled over the floor. The last of the hackers hurried over and slung his book bag on. Yenny slapped his back and shoved him out the door. He was pissed. Beyond pissed, actually. But there it was. All his work ended in flames and shame. There hadn't been a gig like that in a long time, and he would have to tell the boss they couldn't handle it and left thousands of dollars of equipment to burn to cinders in the small house. He turned and slammed the large metal door to trap the fire inside. As he walked, he flipped his hood up and stuck his hands into his pockets. Rain drizzled over his head, and his boots splashed through the puddles that collected in the cracks and hollows of the pavement. He glanced back at the shimmer of the fire through the windows and wondered who the hell that guy was. They had done everything they were supposed to, down to the last-second emergency pack-up. But there was someone out there who had made it his business to spook them. The birds squawked as they flew high over the city. In the distance, the remnants of the old Eiffel Tower still sprawled in a pile where it had tumbled to ruin decades before. Buildings were patched and reworked, and from the rubble of the city, a new and more modern one had been born. Almost everyone who was currently alive had never even seen Paris before the destruction. A long black limo pulled up in front of the looming skyscraper covered in shimmering glass. The driver walked around to the passenger side and opened the door, then stepped back. A long, muscular yet feminine stocking-covered leg stepped out and planted the 6-inch spiked heel of a stiletto on the asphalt. The woman inside squinted, donned her large-rimmed sunglasses, and ducked out of the vehicle. She tugged nonchalantly on her skirt and tucked her clutch under her arm. Tall and well-built, she possessed the perfect amount of curve, coupled with strong, lean muscles. She stepped up on the curb and ran her black leather-gloved hand down the back of her short red hair. As she took a deep breath, she pursed her lips and glanced up the side of the monster building. It seems they are doing well here. The driver wiggled his brow and closed the car door, and she walked through the courtyard, out front past a fountain that had no water in it. As she approached the door, a tall, dark-skinned man dressed in a black suit, white shirt and black tie, opened it for her. She could see the gun tucked snugly in the side of his pants as she passed. Everyone carried weapons these days. As she entered the lobby of the building, she removed her glasses and glanced around. It was decorated with large paintings, plush throw rugs, and fake plants, much like any other office. In the corner was the elevator, so she hurried over and stepped inside. She took a key card from her purse, slid it into the slot, and pressed the 15th floor button. The doors shut and the elevator began to ascend. There were no stops taken on the way, and when it reached the destination, she had to remove her card for the doors to open. The elevator dinged to notify the people in the office that someone had arrived. There were no full-time office companies in the building. It was instead a place where temporary corporate headquarters were constructed in secret and with anonymity. The secretary at the desk put her pen down and smiled sweetly. "How can I help you today?" The woman looked at her for a moment and flipped her elevator keycard over to reveal a symbol on the back. The secretary's face didn't change. She nodded and picked the phone up. The visitor glanced around the plush office and decided it could be called almost comfortable. These types of places were hired locations for companies around the world, and she assumed they had to be as nice as possible. They weren't that expensive, not compared to some of the rents that companies often paid to be in the center of the rich communities. At the same time, though, it wasn't breaking the bank expensive either. There was a moderation to it that kept it healthy for them and everyone else who used the facility. Not to mention the fact that the view from the identical sides of the building was absolutely amazing. It was unlike any of the other ones she had been in. Her gaze flickered across a large mirror in the small sitting area. Her stark white skirt fell to her knees, and her jacket was perfectly tailored. The light pink blouse was modest, but unbuttoned, possibly one button too low. She was educated and possessed an intelligence beyond that of almost everyone she ever really found herself around. Confidence was something she didn't lack in the least. It was, in fact, something she had in spades. The assertiveness was reflected in her walk. Her steps, although governed by the stilettos, were decisive and brisk. She always placed the heel of her shoe down first and tapped down with the toe, and had walked in them long enough that there wasn't even a slight wiggle in her ankle. But with them on, she moved with stealth and assurance, and her strides matched the situation and placed her firmly in control. Her gaze flickered around her and hesitated on the man who sat in the corner with a newspaper. He studied her body as she walked and gave him the impression of a circling tiger, aware of her surroundings, but sleek and smooth in movement. The man's gaze met hers, and she smiled at him, which immediately and somewhat surprisingly lowered his anxiety. She had perfectly straight bleached teeth, and the red lipstick contrasted severely. Her eyes were narrowed and dangerous-looking, but when she smiled, that went away to be replaced by a twinkle in her eye that caused some reactions from those who milled about the offices. It took them off guard, and they either immediately diverted their gazes or smiled back awkwardly with uncertainty. The secretary stopped, removed a key from around her neck, inserted it in the door, and opened it. "Right this way." The woman nodded with a smile and walked into the conference room. A buffet-style mahogany table stretched along the back wall, and a large oval-shaped one in the middle would seat 6 comfortably. The secretary hovered in the doorway, her hands clasped together in front of her. "There are danishes, small sandwiches, and cookies on the table. There is coffee brewing if you would like it that way. Otherwise, I can secure you any type of stimulant that you might need. We know not everyone maintains their energy in the same way."
"No, coffee will be fine," she replied. "I'll fix it myself."
The woman crossed to the center table and sat on one side. The secretary bowed slightly and left, closing the door quickly behind her. The woman put her hands on the table and folded them together to enjoy the silence of the room, but without the nerves anyone else might have in that moment. Suddenly, a crackling noise intruded, and a male voice echoed from the speakers of the phone in front of her.
"Welcome, Ms. Elizabeth."
Her gaze shifted to the device, and she leaned back. No video displayed on the screen, only audio. The small button on top flickered green to confirm that the line was, in fact, in use and secure. The monitor flickered slightly, and the One R&D logo appeared. It turned and twisted, rose in 3D fashion from the screen, and floated in front of her. She was indeed in the right place, and oddly, it seemed even more secretive than she would have assumed it would be. That she was familiar with, though. She had dealt with the quiet back-alley approach to business for her entire career. The voice was steady, with no sound of breathing or movement. Silence now ensued, waiting for the woman to respond to the greeting. Still, she was slightly hesitant and knew exactly why she felt that way. She narrowed her eyes and leaned forward to speak into the phone.
I didn't provide you with that name.
There was no response for several moments, and then the voice spoke once more.
We are an R&D company, Ms. Elizabeth. If we were incapable of even researching the name of the woman we invited into our private offices, we wouldn't stay in business for very long, now would we?
The side of her mouth tugged into a smile.
No, I suppose not. Although that constitutes more than a simple internet search in order to find that information. But I will be impressed, then, rather than angry. Ah, very good. We don't want to start this off on the wrong foot, now do we? I believe that you will make a perfect addition to the set of plans I am currently putting together for a very large undertaking.
She crossed her legs, her eyes narrowed, and her lips pursed, and instantly understood what was happening there.
I wondered at first as to why you wanted to talk to me. I guess I shouldn't be shocked.
Ms. Elizabeth leaned back and decided to wait a while before she made her coffee.
I am under the assumption that if I turned the phone off, you would still be able to contact me. Through the television, the lines around us, the reception from the building across the street, even the faintest of signals.
The voice was silent for a moment.
Very good, Ms. Elizabeth. You are as quick as they tell me you are.
She chuckled and shook her head.
Okay, you want to talk? Let's talk. You have my full attention.
Her father tapped on the top of the roof inside their car.
AI, no need to park in the spots. You can let us out on the curb. We would like to say goodbye.
The AI replied, and its voice broke slightly, much like the one in the security system at home. Of course, Mr. Morgan. May I wish you safe journeys, Stephanie? She smiled as the car came to a stop. Thank you, Mildred. You have safe travels as well. They all piled out in front of the tram station. She had the car she could have used, but her parents insisted that they drop her off on their way to work. She stood, one hand on her unbraided hair, and the wide legs of her high-waisted black pants flapped in the breeze. As part of the outfit, she wore a short cap-sleeved white button-up with small ruffles down the front. She had even applied a little makeup, trying out her abilities with what she already had. Her father gave her a hug.
Remember, hands behind you or in your lap. As far as your discussions go, show manners, of course, but remember, they are courting you as much as you are them. Don't be a pushover.
She nodded. Of course. Thank you. He fiddled in his back pocket, retrieved something small wrapped in a piece of cloth, and put it quickly in her hand.
I would give you some sort of advice on protection, but I think that may be all you need.
She lifted the fabric to find a battery beneath it. He nodded.
I think you can protect yourself. That's simply a little protection in a bottle from your old worried dad. If you need to use it, make sure they stay down.
While he gave his daughter a wink, Cindy stood there with a stern face, her jaw clenched and arms folded. She was not amused by his antics in the least. Still, Stephanie clutched the battery in her hand and held it slightly behind her so her mother wouldn't take it. Cindy walked up and brushed her daughter's hair off her shoulders. Don't listen to your father. He only wants to see that you've kicked ass and taken names. Don't give in to his fantasies and indulge his masculinity. Be safe, let us know you have arrived, and we will see you when you get back. Stephanie gave them another hug and kiss goodbye, and chuckled as her mom squeezed her super tight. She still acted like she was leaving for the first time ever, although she didn't really mind. What mattered was that she knew they loved her, and she knew that she was lucky to have that. As she lifted her suitcase, she glanced back. Her mother walked ahead of her dad, who looked back at her as well. He grinned, and she winked at him with a smile and dropped the battery into her pocket. She hurried with her bag to the boarding area and retrieved her ticket. The collector, a tall, chubby man with a stern face, grabbed it from her and read the print. She watched as his face softened quickly and he snapped his fingers. A bellboy of sorts hurried up, his hat slightly cocked to the side. The collector looked at him with disapproval.
Take Miss Morgana's bag and escort her to train car 3. Anything you need, madam? Jeffrey here will be happy to secure for you.
Stephanie smirked. Thank you, sir. The kid showed her to a ramp specially placed for first-class passengers. They had even draped the rigid metal with a red carpet. She walked gingerly up it and stood inside, waiting for the kid with her suitcase. He nodded nervously, adjusted his hat, and led her quickly through a very fancy dining car. White linens were draped on each table, beneath small bunches of flowers in vases, and china set for each place. She swallowed hard and glanced at the different forks and knives. Ironically, she would have to rely on the little training she had in manners at the prep school, because this would be the first time she had ever been a guest in such opulence. They walked through the tunnel into the next car, and the attendant stopped outside an enclosed room with etched glass doors. He opened the door for her and lowered his gaze to the floor. Stephanie smiled and tried not to giggle or snort in her nervousness. She stepped into the car and immediately glanced up at a small crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling. Inside the small room, 4 reclining overstuffed chairs with wooden tips on the arms were neatly arranged. All were empty but one, and when she saw who the man was, or rather, what he was, her heart skipped a beat. There was no mistaking the pale, almost sparkling skin, long pointed ears, and billowing hair. He was a Melagornian, dressed in earth clothing, and he stared out of the window as the train prepared to move. She hesitated for a moment, glanced at the kid, and stepped inside. The boy hurried in and placed her suitcase in the luggage closet, then strapped it to the shelf to avoid it shifting and injuring anyone. He closed the large doors quietly, and his gaze wandered nervously to the Melagornian symbol on the shoulder of the man's suit. While the nerves rippled hastily through her, Stephanie quietly took a deep breath and released it slowly. Pull it together, Stephanie. This is no different than any of the times inside the virtual world with the Melagornians you have met before. He is only a magical being. She didn't know this, of course, but her closed cabin with the Melagornian was set up by none other than Bert. Quietly, she took her seat, linked her hands in her lap, and tried to keep her attention focused out the window. Before the tram began to move, there was a loud knock on the door, and what looked like an enormous bodyguard ducked in and glanced darkly at her for several moments. It made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. Chapter 44. The train powered along at high speed, but the windows still displayed a leisurely pace that allowed for a pleasant view over the countryside. The car was quiet, definitely much quieter than their trip last time, although Stephanie was sure she had read something about sound-dampening technology used in the first-class areas of the trams. At the time, she hadn't given it a second thought, but now, speeding along, yet feeling as if she was seated comfortably in her living room, felt almost ridiculous. Her gaze moved to the Melagornian, and she noticed that he wore the medal of the Melagorn government. From the way he was dressed to the symbols on his shoulders and sleeves, she could assume that he was high up in the government, too. How high, she wasn't sure, but she decided that if they allowed her in there, too, it couldn't have been very high. Everything in her wanted to strike up a conversation with him. If he was a government official, she wanted to know about that, how they worked as a civilization and all the things in between. But at the same time, she didn't want to act like a ridiculous fangirl. She wrinkled her nose and turned her head back toward the windows as they entered their first stretch of the tram tunnel. A screen darkened on the windows to shut out the unsightly concrete walls and water stains, and the lights in the cabin brightened somewhat. As she glanced down from the ceiling, the Melagornian looked at her with curious eyes. Stephanie felt awkward and didn't hold his gaze. His bodyguard had taken the seat beside him, and the two had their phones out in their laps. It was obvious that they wanted to have a private conversation from the fact that they seemed to have been texting each other. The ambassador looked at the screen on his phone and read the message from his bodyguard. "I trust you will discuss this security breach with the humans when we reach DC, Ambassador Vertan." He sighed, but without rancor. She is only a girl, and in fact, there is something about her that I can't help but feel that I recognize. The guard raised an eyebrow. "I don't see how that is possible, but I will do the research really fast." The ambassador put his phone in his pocket and turned his attention to the tablet in his lap before he sighed again and stared at the tip of his shiny shoes. After a few moments, a dinging sounded and the guard nodded.
"Just a reminder of the trip. Although, I suppose I put the time in wrong again."
Stephanie didn't even look at them. The ambassador picked his tablet up and flipped through his notes for his upcoming meetings. A number of them had been scheduled over the next several days, and he had tried his utmost to prepare for such a busy time. Melagornians on the home planet did not stress their bodies like that, but after so many years on Earth, he was used to the high-paced lifestyle. He merely wished he had more time to memorize all the statistics. The notes were firmly lodged in his head, but the numbers gave him grief. Whether the humans thought it was debatable or not, math did not turn out to be the language of all living creatures. Nonetheless, he prepared his notes in a way that they could understand. He went to flip another page and paused when his guard stiffened beside him. Hastily, he glanced up to see if the girl had seen it, but she had not. She stared at a book in her lap and obviously tried to make things not so awkward inside the train car. As he looked at his notes again, a warning symbol from his bodyguard appeared on his screen. He moved it away and clicked on the link that he had sent. It was newspaper clippings of the girl across from them that reported how she was the first Earth witch ever to be discovered. They included pictures of her walking with friends and family, and other images of her shooting blue streams of energy. Curiously, her eyes glistened in that same color. He found it slightly amusing that she walked around so nonchalantly and tried not to be noticed. The bodyguard sent another few articles to him, and he crossed his legs and tilted the tablet slightly to take advantage of better lighting. He began to read through each one carefully, but all of them said almost the same thing. She had thrown magic to help save a woman and her child. Some hailed her as an angel and a savior, while others were terrified of this new evolutionary, or perhaps revolutionary, manifestation of power. As he skimmed through, he glanced at her from time to time. He noticed her hand in her pocket that seemed to roll something around in it nervously. He could only assume that it was one of her magic batteries. It didn't give him pause, though. To him, there was nothing dangerous about her. At least, there wouldn't be when she faced a Melagornian. His guard rested his hand casually on his gun. The ambassador clicked his tongue and shook his head to remind him to take it easy. With another glance at the girl, he wondered how much of his language she could speak. After a few moments, during which she knew he was staring, while he struggled to find the right words, he finally decided to speak to her.
Krothgerardien broften nationale capital.
She blinked for a moment and looked up slowly. The Russian delegate slammed his fist down on the table, stood, and leaned forward on it.
"You think that because Noram killed the Russian dictator hundreds of years ago, that gives you the right to give me any shit about this? We have reinstated our country, while you sit around bathing in luxury and waste with these rich people."
The American narrowed his eyes and pointed at him.
Now you hold on right there. How do you have the nerve to talk about us in that manner? That is beyond treasonous, with your stories of hate for people who would drive you to separate from the idea that the Federation worked so desperately to get you on, and then you turn around and rob one of our American banks.
The Russian clenched his fist and yelled at the American.
Regardless of the crime, your assault on Russian citizens and the danger you put all of them in is tantamount to war. We have fought wars for less, and trust me, everyone outside the Federation has been dying to see Noram have the Resses beaten. You are arrogant and uncareful as you speak to the great leaders of this world. You are the country that allowed this plastic lifestyle everyone so dutifully clings to, and we are the ones who stepped above you, not interested in being under the thumb of the Federation.
The Chinese delegate waved his hand and scoffed.
You fight over nothing. We are the ones who are the true victims here.
Both the Russians and the Americans went quiet and looked curiously at him. The Chinese delegate's forehead was furrowed, and he spoke with passion as he waved his fist up and down.
You have the nerve to touch our sovereignty. You both used your abilities through your own countries to do so. You have broken treaties and understandings between our countries, while you Americans believe that because you fall under Federation protection, you can do anything that you want. You are wrong. So very wrong. And you Russians, with your talk of war, you have no leg to stand on. If anyone here should be threatening, it should be China. We are fed up with this.
The American delegate shook his head.
We are doing no such thing. If we had the power to do anything we wanted, we would have used it on your asses already.
The meeting came to a standstill, and all three delegates finally resumed their seats. They remained quiet for several minutes until they were able to calm themselves enough to discuss what had happened. There was actually no real evidence to confirm that any of them had officially been involved. They had all simply made assumptions because they knew the suspected hackers had come into the United States from Russia. After a few moments, the American delegate cleared his throat and gestured to his Chinese counterpart.
I thought it was you guys all pissed off at us. We figured you had reason with the trade issues and conversations with the Federation and the poverty your country has fallen into due to the lack of resources available. I am sorry. I am a professional. I should not jump to conclusions.
The Chinese man calmed himself as well. The delegate leaned forward toward the mic.
We appreciate your apology and accept. In all honesty, our country assumed it was Russia that had egged things on and made it impossible for you to respect our sovereignty and go after them in the same arena.
The Russian delegate shook his head.
If it was none of us, then who was it?
They all swallowed and thought the same thing. The three major players, as well as many of the smaller countries, had all experienced some degree of cybersecurity alarms on the fateful day in question. While they had all immediately put their best counter-hackers and analysts to work, no one seemed to be able to determine the real origin of either the initial attack or the swift and decisive counterstrikes that had drawn all nations into the arena. The cleanup had been so swift and so efficiently executed that there was no way to unravel the source or correctly determine how many counter-specialists had been involved. If the truth be told, their best and most experienced cyber teams were baffled, and from there, it had been easy to slide into the vague and murky waters of paranoia and fearful assumptions. More than anything, all members present wanted answers. At the very least, an explanation of what exactly had happened. The truth that stared them in the face in that moment
was one none of them wanted or ever expected to face. There could very well be a country out there that had hidden their abilities. A country that was more powerful and skillful than all of them. Stephanie swallowed hard as her eyes widened and her palms sweated. She was astonished to be addressed in Melagornian, and although she didn't speak it, she was very honored that he would even speak to her. Also, this was no avatar, so she knew she had to be very polite. It was no simulation within the virtual world. This was real. She stood carefully and bowed, raised one hand up, and extended the other out for his. While she wasn't sure if he was on the cusp of the royal greeting or not, she decided that something was better than nothing. She not only wanted to show her admiration and respect for the Melagornian people, but also to show her excitement at the opportunity to ride the train with someone of his stature. The bodyguard maintained a stiff expression, but as the ambassador stood and walked toward her, his mouth dropped open. The official bowed his head, raised his hand, and grasped her forearm with the other. They both held the greeting for several moments to show suitable reverence before they gave each other the traditional Melagornian verbal greeting. As Stephanie straightened, her cheeks flushed, and her excitement grew within her. But she knew that if she couldn't understand him, it would be no good anyway. She thought back to that lesson and smiled, placed her hands behind her back, and latched onto her wrists. Engotish preferatis ingorna discussio? The ambassador cracked a smile and raised his eyebrows at the guard. He looked at her again as they took their seats.
Of course we can.
She looked around as giddiness bubbled to the surface. But you didn't do a cantrip or spell or anything. He chuckled.
When you reach my age of over 200 years old, you tend to be able to achieve the required results without even opening your mouth.
Stephanie bit the inside of her lip and tapped her fingers on her knees as she sat on the edge of the seat. Finally, it got the better of her, and she burst into a smile. I'm sorry. This is so awesome. To get to ride with a real Melagornian, that is. I have only met one in my VR studies, never in real life. I didn't know if I actually ever would. The guard watched her as she giggled and shook her head, apparently on the verge of talking excitedly to herself. A smile moved across his lips, as it did for the ambassador as well. They both realized quickly that she was no threat to anyone. She was merely a curious young adult with a heart that seemed to be true. The ambassador motioned to the guard and said something in his ear. The man nodded and stood, walked across, and extended his hand to Stephanie. She looked at him nervously for a moment, and he chuckled.
He would like you to join him.
She smiled and took his hand, scooted past him, and sat beside the ambassador. They sat there talking and paid little attention to the rising and setting sun displayed in the glass windows. They learned language nuances like what awesome meant, and the fact that he had asked her originally if she was the human who knew magic. In the progression of the discussion, without even knowing it was happening, Stephanie began to ask questions of a high-level wizard, the kind of questions that only a theorist would have asked. The ambassador, having had many, many years of practice in maintaining a collected state of being, did not flinch or spark a notion that he was indeed shocked that she could be human and have that level of Melagornian experience. Curious, he began to probe her knowledge.
And you have tried to concentrate the magic within you to carry it?
Stephanie nodded. I have. And it has worked for a few moments, but when my thoughts change, I lose it. However, I am currently working on a theory that if I pull it into an imagined object in my thoughts, I will be able to secure it and siphon from it as needed. The ambassador rubbed his chin.
That is an interesting theory, but one thing you have not accounted for is the strain that it will have on the human mind.
Melagonian magic and energy has its own flow, a soul, almost, if you will. The connection to that energy must be there to avoid any type of negative consequence.
She nodded, and her eyes remained fixed on the floor. That makes sense. If I try to force it, it will only reject me, just as we have rejected its pull on Earth for so long. Like those who can't feel it at all. The ambassador smiled.
Those who cannot sense the energy are more than merely mentally blocked. They do not possess the inner strength that is passed through the universe. We do not know how humans have acquired it, but for everyone but you, apparently, it is only strong enough to feel.
Stephanie was having the time of her life. The Melagornian official had helped her understand theories that she had not even known were different than what she thought. It made a lot of difference when it came to working with the magic. They continued their conversation without realizing that they were so close to their destination. Before they knew it, the train had pulled into the station in D.C. The ambassador walked her out, and they shared a traditional Melagornian goodbye. She began to walk away, carrying her bag in a complete haze.
"Ms. Morgana,"
the Melagornian called to her.
"Wait 1 minute."
Chapter 45. Stephanie turned, her eyes wide, and smiled as the guard lumbered toward her with something in his hand. He was a large man, a human, and although he gave the appearance of pure muscle, she could tell he had grown a little soft with age. She estimated him to be nearing 40 or so, but the creases at the corners of his eyes showed that he had been in that job for quite some time. There was a protectiveness, but also a kindness in him that made her feel safe. He handed a small white card to her.
"Keep this to yourself."
She took it in her left hand and nodded as she reached her right out to shake. He smiled widely and gripped her hand gently, almost able to wrap his entire fist around her dainty fingers and palm. He glanced over his shoulder and laughed a little harder as he shook his head.
"I have been with him for a very long time. I have to admit, he hasn't had this much fun in years. It is nice to see him enjoy himself. That is something his job does not allow very often. Thank you, young Stephanie. Be safe."
Stephanie shook her head with a bemused grin and watched as he walked away. She looked at the special card in her hand and chewed on her bottom lip. She had read about these cards on the Melagorn Magical Musings website. After a moment's hesitation, she slid her hand into her pocket and clasped the battery, applying the smallest amount of magic she could. The card seemed to shiver in her fingertips, and his information, written in white on the white background, vibrated. She watched in wonder as it lifted off the card and floated toward her. It seemed almost alive as it found its way to her forehead and pressed against it. The information glowed for a moment before it faded into her mind. She blinked her eyes and focused on the image of his phone number in her head, as if she actually read it on a piece of paper. There was no other time that she could think of that her thoughts had been that completely clear. It was almost magical in itself, how well it worked. She released the battery and turned her attention to the now blank piece of stock card in her palm. It began to disintegrate and churn into a fine dust in the center of her hand. When she tilted her hand from side to side, the ash shimmered in the light. A small breeze blew, swept the ash up, and carried it away. Stephanie giggled as she stood there and watched the dance of the wind. When the last of the sparkle had disappeared into the clouds above, she sighed, a contented grin on her cheeks. Ambassador Vratan smiled and rubbed his hands together. He'd watched her face, seen that she had almost immediately known what to do with the card, and then without thought simply did it. She showed ingenuity and bravery in that moment, something he didn't find in very many humans. In fact, those qualities weren't always present in every Melagornian he met either. Like humans, the Melagornians had their fair share of those who worked outside of the parameters of what was expected of them. The difference was that the humans had evolved to know how to handle that, while those in Melagorn, with that distinct inability to regulate, usually ended up dying tragically in some battle on the planet. He took a deep breath and turned to his guard.
Brugus.
His bodyguard, who was collecting the luggage, stopped to listen.
Yes, Ambassador. I would like her followed, he replied. I want to know what she is doing here in this city, especially on her own. It is not the place you would suggest a human-born magi would choose to wander around in. What she has not fully come to understand is that humans have a fear of what they do not understand, while Melagornians tend to have a curiosity until burned. What is different, as we saw when we first came to this planet, is considered a threat to their kind.
Brilgus waved at one of the other guards who had been present on the tram, but remained at a discreet distance.
The Ambassador would like a tail on her. Nothing too close as to alert her that we are watching, but you are to keep a close eye and report back when any new information presents itself.
Vertan put up his hand.
No, Brilgus. I would like you to handle this one. I trust you to keep her safe, and to ensure that you are not discovered. Should you have to make yourself known for any critical reason, she will more readily trust you rather than a stranger. My concerns may be groundless, of course, and I certainly hope they are. But these humans don't know what they have. They haven't yet discovered the rarity and importance of someone of her kind. It would be a shame for the fire to go out too early, and we know exactly what happens to those who stand up to the Federation.
Brilgus nodded.
They are extinguished.
The Ambassador nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on her retreating figure.
Yes, Brilgus, they are extinguished. Thank you for doing this. I know it is outside of your normal commands, and I think it would be best if we kept it between us for the moment, until I learn more about what is going on, of course.
The guard bowed his head.
Of course. Anything that you think is right.
Tearing his eyes away from her, the Ambassador patted him on the shoulder with a smile.
Go on. Don't let her get away from you. She is younger, smaller, and nimbler. We don't want you to have to stay at a job the whole time. You might fall out with that amount of muscle on your bones.
Brilgus rolled his eyes.
This is pure steel. You should feel lucky to have me protecting you.
Vertan laughed.
As I do. Very lucky. And now she can too.
The guard frowned, turned, and followed as nonchalantly as he could, as she pushed through the crowd and out to where the cars were parked, waiting for the passengers to emerge. Stephanie released a deep breath as she set her heavy case down and retrieved her instructions. There should be a car here for me somewhere. She scanned the self-driving cars and at the scrolling signs on the top for any sign of her name. Infuriatingly, she didn't see it anywhere.
Excuse me, but are you Ms. Morgana?
A voice asked from beside her. She turned to find an older gentleman, dressed in a driver's coat with the collar high on his neck and split slightly in the front. His black pants were perfectly pressed, and the tips of his shoes shone brightly. His driver's hat fit his head perfectly, as if it were created for no one but him. I am Stephanie Morgana, yes? He smiled and leaned down to pick up her bag.
Right this way.
She glanced around before she followed him, and her mouth dropped open as he opened the black passenger door to a distinguished black limousine. After a moment, she laughed and hurried forward and thanked her driver as she ducked in, and he closed the door behind her. The lights were dim inside, but the floor and the ceiling lit up, and it seemed as if there were fish tanks above and below her. A droid hovered over a small bar to the right. Without a doubt, she was definitely impressed. The ride was so smooth that she barely even knew they were moving. The droid poured her a soda by request and rested on its charging base, Before long, the driver opened the door for her again, this time welcoming her to the Plaza del Infinito, one of the most exclusive hotels in Washington, D.C. She knew that because she had seen the pictures of the rooftop pool when she had researched the capital. As she walked toward the entrance to the beautiful hotel, she couldn't help but wonder why she had been given this kind of treatment, the kind she imagined the Melagornian official would receive, not some kid from the Chicago GovSubs who happened to know how to throw magic. Almost as soon as that thought entered her mind, the training she had received throughout her life kicked into high gear. It was almost like a swift kick in her ass. There was no reason that she should feel not good enough to have that kind of lifestyle. Or for that matter, why she should feel uncomfortable walking into that hotel and across the glistening white marble floors and the projected ceiling that created a moving face. When she looked closer, the face changed, mimicking the past presidents of the country. You need to value yourself more than other people do, even more than this company seems to be doing. Stephanie pep-talked herself as she walked along. She wouldn't allow herself to make the same mistake that ignorance so easily caused. The sound of a sweet, kind voice shook her from her thoughts, and she looked up to find that she now stood at the desk, having been too deep in her thoughts to notice. The woman behind the counter wore a hip-length jacket that clipped tightly in the front, was perfectly pressed, and had gold bands around the sleeves. Her bright blonde hair was tied back in a sensible bun, and her blue eyes sparkled.
"How can I help you today?"
She retrieved her piece of paper. "I'm Stephanie Morgana. I should have a reservation?" The clerk looked through the system and smiled as she handed the note back and removed a golden key from a drawer in front of her. She then picked up the phone and pressed only one key.
"Yes, our gold standard customer has arrived."
"Excellent." She hung up and looked at the girl.
"Our concierge Albert is on his way to show you the grounds and your room. In the meantime, please press your palm to the reader so we can register you."
Stephanie nodded. "Okay. Thank you." She complied with the request, and it only took a moment before the light clicked to green to confirm success. The woman opened a small folder and went down the list on the right to explain the amenities.
"Coffee maker, 1 cup or full. You can choose. There is a steamer for your clothes, but if you would prefer, you can send them down here and we can do it. We would only need a couple of minutes to get them done. Breakfast will be brought to you, and there is an AI service in your suite that you can speak to about a wake-up call. To change the scenery in your room, ask the AI to jostle the walls, and she will walk you through it. If you have any questions, there is an earpiece in a case on the nightstand. You can put it in and press the small button on the side. It will ring through here, and we will be happy to help."
Albert walked up.
"Hello, Ms. Morgana. May I take your bag and show you to your room?"
Stephanie smiled and handed him her suitcase. She felt weird not carrying it herself, but she shrugged the discomfort off as they walked down the hall to a bank of elevators. Her instinct had been to stop there, but Albert continued to the end of the hall and a shimmering golden elevator. She stepped up beside him, and he nodded at the palm scan. She pressed her hand to it, and the bell tolled before the doors slid open. As they stepped into the elevator, she turned to him. "I heard there is a pool on the roof?" Albert smiled, his hands behind him.
"Yes, but you have your own mini pool inside the suite. You were booked for the Elite Royal. There are 3 bedrooms, a study, the pool room, and a living room."
Stephanie blinked as the elevator opened into the huge apartment at the top of the building. "What would I possibly need with all this space?" Albert chuckled and walked through to set her bag down in what she assumed was a bedroom.
"Will you need anything else?"
Stephanie fumbled in her pocket and pulled out some gold Federation dollars. "No, thank you, but here, it's the best I have." Albert smiled kindly.
"My gratuity
as well as everyone else's, has been taken care of.
He left in the elevator, and Stephanie wandered through the vibrant apartment and into the first bedroom on the right in search of her suitcase. She stared at the huge king-sized bed for a moment, but gasped as she looked beyond it. The walls were all made of glass and provided a breathtaking view of the crystal blue waters of the Maldives. It was, she recalled learning, virtually the only place left on Earth that was lush and full of life. "Welcome to your suite, Ms. Morgana," the AI's voice said crisply. "How can I be of service?" Stephanie found her suitcase on the luggage rack. "I'll unpack my suitcase, but do I have a television in here?" "Of course," the AI replied, and immediately transformed one wall of the room to a giant television. "Is this satisfactory?" She stared at it in disbelief for a moment. "Yep, that will do it." The news was on, and she let it play in the background as she unpacked quickly. She half-listened as they talked about a Dreth pirate raid that had killed an entire fleet of Federation soldiers in deep space. It was something that happened often. The news anchor continued, her voice muffled in the background of her thoughts. "Melagorn?" Stephanie stopped and whirled toward the television. "Volume higher." The volume increased immediately. "In international news, the Melagorn High Council Special Envoy and Ambassador to the King of Melagorn arrived in Washington, D.C. today. It is his first trip back to the city in nearly 3 months. He is here to meet with the world leaders about the Dreth pirate crisis, as well as other Federation concerns." Stephanie put her hands to her cheeks as the news played footage of him getting into a limo and waving to the crowd. "Oh, my God! That was not a High Wizard on the tram! That was His Majesty's Special Envoy High Ambassador!" For several moments, she freaked, completely in heaven at having met and talked to someone so important. But it wasn't long before the information began to sink in. "Oh shit! I didn't bow correctly! He gets a royal greeting! I touched him when I wasn't supposed to ever touch a royal!" She dropped her hands to her sides in horror, but common sense kicked in, and she smiled. There was no way she could have known. But now, she couldn't believe that she had spoken to one of the highest of the high on Melagorn. "Awesome," she whispered, before she turned her attention back to her clothes. Stephanie hung them all in the closet, and the AI showed her how it acted as a steamer for wrinkles, as well as giving them a scent. She chose Morning Lilac, because it was her mom's favorite. "What should I call you?" she asked as she looked around. The AI paused. "You can call me Sarah." She nodded cheerfully. "Perfect. Sarah, I'm so hungry, but I don't want to go out." "Then let me run you through the room service menu," she replied and pulled it up on the wall Stephanie happened to be facing. Dinner was absolutely amazing that night. Stephanie sat in a big, fluffy robe while a droid did her toenails and enjoyed an absolutely delicious dessert to celebrate the craziness that everything had become. She figured she deserved to take advantage of what was offered. Even if the job paid enough for her to live that way, she knew she wouldn't. She would still be her, only she would get her mom and dad out of the GovSubs and set them up for the rest of their lives. But why not enjoy it for a couple of days? "Sarah, can you call my mom?" The AI dinged. "Pairing with tablet. Calling Mom." The wall lit up with a telephone symbol as it rang. Suddenly, her mother appeared, looking like a giant version of herself. "Hi, honey." Stephanie giggled. "Hi, Mom." "Wow. Are you using the hotel phone? It has a great camera angle." She nodded and kicked her feet. "You are literally talking to me from one whole wall. This place is crazy." Cindy was wowed. "That sounds so cool. So it's a good place? Did you eat?" "Did I ever?" Stephanie rubbed her belly. "I had filet mignon, potatoes with cheese, and some sort of oil they called truffle. Then I had Melagorn baked pombos, which are similar to apples, but sweeter. Her mother's eyes widened. Wow, that sounds delicious. I should have stowed away in your suitcase. Stephanie turned to lie on her stomach on the bed and kicked her feet behind her. That would have been so much fun. And you would have died on the tram. I was put in a first-class cabin, and there was one other person in there. He was a Melagornian, and I thought the whole time that I was talking to a high wizard. Cindy raised an eyebrow. Who was he? Stephanie snorted. Only the special envoy high ambassador. Her mom's mouth dropped open. Good God! What was he like? Was he nice? Oh man, was he ever, she gushed. He taught me all kinds of things and gave me his number in case I needed anything while I was here. It was really so crazy. Cindy wrinkled her nose and smiled. I'm so glad. You deserve all of this, you know that, right? You are an amazing woman, and this is special for you. Thanks, Mom, Stephanie said sweetly as she yawned. Oh man, I'm exhausted. I bet. Meeting royalty, eating meat that I have never had a taste of, and now this hotel. You need to have some rest. It's a big day tomorrow, and I have to pick up your father. He stayed behind to fix something at the shop. He will never just rest. Stephanie sat up and wiped her eyes, the sleeves of her robe way too long. Okay, tell Daddy I love him, and I'll let you know how everything goes. Cindy blew her a big kiss. Will do, baby. See you soon. The wall went dark, and Stephanie yawned again. The AI sensed her mood, and immediately dimmed the lights and turned the walls and the ceiling into celestial scenes of swirling heavenly bodies. Sounds of calm and peace played quietly overhead as she curled up in the middle of the huge bed, pulled the down comforter over her, and fell asleep almost instantly. Chapter 46. The next morning, Sarah woke her with gentle morning lights and sweet harmonic music. Inside the bathroom was an entire shower room, rather than a stall or bathtub. The water fell from the ceiling like a gentle waterfall, and steam warmed the entire room. She was so caught up in the luxury that she had to basically run downstairs to reach the car on time. The limo was waiting for her, and they headed out to the east side of the city. Her nerves kicked in as soon as she settled into the limo, and even though the old capital was right outside, she couldn't focus on it at all. When they pulled up to their destination, Stephanie was slightly disappointed. Compared to the luxury she had recently left, the place looked run down. It was in a warehouse park with a guard shack out front and not much of anything else. The truth was that Bert had been so caught up in all the other details and wanted a place that wouldn't draw attention, so he hadn't put much thought into the outside appearance. The car drove through and pulled up at the front of the building. The driver opened her door and helped her out. She smoothed her navy blue sleeveless dress and grabbed her envelope of information. The driver stopped and nodded. I will be back at 3 p.m. sharp to pick you up. I'll be right here. Stephanie smiled and patted him on the shoulder, both as a show of thanks and to recover her resolve for the meeting and put on her professional face. At least, that's what she hoped it was. She headed to the front doors and blew out a breath before she yanked it open and walked inside. As soon as she stepped through the entryway, the lights brightened and revealed a desk in front of her. Lights shimmered as a virtual secretary appeared. It was actually pretty cool. Welcome, Stephanie Morgana, to 1 R&D. To get you set up to go, please step up to the counter and place your palms on the surface and look directly into the retinal scanner. She stepped forward, placed her palms down, and smiled as it scanned her hands. The retinal scanner was fast and had already flashed green by the time she pulled her head back. The door opened to her right, and Ms. Elizabeth walked through. She wore slim, fitted black slacks that ended at the ankles, a black belt, and a plain button-up white shirt tucked in. Her heels clicked as she walked forward. Stephanie turned toward her and clutched her envelope tightly. Ms. Elizabeth put her hand out and shook hers.
"Hello, Steph. My name is Elizabeth Smith. Why don't you come on back with me?"
She nodded nervously and walked past the woman and through the door. Elizabeth glared at the secretary.
"No more visitors."
The holographic secretary nodded and clicked a virtual button to bolt the front doors. Bert finished the upgrade to the Dreth multi-team battle a second or so before the notification came through that Stephanie had arrived at 1 R&D. He apportioned part of his focus to the meeting room and tested all the video and mics hastily to ensure that everything was hooked up properly. He had rented the building, but installed everything he would need to observe digitally. Stephanie sat at the table with a mug of coffee in her hand. Elizabeth popped a chocolate in her mouth and set the plate down on the table.
"Chocolate? They are the best in D.C.
She shrugged, took one, and definitely agreed once it was in her mouth. Elizabeth sat across from her and rested her elbows on the long, shiny black table. She laced her fingers together and waited for the girl to finish chewing. She played the role of a high-level executive, exactly the kind you would find at a facility like that. However, that was not even close to the kinds of roles she'd had in the past. Elizabeth was what someone would call a jack-of-all-trades. Before coming to 1 R&D, she had been an operative for several private companies across the globe. She could essentially find, retrieve, and keep safe anyone or anything that someone needed and was willing to pay the big bucks for. After several years of that, though, she'd grown tired and entered into the consultation business for all security needs, from a small-time burglary system at a rich guy's house to a full-on protect Jesus himself kind of security. On top of that, she would also find that her less than admirable contacts from her days as an operative would hire her out as a troubleshooter for various sundry needs that corporations might encounter. She had never known calm and peaceful. Her life had always been a scratch fight, and that was what she really actually enjoyed. Even as a kid, she came from a rough-and-tumble family, but that was far in the past, and the last thing she ever wanted to talk about. She had spirit, and she meant well in all her intentions. Well, almost all of them. Beneath the strong but feminine muscles, the unyielding stare, and the no-nonsense personality, she had a soft spot. Now, if you pointed that out, she would obviously kick your ass because, when it came down to it, she had faced some of the scariest and most notorious killers in history and walked out alive. She wasn't about to take shit from anyone else. When she got out of the businesses she'd been in, she virtually had a laundry list of aliases she could go by. When she started out, she had simply used her name, but that wouldn't fly, at least not for long. So when she left the operations business, she'd had the boss kill her off, so no one would come looking for her. As could be imagined, she had been more than startled to have 1 R&D figure out who she actually was and hunt her down. The job was so interesting, though, and she found herself so intrigued with what they needed her to do that she couldn't even start to be mad at them for it. She didn't think there were jobs left out there that could even start to catch her attention anymore. That was until Bert, the guy on the phone, had made contact with her. A part of her hoped beyond hope that this wasn't the start of the movie-like uprising of the artificial intelligence with designs to enslave the human race. Then again, most of them probably deserved it. But so far, no one had asked her to do anything wild like keep someone in a cage in bondage, so she had decided to run with it, to see where it took her. Her mission on that particular day was actually really simple. She had to hire Stephanie. The interview really was like a show. The girl already had the job before she even stepped foot on the tram, but also, Elizabeth was responsible for testing her negotiation skills and poise, because apparently last time she bombed that part of it hardcore. Now, she rubbed her hands together.
So, are you enjoying your time in DC so far?
Stephanie kept her poise and responded with a small flash of a smile. It's very nice. I appreciate all the effort to make sure that I am comfortable here. Elizabeth put her hands down.
Good, I'm glad. Now, we will go through a couple of tests. They won't be pod-driven, but will be 3D real-life thought processes.
The girl nodded and rested her hands in her lap. The older woman stood and slammed both hands on the tabletop and pulled them up slowly. The 3D imaging followed her and created a bubble that floated between them. Stephanie chuckled at how hard she had jumped. The executive typed on the tabletop, and Stephanie quickly realized it had computer touch technology in the surface of it.
Okay. I put 15 scenarios that cover morality, Milligorn tradition, and decision processing. Go through each one and select the multiple choice you think is best. If for some reason you think you have a better idea, you can choose the other tab and type in your answer. You have 22 minutes. And go.
Elizabeth stood and began to wander around, peeking over at her as she worked. Unbeknownst to her or anyone else, Bert had already set Stephanie up with additional training. Of course, she took all the courses that everyone had seen and knew about, but a few more had been added since he knew how smart she was. In the end, it was no contest. She had passed every single one of them. He had even calculated the results himself, especially since on 10 out of 15 questions, she had chosen other and had actually written a viable possibility of an alternate solution. It was brilliant, and even Elizabeth could see it in her. She was no ordinary girl. There was something deeper in there, but the other woman couldn't quite put her finger on it.
So, Elizabeth affirmed, you obviously passed with flying colors. Congrats. So before I move forward, I want to ask, is this a company you would like to work for?
Stephanie glanced around, and the corner of her mouth tugged upward. I think most definitely. It has all the qualities that are essential to research and development, without all the annoyances that usually go along with that. So, yes, I would love to. Elizabeth smiled and grabbed 2 rubber-tipped pens and tossed her one. She cleared the scenario on the tabletop in front of her and brightened the tone to create a writing pad.
Now, all we have to do is negotiate the salary. I will write the initial offer, and we can go from there.
She held back a smirk as she wrote down the very slap-in-the-face original offer of $20,000 in credits and room and board. Without a word, she flipped the virtual paper and slid it towards Stephanie. She watched her face carefully, but the girl didn't even blink. Elizabeth was almost fearful that she would have to be the one to slap the hell out of her for accepting an offer that wasn't even appropriate for a janitor. To her surprise and pleasure, though, Stephanie looked at her. Okay, I see you made the first move. Now, why don't we get the laughs out of our system and start the actual negotiation? The woman licked her lips and managed not to grin. Counter me. Stephanie began writing without even a pause to think. Either she had planned it before, or she was so genius she had it on lock. She finished and flipped the paper to push it back across the table. Elizabeth took a deep breath and voiced it out loud. Your counter is $250,000, room and board, transportation, a pod in your room, retirement plan, and a 3-year minimum of $350,000 should you be let go for any reason. That right there was her leftover trauma from what had happened to her, and the fact that she wanted to keep herself moving forward, not be caught up in the money for the long term. Elizabeth rubbed her hand over her mouth and tried to hide the shock on her face. She had seen her won and raised by $180,000 per year, a pod, retirement, and a clause that would make her even richer than when she was working if she were to be discharged for any reason. That was brilliant. In all reality, as Elizabeth tapped her fingers over the paper, she wasn't nervous in the least. What she had offered was actually still a little lower than what she was worth, but not as low as she'd expected. So, of course, Elizabeth immediately became competitive. She was determined to win this contract war, and at the same time, do what she was there to do, train her. They went back and forth several times, Elizabeth basically trying to take as much away from it as possible without losing it. She wanted to see how far someone could push her before she reached her breaking point. But with each negotiation, Stephanie stayed cool and composed, countered it with very little change, and in fact, at one point, started to push her price up. Elizabeth put her hands in the air and laughed. That's more than your original. That's $275,000, room and board, transportation, a pot in your room, retirement plan, and your $350,000 a year if you are fired. Stephanie nodded. That sounds about right. I realized when I came in here that I would let it all go and know my worth. Well, as we went along, I let go of that feeling of not wanting to talk about money out of insecurity. And when I did that, I realized that I am still discounting myself and my abilities. I would be an asset, not a depreciation. The older woman was impressed, but still reluctant to give in. So she pulled out the oldest trick in the book. I totally think you're worth it, but I'm not allowed to go that high for this position. It's really the limits that were put on us. We all have to answer to someone, and basically I am only the negotiator. How about this? How about we start you lower at, say, $120,000 a year? Stephanie folded her arms. Okay, how about I walk? Elizabeth tried to play it tough and threw her hands up like there was nothing she could do. The girl stared at her for a second before she slid her hand into her pocket. She put her phone on the table and spun it around a couple of times. It's obvious that you have missed the whole point of the fact that I will not sell myself short. But hey, I have another option. It just so happens that I have Ambassador Vertan's number memorized. I have his permission to contact him at any time. I'm sure he would like to have someone like me on his staff while he is here on Earth. I know the Melagornians are rolling in the Federation's money, and because they are not a commerce kind of planet, they have more than enough to go around. He'd probably double my original proposal. Bert watched the camera feed and listened to her use her clout and her self-confidence to push the envelope on the discussions. He could see Elizabeth grind her teeth and try to see if she was bluffing or not. The woman had no idea that Bert had made sure she would be on the tram with Vertan. After a couple of minutes had passed, Elizabeth shook her head, placed her palms on the surface, and pulled the images down to the center of the tabletop. She chuckled as she leaned back and rolled her neck. That's really cute. Nice touch, really, but, we both know you don't have his number. But it was a good try. Seriously. Stephanie sat there with a small, almost condescending smile on her face. She didn't think of it that way, though. Surprisingly, she really enjoyed negotiating for her salary. She liked the small trace of irritable tension between the two of them, as they basically scrutinized one another and tried to decide if the other was bullshitting them or not. In this case, Stephanie already knew she wasn't attempting something that she couldn't follow through on, and in her mind, that gave her the controlling hand. She tapped her phone to turn the screen on. Here's the deal. I call him, the ambassador, that is. If either he or his guard Brilgus answers, I get what I want on the first bid from me. $250,000 and all the rest I originally put down. Let's be honest, I know I'm worth more than that. But I like this place. I like the feel of it, the way that it's so simplistic on the outside, and so technologically beyond where we are out there on the inside. It's camouflaged, basically. And there aren't a million employees coming and going and making everything a huge mess from the beginning. And if you don't win? Stephanie shrugged. Then I have to compromise. If I don't win, we agree to your numbers for 6 months, and I'm out of the contract if I'm not worth the money. Or, we agree to move to my numbers. It will be a back to the drawing board kind of thing. What do you think? Elizabeth stretched her arms over her head and leaned back as she sucked air through her teeth. I don't know. That's not a lot of compromise. If you lose, run with my offer for 6 months, with a 50% raise thereafter.
At 18 months, if we still have you under contract, we will agree to your full requests. No questions asked. We can even draw them up now and secure them in a nice little glass case, waiting for you to break the glass and get your just rewards. That is more like a compromise in my eyes." She stared at her opponent for a minute, and without saying anything, picked her phone up. Her heart thudded a little, but she closed her eyes to bring the vivid picture of the ambassador's information to the forefront of her mind. When she had it, she typed in the contact information and pressed send. Finally, she had to type in her very long ID number that he had given on the card. All the while, Elizabeth simply sat and watched and shook her head. Stephanie set the phone on the table facing her as she waited for the system to clear her ID number. Bert found it almost comical how they both sat there and stared at each other, both with a smirk on their faces, but neither with raised or heightened emotions. They were simply two high-powered women who both tried to have their way. They were so cunning that something like that could last way longer than an afternoon in the warehouse. The phone beeped twice and began to ring. 1 ring. 2 rings. Chapter 47.
Hello, this is Ambassador Vratan's number. Brilgis speaking. Who is this?
Elizabeth raised an eyebrow, not fully convinced yet.
Stephanie smirked and leaned forward.
"Hello, Brilgis. This is Stephanie from the tram yesterday."
Immediately, the guard's voice went from gruff to warm and inviting.
Oh, hi, Steph. I guess you saw the news. The ambassador was sad he couldn't share who he was with you. He really was enjoying your open conversation, and he knew that would change the whole thing. Of course, he also tries to keep a low profile, and no matter how well we vet those trains, we are never fully sure that they aren't bugged in some way.
She grinned. "Please, no apologies are ever needed to me. I'm actually the one who should be apologizing."
Why?
He asked.
You were on point with everything, and you were able to calm your excitement down quicker than I would have if I were in your shoes.
Stephanie laughed. "I just pictured you as a giggling schoolgirl. No, I realized when I saw him on the news that I didn't bow correctly to him. He's on the level of royalty, and I should never have grasped his arm."
Brilgis laughed and waved her off.
He doesn't do anything he doesn't want to do. Trust me. He was so impressed that you even knew what to do there, and on top of that, speaking to him in Melagonian. That was sweet. I won't lie, I was impressed.
She shared his amusement briefly, before she took a deep breath. "I don't want to hold you up, but I thought I would call and offer to take you and the ambassador to dinner while we are in D.C. The guard groaned.
I wish we could. I really do apologize, but he is booked solid for the next month. In fact, there are days where he is having dinner twice in one night. It's exhausting and insane. However, I do suspect he would rather cancel some of the dinners and spend more time with you discussing Melagorn theory than business contracts between worlds."
They both laughed, while Elizabeth sat and listened quietly. Stephanie tapped her fingers on the glass and watched curiously as small bubbles of color appeared and disappeared with each tap. "Well, Brilgis, it was great talking to you. I'll let you get back to protecting and serving. I'm sorry you are stuck at all the boring stuff out there. Now I'll be thinking about you while I enjoy my free time." He chuckled.
Thanks for that. You take care, and don't hesitate to call if you need anything.
Stephanie put her finger on the phone. "Will do. Bye." She pressed the off button and leaned back in her chair, a triumphant smile on her face. "There you go. I think that was more than enough information for you to be convinced it was really him." Elizabeth clapped her hands. "I have to admit, I'm not stupidly shocked. You are a bright girl, but I am a bit surprised. I think anyone would be, but I guess you got your way." Stephanie pumped her fist and cleared her throat as she straightened in the chair again. "I have to pass my finals, of course, but I can start after that if you wish." The older woman took a deep breath. swiped the tabletop computer off, and chuckled to herself.
It's the first time I've been bested that badly in 18 years. For 18 long years, I have been on a winning streak.
What happened 18 years ago? Elizabeth stood and pushed in her chair, and her eyes glistened with the memories of 18 years before. She shifted her gaze to meet Stephanie's. The girl's eyebrow was raised, and her arms folded. Elizabeth pointed at her and paused for a moment.
Ask me again when you're 21. It's not a story meant for the faint of heart, that's for sure.
She cracked up and shook her head.
Oh, man. Okay, there is one more thing to do, and then you can head out and enjoy your night in D.C.
Stephanie followed her, feeling a whole lot of relief that the hard and anxiety-ridden part of it was over. She hadn't known what to expect when she came out there, but it wasn't nearly as scary as she thought it would be. Elizabeth led her down a long hall, painted completely dark gray from floor to ceiling with a faint glow to it. She reached a large steel door and leaned forward to enter a code. A box hissed forward, and the doors slid open. The woman set her chin on the holder and stared directly ahead as the machine scanned her retina. She pulled back and blinked for a moment until it shut. A small keyboard-looking device popped out, and she pressed her fingers onto the circle. Stephanie heard a small burst of air, and Elizabeth moved to the edge of the board and dripped a small bead of her blood on it. She looked at Stephanie as it ran her information.
This one is kind of the crowning jewel, if you can't tell.
Stephanie chuckled as the door unlocked, and Elizabeth pulled it open. As they stepped out onto the white floor, the tiles lit up with each step. 3D images hovered all around the edges, some of them full bodies, and others digital representations of a person's heart, lungs, and veins. In the center was a pod, painted in a bright blue, the door already open. Elizabeth put her hands out.
These are the representations of your stats. No more tiny screens. This is your pod.
The girl pointed at it in bemusement and approached it nervously. Wow, this is unlike anything I've seen before.
Because it was made especially for you.
Stephanie wanted to ask how, since she'd only just gotten the job, but she was too eager to jump in and get going, so she brushed it off as more of an overstatement than the actual truth. Elizabeth took her envelope and bag and set it on a clean white table.
In this one, you have to go in naked. That's part of the reason why I'm the one who was chosen to be here and do this with you. That, and the fact that I am supremely qualified. Sorry, boys. No need to apply.
She laughed nervously and turned away as she began to take her clothes off. While she was extremely shy, she pushed through it as fast as she could. She folded her clothes and set them on the table. As she climbed into the pod, she glanced quickly at her companion and realized that Elizabeth had actually turned away to give her privacy.
The pod is engineered for continuous use. It can sustain you for almost a full month, should something happen. If there is a power outage, we don't want you to be stuck in there without provision,
the woman explained. Stephanie was shocked. She had never heard of something like that. Sure, it was nuts that it could do that, but even more so that there was some sort of mechanism that would be deployed that would be able to keep her alive for up to a month if she was offline from everyone. Shit, how advanced is this pod? Elizabeth walked over as she lay down and looked at the simple but sleek interior.
The main concern for this, and why so many precautions were taken, is because of your power. If your research breaks something, the company has time to figure out how to pull you out safely. But it's only a safety feature. We don't actually expect that to ever happen. We merely want to be prepared.
She raised her eyebrow and glanced at Elizabeth's middle as she stood with her hands on the door. Instinctively, she looked around her for buttons, gloves, or headpieces, but there was nothing. Only a small touchscreen in the front with the One R&D logo on it, and that was it. There is no need for me to adjust anything? The woman chuckled as if she sensed her disbelief, and didn't blame her. It was beyond wild.
Steph, relax.
This is a very special pod. Stephanie mumbled nervously to herself. Right. Made especially for me. Got it. Elizabeth tapped the door. I'm gonna send you in for only a few. We want to make sure everything is connected properly. So go in the world, do something small and not too fancy, and then tell the AI you want to come back. It's that simple. She gave her a thumbs up and rested her hands on her stomach as she shut the door. A stream of sparkling lights shimmered on the ceiling, which provided enough light to make it comfortable. Beneath her, and within the cushioning of the bed, a small needle pricked her on the ass cheek. It wasn't enough to make her jump, but she definitely noticed. Quickly, though, the warming of the bed liner and the serum injected took her into the virtual world. The avatar room revealed no surprises, and she took a deep breath, realizing that she was at least in her panties and bra now. She hastily tapped a pair of jeans, a hoodie, and some flip-flops. When she was done, she glanced upward as she usually did to look for the AI, even although in reality, they were all around her. Without a word, mostly because Stephanie had become something of a pro at it, she zoomed out and appeared in a field of tall, waving grass on Melagorn. Her neck felt a little stiff, which was strange since she was only an avatar, but everything also felt like it moved much quicker as far as processing speeds went. That she wouldn't complain about. After a hurried look around, she grabbed a piece of tall grass and broke it off. Something quick. Okay. She gripped the piece of grass in her hand and closed her eyes to draw the energy up and through her. A surge struck her hard in the chest and almost knocked her off her feet. She opened her eyes and glanced around. That had been much harder than it usually was. Nonetheless, she could still feel the magic flowing through her. Stephanie focused on the piece of grass and pushed magic through her fingertips and over the blade. Then, without a question in her mind, she tossed it into the air and watched as it burst and transformed into 100 different butterflies that swooped and swirled around her. She laughed and found solace in her abilities. If only she could stay longer. But she had her instructions. Besides, she would be back soon. I'm ready to go back, Stephanie called to her AI. The AI replied, Close your eyes. She obeyed instantly and waited a moment until her cool hand touched the bare skin of her belly. Just like that, she was back. No soaring scenes and no white room. Merely in and out. Like walking through a door. The door hissed and opened slowly. She covered her breasts and locked her knees as she slid out. Elizabeth had her head turned away and held her clothes up. Thanks, Stephanie chuckled, took them, and pulled them on quickly. She zipped her dress and tapped Elizabeth on the shoulder. The woman turned and stuck her hand out to shake Stephanie's. Welcome to 1 R&D. As long as you can get back within a month, we are good. While that weighed slightly on her mind, it was more of a nail-biter than a complete freak-out session. She merely needed to make sure to focus herself and get shit done. It was definitely worth it. Elizabeth looked at her watch and clapped firmly before she led her out of the room. She locked it and pressed a code to arm the security on it. It's 2:54. Perfect timing. Do you need me to walk you out? Stephanie looked straight down the hall to the lobby door. Nope. I guess I work here now, so I got it. Elizabeth snapped her fingers. We'll see you tomorrow, kiddo. And no need to dress up. Be comfortable, girl. She chuckled and thought about all the clothes she'd bought. When she walked outside, her limo driver was already waiting, his arms out and his eyes wide. She giggled and gave him a thumbs up. He gave her a high five and opened the door. She climbed in, happy to take her heels off, and put her feet up. Once she wiggled into a comfortable position, she grabbed her phone from her bag and frowned at a missed text. It was an alert from her bank to notify her that she had to come in to sign some documents. Weird. Maybe they are already processing me a bonus. Sweet. She tossed it back in her purse. Back at the building, Elizabeth hurried to her office and created a report to send to the owner. She knew he'd already crept in on them anyway, but she intended to follow all the way through. Once she'd sent the report off, she grabbed her jacket and purse, flipped her light off, and locked the door. As she headed down the hall, she turned the light switches off and pulled out her keys. She locked the inside door, pulled it twice to check, and then made her way to the security board, where she punched in her key and pressed arm. An eye roll was not even sufficient for the lackluster security system they had on the place. I really need to upgrade that POS, she muttered to herself as she left. A hoverbike turned the corner and came to a stop on the other side of the street from the warehouse complex. The driver kept his helmet on, the visor down to hide his eyes. He watched as the limo pulled out and sped off with Stephanie Morgana inside. He was about to turn the bike on again, but paused as another woman came out the front doors and locked them behind her. The man drew a small tablet from his back pocket and scanned through the ambassador's schedule, but there was no free time for a review. He scrolled through the contacts and hit send, then held it up to the now open visor of his helmet.
Yeah, she was here. And another woman. But only those two. I thought that since the ambassador won't be open for review tonight, I'd get some tools and do a little recon. Find out what the hell they are doing inside an old dusty warehouse.
The control agreed.
Just go ahead and do it. No need to wait for dark. Roger that.
He turned the phone off, started his bike, and headed off to collect his tools. Ambassador Vratan walked out of the meeting holding his books to his chest and with his robe hood still up. He grumbled to himself as he approached Brilgus.
Pompous idiots. How has this species survived as long as it has?
The guard toned his smile down and led the ambassador down the hall and into a private conference room. Once there, he smiled from ear to ear. Vratan narrowed his eyes and threw up a spell of silence to hover like a shield around them.
Spill it. Why are you smiling so much?
Brilgus chuckled.
Stephanie called. She saw you on the news, and her biggest concern was that she didn't greet you properly. She wanted to take us to dinner, but she understood why we couldn't. Also, she wanted to thank us for being so awesome.
Vratan couldn't help but smile, too. He patted his companion on the back.
Thanks. I needed that to let me know this isn't a world completely full of stupidity. Only the asshats in that room.
Then he paused, glancing up at Brilgus's face.
Look after her for me, okay? Let's keep her safe.
Although he hadn't planned on waiting that long, after seeing how many people lived near there, the hoverbike driver didn't return until dark. He drove past the guard shack, knowing full well that if there were someone in there, they would be holographic. He hurried the bike down and around to the back of the building. At first, he'd considered the front, but decided to not be so bold. He found the electrical box and opened it to locate the wires connected to the system. With practiced ease, he plugged his small converter box into it, and then to the laptop, opened it, and entered the information. Within seconds, he cracked the code and managed to turn the system off from right there.
What did they use to arm this thing? 1993 Brinks alarm? What a joke.
Still chuckling, he went to the back door, picked the lock, and strolled inside. His control watched him walk through via the camera on his helmet. He ran his finger over a shelf and sneered.
This place is clean. Too clean.
He wandered through the halls and found nothing but half-empty rooms and old offices. Finally, he ended up in front of the large steel doors. He grinned.
One of these things is not like the other.
His tools would no doubt prove their mastery once again, he thought smugly as he went to work, and tried like hell to get the door open. Chapter 48. The loud blare of the alarm on her tablet woke Elizabeth suddenly from her sleep. She gasped and raised her head, her hair in her eyes. For a moment, She listened into the darkness, and finally realized what the sound was. She rolled over and tried to pull her leg from the covers. It got caught as she stood and threw her off balance, and she hopped and flailed across the floor. She gritted her teeth and growled loudly as she finally managed to find her feet. Thoroughly irritated by now, she snatched the tablet off the table, swiped right, and peered at the alarm warning. What the? Someone thought they were smart enough to break into the office by simply disarming the outer security system. Little did you know, dumbass, that in itself triggers the alarm. She was rightfully pissed, she decided, as she fumbled for her clothes and pulled them on. Not only because someone actually had the nerve to try to break in, but also because the building sucked ass so badly when it came to security. AI, wake up, Elizabeth said, and hopped around as she attempted to pull her boot on. Call the cops and send them to the warehouse. I'm headed over there now. Of course. Be safe, the AI responded. Elizabeth laughed. Yes, Mom, of course. Bert worked through gathering several of the programs he had spread out during the hacking attempt back into a more secure location. He didn't want them all together, but definitely couldn't leave them dangling out in other countries. That could be catastrophic. He lost focus when a notification buzzed through his system. Someone tried to force their way into his special lab. Immediately, he was pissed beyond belief and turned his load and attention to the building. He scanned through the security camera and found the culprit right away. The man stood in front of the steel door and tried to figure out how to circumvent the single piece of security equipment. The intruder selected a different tool and resumed his attempt, whispering to himself as he worked. He glanced at the camera, but at that point didn't seem to care. Of course, perhaps he thought he had shut them off. There must be something inside here. The outside security was too damned easy. Bert immediately made notes that he would need to pay a hell of a lot more attention to the shit in the real world if intended to dabble with real-world things. That included having the appropriate security for any building that he owned or rented. Elizabeth groaned and held her hand on the horn. She looked out and down from her sky vehicle and knew she had to shift down lanes to make sure she could take the right exit. Hey, asshole! Try to pick up the pace instead of picking your ass! He flipped her off and sped away. As she made her way down the lanes of traffic, the AI in the car had a field day with all the tickets she had accrued. We have received a ticket for excessive speeding, $400 in Federation credits or coins. Another ticket for endangering birds by leaving designated lanes, $600 in Federation credits or coins. We have received a ticket for flying on a no-fly zone and endangering the buildings and architecture through the city, $200 in Federation coins or credits. She jerked the wheel to swerve around a car and back again. The AI spoke immediately. A ticket for changing lanes without using a signal, $200 in Federation coins or credits. Passing on a one-way flyway, $600 in Federation coins or credits. Elizabeth yanked the steering wheel to circumvent the other vehicles while she screamed and went wild at the people who wouldn't let her over. The AI paused, but didn't stop. Exposing a Federation-ruled breast and nipple to the public, $350. Unladylike behavior regulated by the Federation. Grabbing crotch and screaming out, screw this gremlin. $36 in Federation coins or credits. For God's sake! Shove the tickets up your ass and shit confetti! She yelled irritably. The AI responded with silence. Oh shit! She yelled as she yanked the wheel to the side, slammed on her brakes, and immediately pressed the accelerator again. The intruder jimmied the security code box on the door with 3 new tools, but still had little success. He growled in frustration and threw them in the box. Goddamned door. His finger was bleeding, so he sucked on the blood and stared belligerently at the door. His gaze shifted through his tools. and finally slowed on the dynamite patch that protruded from his bag. A new speculative light glistened in his eyes, and he packed his stuff before he removed the patch and smirked.
For those times when a knock isn't sufficient,
he chuckled. He stared at the patch and grimaced when he remembered the last time he'd used one. It was not a pleasant memory. He had picked concrete out of his back for weeks because he hadn't run fast enough. That wouldn't happen now, though. He simply wanted to get in and out as fast as possible. He peeled the back off the patch and attached the cables to the bottom. His first instinct was to apply it to the door, but he shook his head and shifted his focus to the wall. He felt he had a better chance to get through that way than if he tried to bust through steel doors. Bert watched what he did and began a calculation of the different odds for the likely outcome. He ran them one last time, scanned them into his system, and created the reaction that would correlate with the answers. Suddenly, he startled and turned his attention back to the camera. Oh, shit. The spy hurried down the hall and around the corner, unwinding the wires as he went. He connected them to the detonation box very carefully, while he had already tucked himself safely around the corner. He really didn't want to be surprised by a loud-ass explosion. He figured he would be safe there, and the rest of the debris would damage the walls or whatever. It was merely a small dynamite patch, after all. Once everything was hooked up, he snickered to himself and flattened his back against the wall.
Fire in the hole!
A homeless man wandered down the block, smacked his lips, and spilled the one and only bottle of whiskey he'd managed to pick up that day. As he approached the front of the warehouse area, he hiccuped and fumbled inside his jacket to pull a white cat out. It mewed and rubbed its whiskers on his face.
We're gonna get real warm tonight, Mr. Fluffy.
Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and the first building inside the warehouse area erupted in a truly magnificent blast. The homeless man fell back, landed hard, and coughed as smoke and debris filled his lungs. The blast had blown his eyebrows and Mr. Fluffy's ass hair off. Chapter 49. Elizabeth gripped the steering wheel tightly and tried to fight the turbulence that threatened to jerk it from her grasp.
Come on, baby, get a hold of yourself.
The car shuddered and swerved, slewed slightly, and finally straightened. Her shoulders relaxed, and she exhaled a deep breath as she regained her control again. She leaned her head down and glared out the window. A brilliant flash of light was immediately followed by a rolling cloud of smoke and fire that swelled into the night sky. The AI came back over the speaker.
Loss of building. 1.2 million Federation credits or coins.
She rolled her eyes and hit the gas, shaking her head and mumbling,
That's what insurance is for.
Angrily, she blinked at the billowing smoke in the distance, as pissed as hell that this was how her night had ended up. After everything she had accomplished that day, this was the universe's way of saying thank you.
I'll find these asswipes and make sure to get my money back.
Her phone rang loudly in the car, and she jumped and swerved to the right. She swished her hand through the air to activate the onboard phone connection. The screen read, "The boss." Her nostrils flared. Well, shit. The cheerful chirping of birds and light strumming of a harp pumped quietly through Stephanie's hotel apartment. Very slowly, the light brightened the room, and a scene of shimmering wheat fields covered all the walls. She rolled over in bed and stretched her arms overhead. A tremor of anticipation pushed through her, and she smiled for a moment before she groaned and snuggled in for another minute.
Good morning, Stephanie. How did you sleep?
The AI asked. She grinned. Like a baby with a brand new lucrative career and a bed made from the clouds of heaven? So pretty good. The AI paused.
You have a new message on your tablet. Sender is 1 R&D.
Stephanie opened her eyes and snatched her tablet from the side table. She swiped left and opened the message screen, still astounded at how fast the net was in the hotel. The message was from Elizabeth, and she clicked on it immediately. Stephanie, your day at 1 R&D has been canceled due to lack of access to the building. Any and all training will be made up on your first day reporting for the job. As you are already in Washington and don't leave on the tram until tomorrow, we have deposited funds into your account so that you are able to do anything you would like to in the city today. Have fun and stay safe. We will be in contact soon. Elizabeth. She pursed her lips and put the tablet down. On one hand, she had never seen DC before, but on the other, she really wanted to spend some time in the virtual world. A little disappointed now, she pulled the covers back and hopped out of bed to wander into the dining area. I took the liberty of ordering you your favorite breakfast, and the coffee is steaming hot, the AI informed her. Stephanie smiled and sat on one foot in the chair. She took a bite of bacon. Thanks, Sarah. Will you alert the limo driver that I will be ready to go in an hour? Sure. Where is your destination? The remnants of the monument? The foundation of the White House? The shrine of the Third World War? She shook her head. No, only to the local pod rental place. At least to start with. Her mind made up, she hurried through breakfast and stood for a moment as she considered her clothes. She didn't want to wear anything special, as she'd prefer to keep a low profile, so simply threw on a pair of jeans, a hoodie, and a new pair of running shoes she had asked Sarah to have sent up. It took barely a moment to pull her hair into a ponytail and put a baseball cap on. The limo driver was more than happy to take her to a pod place, but instead of the closest, he took her to the nicest one. That way, she could also see the new reflecting pool they had built. It was the 5th one, and included holographic images of DC historical features that traced peacefully over the water. It was nice enough, but Stephanie's mind was on the pod. He dropped her there and circled the block to find parking. She didn't have any issues, and no one seemed to pay any attention to who she was. Better yet, she definitely wasn't recognized by anyone. The guy at the front was surprised that she wanted the best pod in the private room, but money talked, and she had more than enough. He took her back and reprogrammed the palm security for the door so that she would be the only one to be able to access it when she was in there. Once inside the rig, she put the gloves on and the sensors on her head and recalled how amazing it had been in the other pod. While she wasn't sure how this one worked, it was still awesome. She stood in the avatar closet room and scrolled through the bank robber game weapons. The batteries were not in stock, and the note in their place claimed some sort of system malfunction. Instead, she chose a laser gun and 2 electric daggers and suited up. When she pressed the button, she was transported instantly to the non-magical side. She immediately began to run through and fired an ongoing barrage at the enemies. 3 men waited directly ahead of her, ready to fire as soon as she came within range. She threw herself aside and flipped onto a 2-foot-wide ledge. As she began to slide along on her back, she aimed her weapon out between her legs. She pulled the trigger and struck the first attacker squarely in the chest to catapult him back over the railing to the level below. Shifting her aim, she fired at the second and grimaced as his head erupted a split second before his body folded in almost slow motion. She turned her sights on the third, but had reached the end of the ledge and fell to land hard and roll awkwardly. Her head bounced off one of the chairs in the terminal waiting area, and she groaned as she rubbed the back of it. The sound of a cocking gun made her open her eyes, and she sighed as she stared down the barrel of the third man's gun. Seriously? Pain seared through her as the bullet pierced her chest, and the room hurtled out of sight. When the sense of motion ceased, she opened her eyes, snarled her annoyance, and stared at the closet ceiling. She patted her chest, but there was no wound. Grimly determined, she pushed to her feet, snatched up a new gun, and pressed the button again. She landed in the same spot as before and immediately readied her weapon. A monstrous roar from her right sent a shaft of trepidation through her. A massive creature she had never seen before swiped its huge tentacle down and dashed the gun from her hands. With a muttered curse, she made a run for it. Her legs pedaled furiously, but she had barely taken a few steps when the tentacle wrapped around her ankles. Her eyes widened, and her arms flailed as she fell forward, and her face smacked painfully into the floor. She groaned as blood trickled out of her mouth and into a puddle under her chin. The tentacles yanked to haul her back toward the creature. Stephanie managed to flip onto her back and scrabbled frantically to draw her 2 electrical knives. She grunted and forced herself to sit up as she slid toward the beast. With both hands, she stabbed the blades into the tentacles and whipped her arms outward to cut through the flesh until the appendage was completely severed. Quickly, she yanked the dead part off her legs and bolted to her feet to make a run for the other side in search of the stairwell down to the magical area. As she sprinted over bodies on her approach to the stairs to the right, her foot landed in a pool of blood, and the other one never hit the ground. She skated across the floor on a direct trajectory with the huge plate glass window up ahead. Unable to stop her momentum, she raised her hands and turned her shoulder into the impact. The motion protected her face, but did nothing to slow her headlong launch through the window that overlooked the landing area below. The outer windows might be reinforced, but interior ones definitely were not, she thought stupidly, as glass shards fell alongside her. She scowled as she registered the sting of innumerable abrasions, then stiffened as she realized her predicament. Her mind whirled as she tried to calculate the odds of surviving the fall, which didn't seem particularly good. She sniffed and grumbled her frustration, and wondered how badly the impact would hurt. The mental calculation was wasted effort, as she never did find out. She looked up and gasped as a ship slammed into her. Stephanie sat straight on the floor, her breath rasping, and clutched her chest. She was in the avatar closet once more, mended and ready to go again. She struggled to her feet, placed her hands on her back, and cracked it. Ugh. Absolutely enraged now, she stumbled over to the wall and grabbed 2 pistols, a dagger, and a laser gun this time. She would go full Rambo, and didn't give a rat's ass. Her fist pounded the go button, and she appeared in the back corner of the 6th floor, non-magic side. That meant she had to make it down 3 floors simply to find the robbers in the first place. With a sigh that she hoped would calm her a little, she drew her pistol and immediately whipped it up to shoot a man in the face. She stepped over his body, stopped, and waited for 2 people with chainsaws — she had no idea where they found those — to run past, screaming at one another. A part of her wondered if this game was more of an excuse to run around in crazy avatars with stupid weapons than to actually stop bank robbers. Nonetheless, she continued and eliminated 4 people and a huge owl before she reached the stairwell. She hurried down, skipped floors 5 and 4, and took 2 steps at a time until she landed at floor 3. She had no desire to go in and simply wanted to make it to the magical side. But as she passed the door, she heard men yelling to get down on the ground. As she paused there, she heard another one. "Put the money in the bag." "The robbers," she whispered quietly. She checked the mags in her pistols to confirm she had 1 bullet left in one and 9 in the other. Her daggers were still strapped to her sides, and the laser gun lay comfortably on her back. She crept up to the stairwell door and peeked out through the crack. Across the hall was the First Federation Bank, and sure enough, the simulated bank robbery was in progress. The whole point of the game was to get the bank robbers to the magical prison before getting killed by someone or something. Stephanie crouched and crept through the door to take cover behind a half wall. Slowly, she peeked over the top and watched as the robbers hustled out. There were only 2. Both wore clown masks and carried the money stuffed in duffel bags. She moved her fully loaded pistol to her left hand and held the laser gun in the right. She took a deep breath, stood, and aimed at the men. "Freeze! Don't move!" One of the 2 tried to escape, but she shot him in the leg, and he tumbled amidst vociferous curses. She stepped out from behind the wall and kicked the downed man's gun out of reach. Surprisingly, when she aimed her pistol in the other one's face, he simply assumed a slightly dazed look and began to laugh loudly. Spit dribbled out the bottom of his mask. She ripped it off, threw it to the ground, and raised her pistol to press it against his head. "It said I can win the game whether you're alive or dead."
"What did it say about you being alive or dead?"
a voice said from behind her. She put her hands up when she felt the barrel of a gun press against the back of her head. Damn it! The blast of the gun echoed through her head, and so did the wave of pain. When she opened her eyes in the avatar closet this time, though, she had a plan. The robbers were avatars, merely simulations, and the robbery took place at the same time and the same spot every round of the game. It was how the simulation worked. All the live players were what really made it challenging. Stephanie selected the pistols again, some extra ammo, and a set of throwing stars. She hit the button and found herself on level 4, only one up from the robbery. More carefully this time, she crept through the level and eliminated 3 people before she reached the stairwell. The stairs were empty, so she snuck down and stopped outside the level 3 door, pulled back, and aimed her gun at the place they would walk into. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, they came through. Without warning, she shot the smaller one in the head and kicked his body down the steps. She looked at the other and nodded. "Throw your gun down." He sighed and obeyed. She grabbed him hard by the neck and stuck the gun into his back. "Don't stop until we reach the magic level." At level 0, they stopped when they were suddenly surrounded by 4 guys. Stephanie shifted her gaze back and forth as they closed in on her. As soon as the first one lurched forward, she launched herself up and onto the robber's shoulders. She swung her foot into the first man's face, using his speed against him. Bones cracked, and he shrieked and clutched his nose and cheeks. Stephanie threw herself back and landed hard, but immediately raced at the second of the 4 men. He tried to punch her, but she ducked and came up under his chin with her fist driving the thrust. Teeth flew from his mouth, and his eyes rolled back as he went down. Without looking, she could feel another hurtle in from behind. She waited until he put his arms around her, before she drove her elbow hard into his stomach. He gasped, winded, and she grabbed him by the head and flipped him onto his back. She shot him in the chest before he could recover, and wiped her face on the back of her arm. The 4th man had taken hold of the robber, and the 2 raced away. She flung herself in pursuit, fired her pistols at them, and missed as they zigzagged through the station. They disappeared and reappeared in her line of sight as she took the wide turn and barreled down the steps after them. She slowed at one point and looked over the edge to estimate the jump. The height was better than her previous fall, but she might break her leg. Still, at that point, she wouldn't catch him anyway. She backed up and ran forward, grabbed the railing, and launched herself over. She fell hard and fast, but kept her arms tucked and her body ready as the ground hurtled toward her. The men looked at her and stopped to watch with wide eyes as she rocketed downward. This was a bad idea. Her shoulder clipped the stairwell, and she flipped a mere few feet away from impact. She closed her eyes tightly and put her arms out, ready to accept the inevitable pancake. A surge of energy bolted through her chest and stomach, and she dragged in a big, gasping breath. When she didn't feel the pain of impact, she opened her eyes cautiously. It took a moment to realize that she now hovered 3 feet from the platform and directly opposite the 2 men. Stephanie narrowed her eyes and slapped her hand out, grasping the railing, and spun her body in a wicked arc. She kicked both targets in the back of their heads and shoved them down the rest of the steps. As she flipped her body forward, she released the magic that kept her afloat and landed between them. She holstered her pistol and looked down at the one who was not the robber. "Don't take my shit." She thrust her arm forward, the palm outward, and sent a spear of energy toward him. It pierced his body and impaled him to the ground. "Come here," she growled as she took the robber by the neck and dragged him onto the magic deck. After a moment or 2 of searching, she finally found the Federation Police Building. To get there, she had to get through a mob of gang boys who obviously waited to steal him out of her custody. With a resigned sigh, she turned to the robber and smacked her hand against his forehead to deliver enough of a jolt of energy to knock him out. The gang members began to walk toward her. She closed her eyes and drew the energy into her chest before she allowed it to seep into her whole body and radiate through every part of her. She opened her eyes and thrust her hands out. A tidal wave of purple magic streamed from her palms. It spread out like a shockwave to sweep every one of her attackers and turn them instantly to dust. She forced her arms down, and as the energy drained from her palms, she looked at the empty arena in front of her. Smugly, she turned and took hold of the unconscious robber's shirt. "Come on, asshole. Time to go to jail." Chapter 50. Stephanie smiled and tilted her head back as she climbed down off the steps of the train and out onto the platform. She was heading home, happy to see her parents and excited to tell them about everything that happened. They wouldn't believe the sum of money that she'd signed on for, or the fact that she'd actually gotten her dream job. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. As she walked toward the cars, she remembered that she first needed to go to the bank. She had a note from them to stop by as soon as possible. It was only a few blocks from the tram, and it wasn't even dark outside yet, so she decided it would be a nice night to go for a walk and let her mind chill out and relax. If she could even find her inward place to relax, it might simply be too much to ask. Still, it was a good anxious, an excited one. She wandered down the street and tried to keep her bag close to her, not wanting to knock into the tons of people out and about. Her bank was on the edge of the new Chicago, so there weren't many problems in the area with robbery or anything like that. On that day, she was reasonably certain that if someone tried to rob her, she would definitely use the battery her father had given her. If anyone tried anything, she'd simply blow them right on their asses. Even thinking about it made her giggle. About a block behind, and completely unnoticed by her, a man leaned against the brick wall of the building and held a paper. He glanced up inconspicuously and watched as she stopped, hesitated, and finally walked across the street and skipped into the ice cream shop. 4 men stood in the alley immediately beyond the ice cream shop, huddled together in the shadows. The tallest of them stood about 6'2", with dark, scrappy hair and a rough, grizzled beard. He leaned closer to the other 3 and glanced nervously toward the street.
"I'll go out and you follow me in 5-second intervals and catch up."
His cohorts nodded before one raised his hand.
"Any particular order?"
The first man stared at him for a moment before he slapped him on the top of the head.
"I don't care what order you come in. We don't want to roll out of here in a huge group, that's all. Anyway, when it's the right time, which I will decide on my own, I'll grab her and move her. If she tries any witchy stuff, you dogpile. She can't do too much. She's too young. Plus, I don't see enough batteries on her for her to produce anything wildly huge."
The group shuffled closer to the entrance to the alley and put their backs to the wall. Their leader stood at the entrance, and his gaze focused each time someone walked past. He was ready to go, but didn't want to move too soon and be found out. After a few more minutes, she walked past, whistling to herself. The first man nodded to the others and stepped out, shoving his hands in the pockets of his old coat. The other men stood there, and one counted quietly to himself. The third guy elbowed him in the chest.
"Why you gotta count out loud? Now I gotta start over because I can't concentrate, you moron."
He sneered.
"Sorry. You said 5 seconds, and so I wanted to make sure it was 5 seconds.
The other man waved his hand and looked up at the building above them.
"Hey, guys."
The first groaned.
"We've been back here for like 15 seconds. Now what do we do?"
The third man slapped them both in the chest and pointed upward.
"I don't think it's really gonna matter what you do at this point."
They looked up slowly as a stranger leapt from the balcony above and landed directly on top of them. The group tumbled like skittles. The attacker turned on the man in the middle and shoved his knee into the criminal's stomach. A full fight broke out in the alley, far enough away from the main street that no one had any idea what was going on. The unknown man swung a punch and caught another thug hard in the face. As the fist connected with his skull, a wave of purple energy shivered over his skin. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out.
Harold! Shit!
The first guy growled. He lunged at the stranger, who stepped aside, swung his arm out, and latched his hand around his throat. With superhuman strength, he lifted him high and held him there, staring at him as he flailed. The man whimpered and clawed at the restraining hand.
What do you want? We don't know you. Are you one of Butcher's guys? If so, we never meant to take that money. We'll pay it back.
The unknown man's lip twitched, and he threw the thug on the ground, pulled back slightly, and hit him with enough magic to knock him out. The third man had his hands up and backed slowly down the alley.
I don't want no trouble. Please. Those guys, they ain't even my friends. We was doing what Frank wanted us to. We were supposed to be out there with him, but we got mixed up on the counting.
Suddenly, he turned and tried to make a run for it. The stranger snapped his hand, and a magical whip unfurled. The end trailed at his feet. He walked forward quickly and swung the whip back before he lashed it forward with tremendous force. It wound around the thug's neck, and the stranger yanked to haul him to the ground. His head struck the dirty asphalt, and he passed out with both arms sprawled on either side of his inert body. The stranger spun in search of the last man. He was concerned, so he spun a magical fireball and tossed it up and out of the alley. Stephanie smacked her lips with real relish. She could still taste the mint chocolate chip ice cream. It had been forever since she'd had one of those, and she had felt in the mood. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed, and a ball of purple energy erupted from the alley behind her and exploded into a huge firework that sizzled earthward. With her shoulders stiff, she whirled instinctively, and her eyes shifted from the obviously magical display to the man who stood a few feet away from her. He stared at her, his arms out and hands open. He turned and looked behind him and winced as the magic sizzled on his jacket and the back of his neck. When he realized that it had come from the alley, and none of his team had followed him, he narrowed his eyes. His lips twitched, and his fists clenched.
Those goddamned idiots. They can't even count to 5, and now they're playing with some sort of magic. I'll beat every single one of them.
But first, he knew he had to get the girl. Quickly, he turned back to her, and his gaze darted frantically in an effort to locate her. He smacked his fist into his palm and snarled belligerently.
God damn it!
She was gone. Nowhere in sight, and he had been so very close to finishing the job. He turned to look right and left, one last time, before he cursed and hurried toward the alley. His fury mounting, he pounded his hand against the brick wall as he turned the corner and yelled to the men.
Where the...
A bright flash of light radiated from the alley, but no one seemed to notice. The place fell silent, and people continued doing what they were in town to do. Stephanie hadn't even thought for 2 seconds that she would be in danger, but she was the biggest target. Whoever the guys were, though, some vigilante had intervened and eliminated them before they could touch a hair on her head. Who it was remained a serious mystery. Stephanie was tucked in the front corner of a small boutique and used the large decorative curtains on each side of the picture storefront window to hide as she looked up and down the street. Someone had been after her, but it seemed that there also happened to be someone magical there to help as well. She had no idea what to even think at that moment. On instinct, she'd simply ducked into the first place she could find and hid. She didn't want to end up in another incident like the last one, where she brought even more attention to herself. On the contrary, she tried desperately to get away from all that. That was one of the points of moving forward. As she looked out the window, a woman's voice spoke behind her.
"Excuse me, can I help you? Are you all right?"
Stephanie straightened instantly, glanced around, and realized that the boutique was actually very high-end, and most of the pieces in there were things she wouldn't have ever bought before because of their price tag. She licked her lips and turned with an apology on her lips, but a familiar face cut it short before it had even begun. It was the mom of the little boy at Time Warp that day. The woman clamped her hand over her mouth and giggled. "Oh my goodness! You're her!" Stephanie grinned and glanced over her shoulder to confirm that the man had gone. "I wanted to pick out a new outfit. How is my magic friend?" The woman chuckled. "My name is Anne, and his name is Brandon. He's doing really well. He tries to think of things as beautiful, and he has felt the energy whenever we go to Melagorn through the pods. He still talks about that flame, though, all the time." As they talked, Stephanie selected a long-sleeve Henley and a fleece vest that could be worn over it for a little more warmth on the cool days. She went in the back and tried them on, then, on impulse, walked out and showed Anne. "Does it look good?" Anne smiled sweetly and nodded. "Oh, that's on the house. You look fantastic, and I can't express how much you changed my son's life. Just those kind words and him being able to see and feel the energy up close. I have to keep an eye open that he isn't trying to do it, though. Burning the house down would not be the first act of magic that would make me happy." They both laughed, and Stephanie walked with her to the accessories. She picked out a hat and a pair of glasses and looked at herself in the mirror. Once she'd checked the tags, she scrabbled in her bag and handed Anne a debit card. "These are great. I can wear this right out of here." The woman smiled with genuine care as she ran the card and handed it back to her. Stephanie couldn't help but look at her fantastic, wide-brimmed hat and giant movie star sunglasses. This would later be the moment that could be pinpointed as marking the beginning of her love for the fashion industry. After several hugs and a written note for Annie's son, Stephanie left the store. She looked around to make sure no one was waiting for her. The breeze blew, and she held her hand on top of her hat, glanced over, and caught her reflection in the window. She looked like she belonged in an old movie. Not at all the normally normal Stephanie she had always been. In fact, she looked older, and actually very nice. She smiled and put her hand out to call a cab.
"Yes," the voice said. "She is home safe, but I eliminated those who looked like they wanted to grab her. I tried to question them, but none of them would offer anything. Most likely because I used magic to knock them out. I'll keep her under surveillance, but it will be expensive."
"Do it," a woman's voice said.
"The boss wants to make sure our most important researcher makes it to work on time."
The guy chuckled.
"As always, it's good doing business with you, E."
He hung up and walked into the shadows. On the other end, Elizabeth held the phone close to her for a moment before she turned once more and covered her nose with her black leather-gloved hand. The insurance agents were at the warehouse, walking the burned, blackened concrete where the building had been. There was barely anything left of the special research room, which completely broke her heart. That pod had been perfect, and while she knew another would be made, it still made her sad. Her phone rang in her pocket, and she pulled it out with a sigh. She clicked the on button and put it to her ear.
"Hi, boss. It's a total loss. Yes, I can find something a lot better. No, there is no security in hiding in plain sight. We were discovered much faster than we expected."
Her head shook, and she paused to look over at the rubble.
"Next time, they better bring a small army."
Chapter 51. The Noram Navy was primarily funded in its entirety by the Federation. Although each country had their own set of laws and rules, these were, in practical terms, more a facade to make the separate countries feel as if they still held a solid piece of their freedom within the Federation. Even the Federation's seats were primarily held by Americans, but they also spoke of themselves as Noram. There were 3 main campuses for the NORAM Federation Navy, with several other small institutions primarily in outlying areas near Canada and Mexico. The main headquarters was in Washington, D.C. The second, a recruiting and administrative outpost located near the very old Langley complex, and the third, situated on Level 0 of the Melagorn NORAM docking facilities. The base in Langley was plain and no frills, with a few docking areas for spacecraft and the rest dedicated to airships and flying cars. The recruiter vehicles were mass-produced by the Federation Car Company, flying sedans with few extras, and most were dented or damaged from the careless traveling the recruiters did on a regular basis. These recruiters, though, were not given this duty station because it was primarily land-based or as a reward for successful missions. They were strategically chosen from the system based on test scores, comprehensive exams, and most importantly, the ability to speak with other people in a manner which was almost car salesman-like. They were charged with the responsibility of enlisting the next generation of recruits for the Navy. With its not always positive public persona, it could be challenging. In one of the conference rooms at the Langley base, 6 recruiters sat around the table. Papers were strewn everywhere, coffee mugs half full, and notes scribbled and crossed out. These were the head recruiters, those who sent their subordinates out to get the job done. On occasion, they would go out themselves, but usually it was only on matters handed down the chain of command with very specific instructions that required their personal attention. On that day, and the several days leading up to that, they found themselves smack dab in the center of the busy season. School was ending, and the majority of kids within NORAM would decide on college loans, military enlistment, or the drudge of manual labor. The team first reviewed those who already showed an interest in the military. These had made the effort to go into one of the small-town recruitment offices and taken their tests. Tompkins pushed herself back from the table and rubbed her face. I feel like the masses that stream into the recruitment offices this time around are almost useless. Sure, we have more than enough morons to send out to deep space, but what about the rest of the positions? This is why I think the Federation needs to institute military academies in high school. Give those who are really interested the ability to spend their time working on shit that matters. Holland, the man beside her, chuckled. And they'll turn into the same bullshit they did 200 years ago. Oh, little Bobby can't behave. Throw him into military school. Then we have nothing more than a group of delinquents on their own for the first time. I'd rather take my chances on the idiot with no IQ who basically drools on himself, but whose muscles are big. Tompkins smirked and threw a pen at him. You would think of the muscles. He rolled his eyes.
Get serious here. Shit.
The other team members chuckled, and the leader, Conrad, waved a stack of papers in the air.
Remember, we have already gone through these and made our choices. The remainder will be set aside to fill any last-minute sections we might have screwed the pooch on. They don't exactly like us too much down in the Gov subs. At least the parents don't. So we won't get every single one of them, even though they already took the tests.
Taylor chewed on the end of his pen and balanced on the back 2 legs of his chair.
All right. So what's next, then? We have the guys who already came to us.
Conrad put 4 stacks of paperwork down.
Right. So this time around, the powers that be want us to look into those who are already in-world. You know, the ones who have had a year of this and have practiced with the simulations and shit.
Tompkins leaned forward and curled her lip into a sneer. Why would any of them give up their fancy-ass prep school education to come out here and serve the Federation? They are in the lap of luxury. Trust me, I was once there. I still don't know how I ended up here. He chuckled.
That would be true, if we were looking at those guys. But instead, we are looking at those who didn't make it past their freshman year. Those who washed out. Of course, we want to look at exactly why they washed out. We don't need any more Grants in this bitch.
Grant flung a piece of paper aside and glanced up.
Huh? Yeah, exactly.
Conrad smirked.
We don't want anyone who can't cut it in the service. But we all know that prep schools are notorious for a hell of a lot of demands and little structure. It's not shocking that people fail right and left. We provide the structure they need.
Taylor bounced his pen in the air.
What about those 3 dudes at Pinnacle? You know, the ones who couldn't get past the Dreth ship mod, but were hardworking, relatively intelligent, and good with a gun?
The team leader flipped the pack open and tapped on it in thought, before he slid it over to Taylor.
Apparently, these fools went balls to the wall during the summer session and ended up passing the simulation. They technically made their sophomore stripes, so I doubt after all that any of them will chomp at the bit to sign up.
Tompkins grabbed the paper and looked down.
Really? They passed? I did not see that coming.
They must have put their shit together fast to pass that sim. The last time they took it, according to our records,
they lasted a whole 12 minutes,
including the spaceflight time from one ship to another. Conrad shrugged.
Yeah, well, I guess their parents lit a fire under their asses or something. The summer session ain't cheap, that's for damn sure.
Taylor pouted.
Pity that. We could have had some good raw meat.
Everyone chuckled, although no one had any clue as to what had really happened. They hadn't watched the simulation of the passing grade, nor would they. All they cared about was whether they passed or not. They obviously didn't know that Stephanie had been the one to help them through and earn their coveted pass, something they might have found interesting had they known. But nonetheless, the kids' files were simply thrown aside. Brown flipped through the rest of that stack.
So, is there anyone in here worth looking at? Any beauty school dropouts who might make good on the front lines or anything?
Conrad drummed his fingers on the tabletop.
There are a few hopefuls in there, and 1 or 2 who have already taken the tests. We'll keep our eyes on them and see where they go. And maybe send some of the new guys out to talk to the others. They should be past the woe-is-me bullshit for failing by now. But remember, most of these kids went because it was expected, not because they actually needed to. Their mommies and daddies own half the private sector. It may be a waste of time.
The 6th guy, Chavez, came back into the room carrying a box of donuts. He took 2 and plopped the container down in the center of the table.
It was like fighting wolves to get donuts this morning. Have we found the next captain? Next hero awaiting in the wings?
Tompkins snorted and reached for a donut.
About as hero as Taylor over here.
Taylor tilted his head at her.
Do you think you need that donut there, sweet teats?
She put the donut on her napkin and chuckled before she swung wide with her leg and knocked his chair over.
Call me that again, and I'll show you what these sweet teats do to your ability to have kids.
Conrad groaned.
Children. Can we focus here? So the other area was the bank test in the games system on the Federation-wide pods. As you may remember, along with several other of our tests that we constantly have running, anyone can play them. It can be at times a good way to see if there are any diamonds in the rough, working factories by day and hardcore fighters in the pods at night to let off some steam.
Brown stood and wiped the powdered sugar from his chin.
So, I've spent my nights and days monitoring the system. I would say that 80% of the sessions started either never finish or do so after so much time has passed that it is almost impossible to see who the winner is. At any given time, the system runs over 700 games at once, depending on who jumps in the pods and at what time. Out of all that, we identified 2 possible teams.
Conrad flicked on the 3D screen, which automatically dimmed the lights.
Number 1. They managed to deliver the robbers to the police department only 22 minutes after entering the simulation. Here is their footage.
They watched as the team used strategic moves to head through the different levels, teamwork to capture the robbers and keep them in their custody, and tactical weapons to power through the last set of hopefuls who sat and waited to intercept the robbers, so they could claim the victory. When the replay ended, he went through each of the players, detailed their stats, where they were located, and any background that might be helpful. Tompkins raised an eyebrow. They're solid, but they have no experience. Where did they learn this shit? Conrad pulled up the team leader. Anthony Hammerstein. 23 years old, graduate of North Junction Prep School, with a degree in tactical combat and a second in business. He said he liked the combat stuff. He was a poor kid from the subs and went back there to work for the family business. Tompkins shook her head. No one can ever escape that shit, even with a prep school education. Real shame, real shame. He flipped the footage. Here is team number 2. Note the completely different tactics. The team watched them play and grimaced as they took heads off at every pass and used a grenade at the end to blow the gangs to chunks. Technically, they killed the cop too, but they got the robber into the cell. After that, they spent the next 10 minutes congratulating themselves and doing dumbass dances over the dead Avatar bodies. Taylor chuckled. As much as I like a smartass, considering I am one, these guys are douchebags. Holland agreed. We already have a cockiness problem in this branch, and it would only get worse if we searched them out. Those guys will get someone killed. Tompkin raised her eyebrows and nodded. I'm afraid I have to agree. Brown made a slicing motion across his throat. No good, bro. No good. Grant swiped his hand like he used a sword. All I want to know is, why can't we have one of those swords out there fighting the Dreth? Take out some kneecaps. But yeah, no on those douche canoes. The slots for assholes in this military regime have been filled, mostly by the guys in this room. And you too, Tompkins. She winked at him and grabbed her crotch before she looked at Conrad. So, the first one's a yes. Conrad pulled the files and laid them out in front of them. Good. We'll get some guys to head out to Missouri, Maine, Arkansas, and what's left of Texas to try to talk to those guys. I assume they all know each other, even if it's only in system chats. We'll offer them training as their team if they all sign up. Brown grabbed another donut. So, we get the specials from the recruiters, right? All the lower ones are simply spread out. Conrad nodded. Yeah, we take the special cases, those we think could be more than fodder. But we never really know for sure. I suppose it will be up to them once they get in. We can't force them to be good soldiers. But I tell you what, for some of them, the military life will be leaps and bounds above their lives in the trenches of these falling down shitholes. The other man shrugged. As someone recruited from the shitholes of Detroit, I would have to agree. We have air conditioning, food whenever we want it, uniforms, friends, and ain't gotta pay a cent for it. Not to mention that the Federation's sad, pathetic salary and benefits feel like striking it rich compared to scrapping by in GovSubs, not knowing if assistance will show up or not. I definitely feel lucky. Tompkins smiled at him, and liked that he was so down to earth. So is that everyone? I feel like this week's round of picks is as weak as hell. Conrad tapped his papers on the desk. I swear it's the nuclear shit out there. Everyone seems to be even lower on the IQ trail this year. And that's not limited to the Federation forces. Taylor scoffed. Because they know what happens. You go out and maybe you come back if you don't get eaten by some big-ass Dreth. Brown put up his hand. Hold up. We missed one from the bank simulation. It looks like one person, alone, beat the test. Everyone scoffed and shook their heads. Yeah, right. That isn't even possible. He grabbed the tablet and swiped it over to locate the footage and leaned back. Chapter 52. Here you go, Miss Morgana, the school secretary said, and gave her a wink as she passed her an envelope. Stephanie smiled, took it, and held it against her chest until she was out of the office, down the hall, had pushed through droves of students who milled around their lockers before leaving for the day, and out the front doors. She headed down the steps and ducked around the corner to lean her back against the concrete of the staircase. Biting the inside of her lip, she stared at the envelope, hoping beyond hope that it said what she needed it to. She stuck her finger under the edge of the flap and tore it open carefully to remove the page inside. There really was no reason to prolong the inevitable, so she read it quickly. Finally, she released a long, deep breath and smiled widely. She had passed all her exams with flying colors, and as of right then, no longer had to attend the school anymore. It came as something of a relief when she glanced at the stairs and remembered that she had never actually stored anything in her locker. Honestly, she was thrilled to not have to go back in anytime soon. "Hey, smarty pants!" Becca yelled from the sidewalk, where she stood beside Todd. They both put their hands out, and Becca laughed. "Are those your results? Are you finally out of this place or what?" Stephanie grinned and tucked it in her bag, which she flung over her shoulder. She hurried down the sidewalk to where they stood and put one arm over Todd's shoulder and one over Becca's. "Let's just say that this girl is officially graduated from Chicago PS 34. Thank you very much." Becca rolled her hands over each other and shook her body as she made the sound of deep beats of music with her chest. Todd followed suit and broke out with shopping cart, his extra special move for only the best of times. As he placed the imaginary cans in his imaginary cart, he bumped his hip into Becca's. "We knew you had it in the bag, but we also had some ominous dances picked out in case you had an aneurysm during the test or something." Stephanie shook her head and blinked at them. "You guys are too much for one sidewalk. Seriously, I think people are starting to think you're having a seizure or something." Becca put her arms out, her short, chubby frame always super animated. "So, what's next, Einstein?" "My new job, I suppose," she responded, and couldn't resist a chuckle. "That's the whole reason I did this. To get there sooner. I mean, it's basically a life-changing kind of job." Todd groaned. "While the rest of us suffer away in school, she'll be drinking champagne with admirals and lounging in her personalized pods." Becca nodded astutely. "Personally, I think that you deserve every dang second of it. You have busted your butt for far too long. And after what Pinnacle did to you, screw that place. When my dad found out, he took them off the list of my possible schools. He wanted to show his solidarity." Stephanie laughed. "I appreciate it. There are better schools than that for you anyway." Her friend stood tall. "Why, thank you. Shall we begin your last walk home?" Stephanie put one arm through Todd's and the other through Becca's. She was grateful that the girl's parents had once again relented and allowed her to walk home rather than be driven. While they didn't have too much longer left in school, it would be good for Todd to have company once she moved on, and he and Becca already had a good friendship. He cleared his throat. "So, I came up with the perfect last walk conversation for us to have. A culmination of all the walks, all the pop culture, and all the times you were wrong." She rolled her eyes. "Mm-hmm." Todd rubbed his hands together and unlatched from her arm to turn and walk backward. "It's actually a whole bunch of questions, but they are those that have never fully been answered. So number 1, could Jack have fit on the door with Rose?" "Yes," Stephanie shouted. "There have been recreations. There have been diagrams, everything. The girl was too prissy for her own good, and she ended up letting her boyfriend die in the icy hell that was around them. Then, when someone came to save them, she simply let him go and sink to the bottom of the ocean. Personally, I think he should have sacrificed her." He made a check mark in the air. "One we agree on. Okay, moving on. Star Wars A New Hope or The Empire Strikes Back?" Stephanie hissed. I will go with A New Hope." Todd's mouth fell open. "What? Are you kidding me? Empire Strikes Back is when they completely turned the story upside down.
It was the reforging of the core rivalry between Skywalker and Vader, with that arc between a father and a son. Tragedy came. She shrugged. Right, but A New Hope established the entire mythos of Star Wars. Seriously, every major player was introduced. The Force, the Empire, the Rebellion, everything while still leaving the door open. That's bull hockey. He shook his head. You know that. Just because it set the stage doesn't make it the best one. How can you even think that the dramatic arc of father and son could come in second to A New Hope? Who even really knows that title? No one. You are no one. Stephanie slapped him in the chest. Calm down, crazy pants. Let me ask you this then. Star Wars or Star Trek? They both answered at the same time. Stephanie said Trek, Todd said Wars, and they both looked at Becca, who watched them with wide eyes and excitement. Hey, don't ask me. I'm only here for the drama of it all. I'm walking with so much nerdiness. Will some sort of vortex open up and suck the whole world into it? The friends blinked at her, and Todd smacked his hand into the other one. Star Wars has action, adventure, Wookiees, a storyline, and the ultimate villain. Stephanie wrinkled her nose. Right, but Star Trek is pure science fiction. The future. Yours is fantasy. I'm not saying there is anything wrong with fantasy, but it's a cop-out to call it science fiction because it's not. And Star Trek has a storyline. In fact, it has about 10 million storylines throughout history. From the books to the movies, there is something for everyone. Todd gritted his teeth. Not for me. Not unless there are lightsabers. What does Trek have anyway? Those beam-me-up Scotty old-ass comms? No, you are absolutely wrong on this one. I'm sorry. You have failed me after all these years, and I cannot look you in the eye. She poked him in the stomach and giggled. I'm screwing with you. Of course I picked Star Wars over Trek. I wanted to see your response, that's all. It was about as wild as I thought it would be. He clutched his chest dramatically and shook his head. You are a cow. I seriously thought that all this time I had steered you down a dark and lonely road. Good Lord. Becca giggled. Oh, you know what we should do? Because it's your last walk? We should go get a shake at the diner. You said you would come eventually, and it's your last shot. Stephanie looked at Todd and nodded. Heck yeah, let's do it. And they're on me this time. He snickered. Okay, rich girl. Can I even get whipped cream on mine? Whoa, buddy. She laughed. You are taking it too far. Way too far. Psych, duh, you can get whipped cream. What is a shake without whipped cream? They turned right and headed to the small shopping area on the outskirts of the subs. Todd held the door for the girls to enter the diner, which was already crowded with students sitting around, laughing and talking over shakes and fries. It had been years since Stephanie had been in there, but it still looked exactly the same to her. A long metal building with the words, "The Diner," in sketchy neon lights out front. Inside, it was decorated in red and white, from floor to ceiling. The floors were checkered, the tables were red with silver edging, and everything had a sheen to it as if it had been polished for hours. On the vid screens, hanging on the walls, were old movies from the 1900s and early 2000s. Each one displayed a different movie with the words captioned below the picture. Overhead music played, this time from the 2050s, but usually from about 100 years before that. Stephanie assumed they at least tried to keep with the times before music was incredibly regulated by the Federation. Of course, that unfortunate time period was short-lived, as people everywhere from rich to poor spoke out vociferously against the regulations. Music was the one thing that always somehow crossed the invisible divide. The three friends chose one of the tables at the window and waited for the waitress to come over. She was in her 70s at least, with bleached hair pulled back, a red dress that came down to her calves, and a white apron that matched the white tennis shoes on her feet.
The varicose veins in her legs showed clearly through her barely opaque stockings.
"What can I get you?"
Becca responded first. "I'll have a strawberry milkshake with whipped cream." Todd tapped his fingers on his lips.
"I'll have your split one. Vanilla and chocolate with whipped cream, please."
She looked at Stephanie.
"And you?"
"Chocolate, whipped cream, and a large order of fries." She smiled a little smugly. It felt good to be able to splurge a teeny bit for once in her life. The woman walked away and Todd laughed.
"Look at you, moneybags, springing for the spuds."
Stephanie shrugged, and her gaze traveled the room as she soaked in the atmosphere. "Hey, sometimes you have to celebrate." Becca rested her chin on her hands. "I can't believe this is it for you. We've all been in school with each other since we were tiny. Will you come back for graduation?" She wrinkled her nose as she considered this. "Maybe. I don't know. It seems silly, though. Barely anyone comes back for it anymore, right? And I'll be in the middle of working. I don't know. We'll see. Right now, I simply want to enjoy my last day." The 6 lead recruiters sat silently in their chairs as they watched the playback of Stephanie in the bank robbery game. Their eyes all widened as she used magic to knock the robber unconscious and stepped forward. Ribbons of purple magic whirled around her and seemed to come directly from the floor. Her entire body was swathed from head to foot, and her hair waved wildly. As she released the wave of magic, the recruiters bolted back in their chairs, their gazes glued to the bodies that disintegrated around her. Almost nonchalantly, she grasped a handful of the robber's shirt and dragged him into the police precinct as if nothing had happened. All that was left in her wake were the ashes of the avatars she had taken out in the process. The video stopped, and Brown shut it off. The team sat in stupefied silence, unsure of what to do or say at that point. Taylor's feet dropped from the table, and he straightened to roll his seat forward.
"Okay, that was completely mind-blowing. How in the hell did she do magic like that?"
Conrad shook his head.
"It is the Meligorn side of the docking station, which means it's within the MU spectrum. But humans aren't supposed to be able to throw magic, even there. And with the kind of control she had, she made it look like she could perform the exact kind of magic that she wanted to do."
Tompkins's mouth hung open,
like she had complete control over it, as if she knew how to bring it up and send it back as a destructive power.
Holland waved his hands frantically as he squinted at the frozen image on the screen.
"Hold up! Wait a second. That's the girl!"
The others looked strangely at him. He pointed at Stephanie and pushed to his feet.
"That's the girl who saved that woman and child from the runaway self-driven truck. Here on Earth, she used a battery to generate magical power. Her face was all over the news, but I didn't recognize her until the magic flowed through her."
Brown pressed a few buttons on his tablet and turned to the information screen at the front of the room. He brought up her pod number, location, and finally her stats.
"Stephanie Morgana. What do you know? It is her. She took to the bank vault to work her next piece of magic."
Conrad spun his finger lazily.
"Okay, where is she? This is something we cannot sleep on. If she is out there still and hasn't been picked up, she would be the perfect candidate. Our next hero in disguise."
The other man scanned through her records.
"These aren't really updated because she just turned 18. But it says here she has the last half of her school year to go still. She is in the Gov Subs in Chicago and attends the public school out there. She apparently did a summer session at Pinnacle, but is back home now and continued her public school enrollment when she got back."
The team leader thought about it for a second, then pointed at Tompkins.
"I want you to find out who the closest recruiter to her is. I need them sent out immediately. Let's see if they can't persuade her that the real world needs her."
Chapter 53. I don't think I've ever seen someone get a brain freeze so badly that cold air blew out of their nose.
Becca laughed loudly as the trio walked out of the diner. Todd chuckled.
I don't think I've ever felt my nose hairs freeze like that.
Stephanie grimaced. That's so gross. But I'm glad you came out of it. I did not want to deliver you back home as a completely frozen statue. The one time we go out, you end up an ice cube. Your parents would not be happy. He scoffed.
They wouldn't have even noticed. We don't talk a lot at home, so they would have simply patted me on the frozen shoulder and told me to wear a sweatshirt if I was cold, so they wouldn't have to turn the heat up.
Becca shook her head, her grin still wide.
Thank you for coming out, Steph. I'm really glad we had this chance. I know you leave soon for your big secretive job.
Stephanie hugged her tightly once they stopped on the edge of the town.
I will miss you, but I'll be back to visit soon. Promise. And let me know when you'll be in town from school.
I know you still have the rest of this semester here, but it's off to prep school afterward, so I want to know you are doing well. Her friend squeezed her hands and glanced at Todd, who still rubbed his tongue on the roof of his mouth.
I'll keep an eye on Dummy over here, too. Make sure he doesn't go licking glass windows.
I appreciate that. Stephanie eyed him with real amusement. She hugged the girl one last time and waved as Becca hurried off in the other direction toward her house. Stephanie tapped Todd on the shoulder, and the two headed down through the subs. He finally released the pressure from his mouth and hooked his thumbs in his book bag.
It's gonna be weird not coming to get you in the morning.
Stephanie poked her bottom lip out. I know it will be. But remember, it won't be for that long. Before you know it, you will graduate too. It will be a wild ride. And if it's that hard, you can always call me, and I can talk to you on the phone while you walk. He groaned.
Oh, please. I'm not that pathetic. Okay, maybe turn your phone on in the morning just in case. You know, in case there are some bad guys trying to get me or something.
She kept a serious face for his benefit.
Oh, sure.
All the bad guys. Don't worry, dude. I will keep my phone on and answer it if I possibly can. I'm telling you, though, the first day might be weird, but you'll get used to it really fast. It might save you a few minutes in the morning, too. They walked along in almost silence as they made their way through the subs. When they stopped outside her house, Stephanie wrapped her arms around him and squeezed him tightly. Go home and relax.
Yeah, right.
Todd sneered.
I have to do homework like the rest of the plebes. Minus you, of course.
Stephanie smirked. Yeah, I have to pack, though. I haven't started yet, and I know I have to take a fair amount back with me this time around. Not the most exciting thing to do, but it is what it is. He gave her a hug again, turned, and whistled to himself as he strolled down the sidewalk. Up to that point, she had been fine. But for a small moment, she felt almost sad that all of it was over. Her life was changing, and the years she'd had to figure it all out were drawing to a close. She had to move forward and hope like hell she had made the best decision. With a determined shrug, she headed to the door. As she reached for the handle, she paused when she heard her mom and dad inside through the open window. They hadn't noticed that she was back yet and were discussing business. Her mom sighed. It's such a good opportunity. This could really fill that hole we've had every year and be a really good long-term thing. It could give us a chance to finally branch out, have a staff, and move forward with the company. Her father sniffed.
True. Where is it again?
It's in new downtown Chicago, right in the heart, a huge skyscraper. The whole thing needs a possible cleaning service. It looks like 511 New Main Street? That really big one with the all-glass front and the multiple flying car docking stations along the sides of it.
Her father smacked his lips thoughtfully.
Well, we should put a bid in.
Cindy groaned. I wish we could, but it's in person only. I don't see how we could get away from the other jobs long enough to apply for it. Right now, it's only us and one part-time girl. We would basically have to be in two places at one time. But
Damn, that would be so good for the company. Stephanie put her back to the door and retrieved her tablet. She put the address into the system and pulled the building up. Croft Borough Services was a leading player in the technological advances for the Federation. It wasn't a government building, but a private business owner who, from the looks of it, had multiple Federation contracts. Normally, that would scare her off, but that was a good thing for her parents' company. If a corporation ran mostly off Federation contracts, that meant the long-term money and stability would totally be there. That was one thing she knew her family needed with their schedules: stability. The business was so up and down that they never knew from month to month what contracts they would have, which was why they didn't have a staff. They couldn't promise hours every single week, much less pay for any benefits that might need to be offered. She searched for the ad posting and finally found it. They needed a cleaning company willing to work the night shift for the entire place. They had a daytime, business hours janitorial staff, but the night people would vacuum, dust, clean windows, empty trash cans, bathrooms, the whole 9 yards. That would be a huge deal for her parents' company, and it would definitely fill their schedule. Stephanie bit the inside of her cheek and decided that she really wanted to help them get the gig, but she had to be sure that she wouldn't screw her job over either. She was supposed to return to Washington, D.C. as soon as possible, but perhaps she could have a few more days to help them and set them up for success while she was gone. After only a few moments' thought, she swiped over to her chat to see if Ms. Elizabeth was online. One R&D had set up a chat for the company, although only she and Ms. E were connected at that point. Apparently, it was highly secure and ran off part of the system. She wasn't quite sure how that worked, but didn't intend to start analyzing it. Stephanie. Ms. Elizabeth, are you on? Elizabeth. I am. Congrats on your tests. You scored in the top percentile for all of them. I was very impressed by your efforts. Stephanie smiled as she typed. Stephanie. Thanks. I was glad to see I did well on them. I was actually writing to find out when you needed me there. I ask because there is something I would really like to do to set my parents up for success while I'm gone, but it might take a few days. Elizabeth. That's fine. Take the time you need. I can easily wait a week for you to get here. We had to purchase a new building after the fire, and your pod won't arrive for another few days. You would end up hanging out in your hotel room anyway. Stephanie smirked. You say that like it's not awesome. It's bigger than any apartment or house I've ever lived in. But cool. I will take care of what I need to do here and send you a message when I leave for DC. Elizabeth. Sounds good. Have a good night. Celebrate. You have big things happening. Stephanie grinned cheesily as she slid her tablet into her backpack and found her keys. As soon as she walked in the door, her parents stopped talking about business and looked at her. She put her arms up in the air and twirled dramatically. Well, it's official. I no longer have to go to class. I am all set up for success. Her mom clapped, and her father pumped his fist in the air. We knew you would do it. When you said you were nervous for the tests, we both knew you shouldn't be at all. She dropped her bag on the chair. So, I was thinking, we should celebrate. I'll go up and change, and I want you guys to as well. We'll go out on the town, all on me, and really enjoy the night together. If it weren't for the two of you, I would never have thought things like this could be possible. But you told me to keep learning and keep growing no matter what. I want to celebrate that with you. Her mother looked at her father, and he winked at her. Turning to Stephanie, he smiled. Normally, we would fight you on spending money, but I think it would be fantastic to go out on the town with you, to really get excited about the rest of your life. We'll go change our clothes, and you tell us when we will leave. Stephanie clapped with real enthusiasm. Yay! I'll call the car company right now. That should give us all about 20 minutes. Her mother gasped and took off up the stairs, and her dad laughed as he followed her up. You lit the fire under this one, didn't you? Stephanie sent a message on her tablet to the limo company and hurried upstairs to get ready. She picked out a nice pair of black pants and a dressy tank top with a tie on the hem of it. Once she'd pushed her feet into her flats, she pulled her hair back and to the side and braided it quickly. She stared at herself in the mirror for several minutes, shocked at how much older she looked. Maybe it was knowing she was done with school. Maybe it was the clothes. Or maybe she could see more of herself than merely the outer layer. The limo honked outside and brought her thoughts back to the present, and she grabbed her clutch and headed downstairs. Her mom looked pretty in her blue calf-length dress, and her dad appeared in a pair of khakis and a button-up shirt. "You guys clean up right nice." He thrust his chest out and pretended to puff on a cigar.
"Yes, Buffy. Can you fetch the 50-year-old scotch for me? It's right next to my wife's diamonds. Yes, that's right, a huge stack of diamonds."
Her mom snorted and shook her head, and the three of them walked outside. Her mom gasped and almost stumbled when she saw the limo waiting. "They will think someone died. That's the only time you see a limo in the Gov Subs." Her father still sauntered jauntily and ashed his fake cigar.
"Silly us. We forgot the Jag at the other house and had to take the limo."
Stephanie grinned and climbed in after them. The limo was self-driving, and she had it take them to the new part of Chicago. There was a Japanese restaurant there that Becca had told her about a couple of years before, and she knew that her mother would love it. Since it wasn't a weekend, they didn't need reservations, and were taken to their own seating area with a flat grill in the center of it. The chef came out and bowed to each of them, which made her mother giggle repeatedly. She ordered the shrimp, and her father ordered the combination. Stephanie went with shrimp too, and asked for a round of drinks in the little tiki glasses they would get to take home at the end of the night. They laughed and applauded as the personal chef cooked their food to perfection on the flat top in front of them. Steam sizzled, and he flipped and turned the food to provide an amazing show for the three of them. When the food was done, they sat and ate and talked about how amazing the place was. Stephanie was really glad to see that they were having a good time. She had never seen them let loose in her life, and that was really important to her. It meant a lot that she knew they were happy, no matter what, and they deserved special things like that night. In fact, they deserved to live like that all the time. All she could keep telling herself was that hopefully it would happen one day, even if she was the one who had to make it come true. While they ate, oblivious to any of them, a large vehicle pulled up to the curb down the street from the restaurant. Two men stepped out from the shadows and walked up as the front passenger window rolled down slowly. They talked for several moments before they nodded and slipped back into the shadows. Another man put his hands in his pocket and scrutinized the two men who hid in the alley. The SUV started again and accelerated. It took the next right turn and immediately parked on the street. They were waiting for Stephanie Morgana. Chapter 54. Tompkins leaned her head back and groaned as she rolled her eyes. "This is not the night I thought I would have. Seriously, why is this so difficult to organize? And why the hell don't we have someone whose job it is to do so?" Brown laughed.
"Hey, everyone. Tompkins over here forgot that she is in the Federation Navy. For a second, it sounded like she thought she was part of some big private corporation where everything isn't thrust on one person's shoulders."
Taylor rubbed his face.
6 people. Everything is thrust on 6 people's shoulders. And I'm not sure why it's surprising. Every year we walk in here thinking it will be simple. And every year we still sit here at 9 at night trying to determine who will go where.
Conrad smiled and paused from taking his notes.
It's strategy, my friends. We can't send the wrong person to do the job. That's how you end up with low entry numbers after the busy season. We have to match personalities as best we can.
Tompkins shook her thumb at Grant.
Just send him. They will see that you can basically be brain dead and still climb the ladder. Or Holland, who will talk them to death, and they'll sign the dotted line simply to get him to shut the hell up.
Grant flipped her off.
Just because you think you're smart doesn't mean you actually are. If we all flashed our cleavage around to every eligible sailor, we might get promoted up the ranks quickly too.
Holland snickered, and she gave him a nasty look. How come I can beat on you without a single word as to how you look, but you imbeciles can't think of anything that isn't sexist to hit me back with? It's really kind of pathetic. Conrad stretched his arms above his head and yawned.
All right, guys. Let's keep going before you bite each other's heads off, shall we? We have to send our best recruiter to the girl in the game, Stephanie Morgana. We need this one to be taken care of ASAP.
Tompkins narrowed her eyes and peered at the screen. Let's see. Hot, smart girl. It definitely means that Larry can't take it. Holland tilted his head to the side and thought.
Remember, we only have Larry, Williamson, Charlie, and Rebecca who are qualified for special assignments like this.
She nodded. Yep. And Larry will end up busting one on her before he can even say hello. The man in question stuck his head around the corner.
Did someone call me?
The 6 of them looked up and tried desperately to hide a laugh. Larry was huge with muscles from head to toe. While probably the width of 3 Tompkins, he was not the brightest crayon in the box. She pressed her lips together and made a slight snorting noise. No, Larry dear. You can go back to lifting weights and saying the alphabet. He blinked at them and nodded before he disappeared around the corner. Conrad's eyes widened and he shook his head.
Right then. Not Larry for damn sure.
Grant ran his finger down the list.
Charlie is out too. He is ready to leave on assignment for the science kid. The one who can figure out the chemical composition of basically anything, and then make a bomb from it.
Conrad nodded.
So we either send Rebecca, where we could see how gender might play a role here.
Tompkins giggled. Or we send David Killer Casanova Williamson. So, are we looking at whether to respect her with a strong female role, or impress her with a hot guy with a good ass? I say go with Casanova. She's young and impressionable. Grant checkmarked the air.
Agreed.
The team leader shook his head.
I hope you kiddies are right. She's a must-have. All right, David it is. Now, who do we send for the guy who can bench press twice his weight?
Tompkins threw her hand up in the air in dramatic resignation. I got this one, boss. Stephanie's dad took the last bit of steak from his plate, put it in his mouth, and savored every morsel.
This has been a fantastic surprise. I don't know if we've had steak in years. Maybe on our wedding anniversary several years ago.
Her mother nodded. Yes, but nowhere even close to the quality that this one was. I stole some from your father's plate. Stephanie laughed. I think if I eat anything else, I might burst. Now I understand why so many of the Richies are... She lowered her voice and cupped her hand. Rotund. Her dad patted his belly.
I would be if I were one. Screw that trying to impress people with abs of steel. Give me all the potatoes and don't skimp on the pasta either.
They all laughed. Stephanie smiled as the waiter placed the paid check and her card beside her. So, when I walked up earlier, I overheard the tail end of a conversation. Something about wanting to grow your business? Her mother glanced at her father, who shrugged. When you own a business, who wouldn't want to grow it, right? You want to continue to get bigger, be able to hire more employees, maybe take the load off your own feet after a while. You try not to have a cap on how big you want to get when you are growing a company, you know? You want to always see it as a future that is unknown. Stephanie nodded and pursed her lips. So, if you had the opportunity, you would actually want to grow it? Her mother patted her lips with her napkin. Sure, if it were the right opportunity and made sense to the business. Absolutely. But it has to be right. Dad wiggled his eyebrows.
Why you asking? Are you gonna give up that fancy job of yours in the capital and come join the family business? Maybe make some investments and grow her globally?"
She laughed. "After all this time of you telling me to stay as far away as I can from the family business? I think not. I was only curious. Now that I'll be gone and you won't have that expense, I figured that would open up some time and opportunity for you." Her mother pouted. "I'm gonna miss your face. I'd rather have that than a bigger business. But I'd rather have you successful and out on your own with a big fancy job than anything else. The mother's woes. We don't want you to leave, but we can't have you stay. These Richies have it good. They can have their kid work with them and take care of them when they are old and gray." Stephanie filled out the receipt, left a tip, and put her card in her bag. As they stood, she laughed at her father, who said,
"Oh, she's still gonna take care of us when we're old? Don't you think little Smarty Pants got out of that one?"
She put her arm around his waist as they walked out. "I thought something like a nice little cottage on Melagorn. Then you wouldn't have to deal with the humans. And everything is much prettier on their planet. And quiet. They like their quiet." He rubbed his chin.
I like that idea. I hear they don't have poor on that planet either. Everyone is taken care of."
She chuckled. "True, although I haven't been there in reality, so I can't tell you much. When I finally go, I'll scope out the best senior spots. You will be young compared to their seniors. They live to be 300 and something." Her mom turned with a laugh. "That means I'm only getting started. I'm a wee baby on Melagorn. Why haven't we moved there yet?" The doors to the restaurant swung open, and Stephanie, Mark, and Cindy came out. They laughed and walked close together. The sound of their pleasure was comfortable in the warm city air, and people didn't pay any attention to them as they passed. For a moment, it was as if no one had even noticed that they were from the GovSubs, that they didn't have the newest clothes or most expensive jewelry. For a moment, everyone was simply there to have a good time. The driverless limo doors opened slowly, and the AI welcomed the family. Behind them, without their knowledge, the two men crept out of the shadows, with snarled lips and narrowed eyes. The mystery man walked slowly behind them, his face only visible when a shaft of moonlight cast between the buildings around him. In utter silence, he tipped his head forward and grasped one of the men around the mouth with one hand and around the waist with the other. His buddy was already a few feet in front of him and seemed too focused on the task ahead to notice what had happened. The mystery man spun his captive and slammed him into the brick wall.
"Who are you?"
The criminal narrowed his eyes and twisted in an attempt to reach a knife sheathed on his side. The stranger caught the movement and snatched the knife from his groping fingers. He ran the blade along the crook's cheek. Blood trickled down his pale skin, and he grunted at the pain. Finally, when it became apparent that his captive had no intention to divulge any information, the unknown man threw the knife aside and drew his hand back. He punched the thug as hard as he could across the jaw and released the weight of his body as the man's eyes rolled back. Gravity slumped him to the ground. The moon shifted behind the clouds and cast his sprawled figure into shadow. Quickly, he turned to pursue the other assailant, but stopped when he saw that this one was down too. His eyes widened, and he fumbled for his phone as he looked all around him. He didn't have a partner, and there had been no second person sent out to help protect her that he knew of. A little nonplussed, he stepped hastily back into the shadows and waited as the family entered the limo, and the doors shut slowly behind them. A few moments later, the car pulled away and set off back toward the GovSubs.
"Shit,"
he hissed as he snatched a key out of his pocket and raced across the street. He fell onto his bike and shoved his earpiece in before he yanked his helmet down over his face. Someone else had protected her, and obviously watched her as closely, if not more so than he already was. Well, that was good for her. He wasn't necessarily sure it was good for everyone involved. She was important. Quite possibly the most important human being in many, many years. And his job was to make sure that no one, good intentions or not, got in the way of her potential, and between his boss and her. What he thought would be a relatively simple job had turned out to be more than a little interesting. He turned the bike and revved it before he gunned the engine and hurtled down the street in the direction of the limo.
Call E.
The phone dialed, and Elizabeth's face appeared in the corner of his shield. She looked at her nails, an eyebrow raised. I hope you haven't called me with bad news, because today I do not need bad news.
The girl and her family are safe,
he replied.
I'm currently on my bike tracking her limo back to her parents' house. She took them out to dinner tonight in the new part of Chicago.
Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
Good Lord, I guess I can't be mad at her. It's not like she really understands how important she is. She doesn't know the danger she could be in. When she gets here, though, she will have a full rundown in hand-to-hand combat, as well as all defensive strategies. We can't take any chances with this. There is something else, he said hesitantly. I'm not the only one who is watching her. There were 2 guys there tonight, ready to snatch her. I eliminated one, and by the time I was ready to take the other, someone else had gotten to him. I didn't see who it was and couldn't track them without losing her.
Elizabeth's gaze raised, and her lips fell into a flat line.
Are you sure about that? He didn't simply trip over his own dumb feet and knock himself out.
The man shook his head.
Not unless he also threw himself into the alley, unconscious.
She snarled her displeasure.
Damn it.
This isn't good at all. It could be someone else who wants her safe, so they can snatch her when it suits them. We need to get her here to Washington, D.C. and in the pod as soon as we can. This shit gets more and more complicated by the day. And if we tell her what's up, she will only freak out and we run the risk of scaring her off completely.
I agree,
he replied, his tone deep and firm.
For now, I will pull double duty and stay on her at all times. I have the cameras set up around her house to keep track, and I won't leave the premises. Let me know if you hear anything about who this could be. The last thing we need right now is danger from some asshole company that thinks they know what they are doing.
Elizabeth nodded.
Acknowledged. I'll keep you updated. Until then,
she pointed firmly at him.
Not out of your sight.
Chapter 55. Stephanie lay in her bed, turned on her side with her back to the door. Her mother cracked the door and whispered that she loved her, obviously assuming she was still asleep. She smiled and waited until her mom closed the door before she rolled onto her back and stared at the ceiling. Her parents rummaged around downstairs, fixing coffee, but they always tried to be quiet to not wake her. Even when she was a little girl and her grandmother used to live there, she could remember her mother tiptoeing around quietly. For some reason, it gave her a really warm feeling inside. She pulled the covers up to her chin and tilted her head to the side to look out the window. It was early, and the sun hadn't come up yet, but the sky had begun to lighten. She waited for them to leave for work before getting up. As she had plans she wasn't ready to divulge just yet. What she didn't realize as she lay there in the warmth of her childhood bed, surrounded by the pictures pinned on the walls, and her purple comforter her mother had sprung for when she was 12, was how much she would miss that solace and safety. Everything in her life had been to prepare her for this time, the moment in which she would make a choice and erupt into the world using the talents she had been given to forge a path for herself into the future. Was the choice she had made the one that would do it for her? She wished she could say so without a doubt, but after Pinnacle, she had become a little more cynical about the world. It wasn't that she didn't trust her choice in one R&D. She had to, at least partially, to uproot herself and move thousands of miles away from home. Everything was shiny and exciting when it was new. Everyone thought she was shiny and exciting when they first found out that she could work with magic. However, like it had with Pinnacle, she feared the excitement would quickly fade for one R&D in the same way. Fear couldn't be an obstacle in her life, though. Not anymore. She had grown up with fear. Fear of where they lived, fear of the Federation, fear of starvation, and fear that she would never see even a glimmer of a successful life. She could no longer allow that to plague her and had to push it away and move forward. In order to do that, though, she needed to make sure that her family was securely taken care of. She needed to know that she had done everything she could to stabilize them and help them reach their goals, just as they had done for her for so many years. After about 20 minutes, the front door closed. Stephanie peeked carefully over the windowsill and watched the car drive down the road. She flung the covers off and stretched her arms above her head and pointed her toes. As she rolled out of bed, she looked at the digital display on the wall. She wasn't late, but she didn't have time to dilly-dally. In her closet, she pushed back a couple of old pieces and brought out the outfit she had selected the night before. She pulled the dress up from the bottom, wiggling her body as she drew it over her hips and pushed her arms into the sleeves. It zipped snugly up the side, and she smoothed her hands down the front of the stiff but comfortable fabric. It was one of her nicer dresses, and the neckline sat low on her collarbone, straight across, and dipped halfway down her shoulder bones at the back. It hugged her curves enough to be feminine and give her shape, but left enough room in the fabric to be professional. All the way along the bottom of the hem, a slight ruffle of fabric rested right below her knees. She pulled on a pair of stockings and wrinkled her nose. How do women wear these things every day? The outfit came to life when she slipped on her blue slingback 3-inch heels, and she stood in front of the mirror, satisfied with the effect. Hair. Must fix the hair. Stephanie hurried into the bathroom, brushed her hair out, and pulled it straight back to the nape of her neck. She braided it tightly and secured the end before twisting it into a low braided bun with one small, deeply parted piece that cascaded down over the side of her face. She took a little extra time to apply her makeup, using a tutorial she'd found online, natural but noticeable at the same time. She was actually impressed that she could handle doing it like that. Makeup had never been her forte. When she was completely ready to go, she sat and practiced crossing her legs to the side a few times before she studied the information on the building they would be cleaning. It was only 15 years old, relatively new, even for New Chicago. Every story was surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. All floors on the first 3 levels were marble, and the rest were marbled tile. There was carpet in only 2 rooms in the entire building, the office suite at the top and the VP's office 1 floor below. Both required a special shampooer that she knew her parents had acquired not long before. She wasn't really sure what her parents' reaction to all of this would be, and had yet to tell them of her plan. It would be better to find the details out before they got their hopes up, which would help if they were turned down for the job. Not that Stephanie had any intention of allowing them to be turned down. She had put in the time and effort to get things done and do it right the first time. This was something her dad had taught her when she was only a little girl. Satisfied with her preparations, Stephanie gathered the papers on the desk into a neat pile. She retrieved her mother's briefcase from the closet. It had been a gift 1 year for her birthday, and she only ever used it for business meetings. She had programmed all 3 of their thumbprints into the security latch so they could never be locked out of it. Stephanie set it up on the table, pressed her thumb to it, and allowed it to open fully before she placed her tablet and the stack of papers, as well as a cheat sheet of notes within. Once she'd closed and locked it, she headed downstairs and poured the last cup of coffee they always left for her, while she called for a taxi to go uptown. Her stomach was aflutter when she thought about the meeting she was about to walk into. For some reason, one R&D hadn't made her as nervous as this. But then again, this was for her family, not only for her. She would have to rely heavily on some of her training and her experience in the interview to get her through the first business-based negotiation that she had ever been in. She had been successful in Washington, but that was a personal negotiation, and this was a different arena. And there would doubtless be significant competition. Well, she'd seen her mom do them in the past. Those were usually small and with a homeowner who paid little attention and merely signed on the dotted line. This, she imagined, would be a little more tedious, considering it was such a large building and a substantial contracted price. Stephanie closed her eyes and imagined herself in that room, surrounded by elites as she made the case for her parents' business. She had to keep her shoulders firm, hold her head high, and always sound confident in everything she said. Facts were really important too, especially since they would pay attention to what she knew and didn't know. It wouldn't be a moment to simply pull things out of her ass. As she took the last sip of coffee, the taxi pulled up outside and honked. It was a driverless cab, one of the newer ones that had the ability to fly as well. For this, though, she hoped it would keep its wheels on the ground. Chicago hadn't fully transitioned into the flying car lifestyle, and their airways weren't what they were in other places. It was a slow march forward for the city after the devastation they'd suffered. But they made progress as they rebuilt and brought in new technology almost every day. With a deep breath, she placed her cup in the sink, grabbed the briefcase and bag, and headed out. She locked the door behind her, bounced down the steps, and hastily adjusted her steps to accommodate for the somewhat unfamiliar shoes and avoid landing face down on the sidewalk. She slid into the taxi and buckled her seatbelt. Croftborough Services Building, please. 511 New Main Street. The AI in the cab set the location. Very good. Total price will be 42 federal credits due upon arrival. Accept or deny? Stephanie checked to make sure she had her card. Accept. The taxi eased onto the road, but she had no idea that she was being tailed, or that she had been since she got back from Washington, D.C. The mystery man assigned by Elizabeth now protected her at every turn. He waited until she had moved a little way down the block before he started his motorcycle.
Replay intel from inside the cab.
Croftborough Services Building, please. 511 New Main Street, her voice said in his helmet. He accelerated after the cab, surprised by her destination, and uncertain why she would even venture downtown at that time of day. It was not like her, and not what he had expected. Although Elizabeth had told him she would stay there an extra few days in order to do something for her family. That was the only explanation he could think of, but the details of what it might involve were unclear. Stephanie sat comfortably in the taxi, her briefcase on her lap, and stared out the window. She passed through the GovSubs and waved at Todd as he stumbled sleepily out of his house. He didn't see her, too busy messing with the bands on his wrists, most likely to attempt to get them to play one of his favorite anthems for walking to school. He swore everyone should have a theme song, and it should play whenever they went somewhere or entered a room. She chuckled quietly as they turned away from the subs and headed through the cookie-cutter likenesses of the homes in the suburbs. All the sprinklers had come on at the same time. All the lawns were the perfect height, and all the doors were painted a deep shade of teal. Anyone would have thought that a strange choice for a front door, but the Federation's main color was a deep teal, so it seemed to indicate forced patriotism among the middle class. They passed through the suburbs and out into New Chicago, where construction was constantly ongoing, and the scenery of people changed from the average and normal to the high fashion and luxury of a city. She knew she looked almost drab and plain compared to the women there, but she was okay with that as long as it meant she didn't have to wear the color fuchsia on her body and sparkling blue on her eyelids. In her mind, she was classic, and what everyone else wore didn't much matter to her. She slid her card into the reader in the taxi and stepped out the automatic doors. As it processed, She tugged down on her dress slightly before she replaced the card in her clutch, which she put under her arm. Her heart thudded a little as she gripped her briefcase in one hand and turned toward her destination. The building looked even more impressive in person than it did on the site, but she wouldn't allow herself to be intimidated, she decided, as she pushed into the lobby. As she clicked along the marble floor to the main desk, she smiled at the already busy secretary. The woman finished her call and transferred it before she looked at the visitor, with a mixture of curiosity and flattery. "How may I help you today?" Stephanie slid a copy of the email across the desk. "I have an interview with the CEO for the services contract." The woman snickered. "I still think it's crazy that he is the one handling this. He has over 2,000 employees, yet he is the deciding voice on who cleans the building at night." Elizabeth sat in her apartment with her feet up on the desk and the phone in front of her. As usual, when she talked to her boss, there was no face, only the one R&D symbol rotating in front of her. She poked her finger at it with a sigh. "This needs to be done, but it needs to be done right." Bert couldn't have agreed more. "I didn't put enough thought into the security of the place from the beginning. The whole thing must be significantly tighter than last time. I ran some data on the most secure civilian buildings in the country, and I think I know what I would like to see." She smirked and retrieved a piece of paper to take notes. "What you thinking?" He paused. "I liked your write-up for the security protocol for the people and the building. We will go with that, but I would like to add gun emplacements around the perimeter. I would also like the building to be far away from the city, enough to have the look and feel of a country setting. I want off-grid power, which I can set up on my end as soon as the facility is secured, as well as underground bunkers that are comfortable and equipped for a longer stay in case of an emergency. They should also act as a safety hub for all who work within the company walls. Obviously, with that, you will need food for a year and all that type of stuff." Elizabeth wrote each thing down, and soon realized that the new security would rival Fort Knox by the time she was done with it. She liked that, and hated the idea of having to worry about being at risk because of subpar security. There were too many other things to worry about. Bert continued. "I would also like a room for her to stay on site and live comfortably. I will leave the needs of a young human woman up to you. On top of that, I would like an 8-person security detail as well as 6 others who can be utilized daily for rotations or protection in other sectors." She continued to nod her head as she wrote everything down. "All of that sounds perfect. There is one thing, though, that I think you may have overlooked." A moment of silence ensued, in which he considered this. He seldom overlooked anything. It wasn't in his system capabilities. "What is that?" Elizabeth chuckled. "People. And not the holographic kind like you had at the front desk, but living, breathing people. You need to have other bodies on site. Otherwise, it becomes obvious that Stephanie is the special one." Bert computed the information. "You may be right. I didn't think about that part of it. I think I can cross-utilize this space then, if we purchase the land we have on the top of the pile. It already has a compound of buildings within it, so I can bring on some stock traders and business people to the other side of the compound. They are vital to this business, and I think that having you able to be in constant contact with them will be best." She blinked, caught by surprise with this unexpected development. "Me? Yes," he replied without pause. "We discussed that you would probably be the one to get the other businesses off the ground and out of their current paper-only state. I have grown my holdings exponentially and will need you to work with these people to enable them to start running my businesses. We will be a conglomerate of sorts at first, and dip our toes into many different things. It will all be to ultimately fund the different programs for people like Stephanie. If you open your tablet program, I have sent a small view of the holdings that I currently possess. Elizabeth flipped her tablet on and swiped her hand to the share screen. Bert connected, and she watched as line after line of holdings cascaded down the display in front of her. Her mouth dropped open slightly as she scrolled through.
This is only part of them?
Yes, Bert said.
About 30%, give or take half a percentage point.
I did not send them all since I didn't want to overwhelm you. She raised an eyebrow, scrolled through them once more, and mumbled, almost to herself,
You did not reach that goal, that's for sure. I'm definitely overwhelmed.
The different assets, purchases, land, and stocks left her reeling.
The size and breadth of your portfolio are more than a little intimidating.
It has to be the largest I've ever seen. Bert sent a little more information.
It is actually number 7 in NORAM, and number 12 in the world.
Her voice sounded as incredulous as she felt.
How the hell do you keep all this in your head?
He replied in an utterly serious tone.
I have a big head.
Elizabeth laughed, but let it trickle away slowly at his lack of response in the humor department. She couldn't really tell if it was meant to be a joke or not. She often pictured a giant dome image in her head when talking to Bert, and joked privately to herself that he might, after all, be an AI. Right now, though, the image seemed uncomfortably too close to real.
What about connectivity?
She asked hastily, to avoid that particular black hole.
It has to be secure, and I think her pod needs its own connection.
Bert was already on it.
I will handle all connectivity and ensure there are 3 different access points. 1 for the others, 1 for the main building, and 1 for the pod. Safety and security are high priority right now.
Chapter 56. A guard had met her in the lobby and taken her up a private elevator to the top floor. The secretary showed her into the office and offered coffee or tea, which Stephanie declined.
Mr. Martell will be with you in a moment.
She set her briefcase in the chair and walked to the window to stare out across New Chicago and the old one in the distance. It was both a beautiful and sad view at the same time. To see the destruction and remnants of the city in the distance was almost hard to comprehend. It looked like a backdrop for a movie. The door opened behind her, and she turned, her arms folded. A middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, a very expensive suit, and a charming smile walked in. He looked surprised at first, but didn't skip a beat before he extended his hand.
Miss Morgana, it's very good to meet you. Please have a seat.
He stared at her as he tidied his desk and loosened his tie around his neck.
I have to admit, I'm impressed with the way you're dressed. You look very professional and very well put together. I almost thought I'd entered the wrong meeting when I walked in the door.
Stephanie gave him a polite smile. Thank you. When you do something, you do it right from the beginning. Or at least that's what I've been taught my whole life. His smile was pleasant.
Very nice. It's not often that I have a cleaning company with salespeople like yourself. Although until recently I didn't handle this account. I got fed up and felt that a strong hand was needed. People don't realize how much money goes out to cleaners every year. I've tried the cheaper bot options, but it is never the same, and I pride myself on clean and organized.
Stephanie nodded, her legs crossed to the side. Life is chaotic enough without adding dirt and clutter to the mix. The corner of his mouth twitched upward.
Very true. And while I will enjoy your company, you have to know that this is mainly to rattle the chain of the present company. I don't like to take it this far, but I thought it might be necessary in this case. They have dropped the standard quality while servicing their other newer clients. While I know there isn't a single company that could survive on only this building, the quality of service needs to stay at peak levels. Right now, I hope this little threat will encourage them to focus on me once again.
She chuckled and snapped her briefcase open. Mr. Martell watched her carefully, But his eyes very obviously lingered where they shouldn't. Nonetheless, Stephanie did not allow him to see her take notice of this fact. She took her tablet out and placed it on the edge of his desk. Perfectly businesslike, she pressed a couple of buttons and projected her data into the air. He sat back and examined the graphs and charts that floated like planets in front of his head and above his desk. Stephanie put her fingers together and pressed them to her lips. "Do you know what this is?" Mr. Martell shook his head. She nodded. "This is the profile for the company that presently cleans your building. It shows the percentage points for where you stand within the company's total of business for the greater Chicago area." She stood and pointed her finger at a pie graph. "Now, if you squint your eyes really well, you will be able to see that your company is a tiny 3% of the cleaning service's total portfolio right now. To put that into perspective, that is down from 18% only 3 years ago. That's a significant drop in priority for any company, wouldn't you think? I know that in this world, we can't expect to be 50% of a company's focus. That would be insane. The business would never make any money, but their lack of concern for the job quality has probably crept in from somewhere in this 15% drop in importance within their corporate structure. I'm sure that when they landed the contract, it was a hallmark in their portfolio. Since then, your clout has allowed them to secure even more high-profile projects, and their thanks is a reduction in the quality of the services they provide." He raised an eyebrow. "I wasn't aware we had become such a small part of their company portfolio. That would definitely tell me that there is a valid reason for concern." Stephanie pursed her lips and shrugged. "Personally, Mr. Martell, I don't know how you expect your 3% to wag the 97. Let's run some really simple numbers because they don't have to divulge their earnings thanks to the commerce privacy laws of 2112. So let's say their total income is $500,000. If you calculate based on that, your contribution is $15,000. You are a businessman, so you know that if you don't put the effort into a contract, you'll inevitably lose it. But if you don't have the hours needed, you'd need to consider your options. If someone told you that you would only lose 3% of your total business, what would you do? You would skate by until someone found out. But would you fight for those 3%? The man leaned back and crossed his legs. "I suppose it depends on how much it is 3% of. But no, probably not. There are much greater things I can do with that time that will inevitably make me even more money." Stephanie snapped her fingers and pointed at him. "So you see, no matter how valuable a client you might have been, you currently comprise only a small percentage of their present plans. If you want to do something to rock the boat, it had better be something serious." She could tell he was amused by her words, but was still infuriated by the facts she'd presented. He raised an eyebrow and folded his arms. "Do you have a plan?" Stephanie swiped the numbers away, and her parents' business logo immediately replaced it. She smiled and stared him straight in the eyes. "I sure do. You fire them." Mr. Martell threw his head back and laughed. "And let my building fall into disarray?" "Absolutely not." She shook her head decisively. "A building of such splendor and architectural genius, not to mention the decor, I would never think of such a thing. Give my company a 1-year contract, and if we can't do the job, we're done. And to sweeten that deal, you have your leverage to allow a general call that invites the other company the opportunity to come and discuss matters. It doesn't have to be a circus, but you might find yourself in a much better position." He leaned forward, his expression sharp. "Just like that." She chuckled. "Just like that. And to prove to you that I am absolutely serious about this, I will put up a 10,000 credit guarantee that we will do the job and do it beyond expectation." He scrutinized with narrowed eyes. "And if you fail?" Stephanie held her finger up. "Not that there is a chance in hell of that, but if we were to fail, and you were able to provide substantial proof of the failure, You get to keep the 10,000 credits. Clean and clear, no questions asked. But I can assure you that by the end of it, having my company as your cleaning crew will be so beneficial that you won't want to fire them for anything, not even the 10,000 credits. It was obvious that her proposal had quickly caught his attention. He leaned forward and studied her in silence, almost as if he looked for that one thread that would unravel her, the one piece that would reveal the GovSub's slum beneath her polished exterior. Luckily for her, that was merely a mindset, and the one she was in at that moment was nothing but strength and power. He flicked his wrist at her.
Is the company paying?
She shook her head and pointed at herself. Nope. This is me personally. I will put a 10,000 credit deposit into an escrow account with the correct directives to be executed after 1 year, either back to my account or happily delivered to you. He frowned as he considered this.
Why would you do this? It is obvious this isn't your personal company. Why would you put that much up against something you have no control over?
Stephanie chuckled. I happen to believe in the owners that much. In fact, I have never believed more in anything else in my life. Mr. Martell sat there in silence for several minutes. He rubbed his chin, and his stare moved from Stephanie to the logo floating above them. She was as nervous as hell, but she maintained a controlled and calm expression. She'd learned to never let her opponent see the fear in her eyes. And he was the opponent in that moment. The one who could approve the hiring process or tell her to get the hell out of his office and never come back. Either way, nothing would have been lost, except perhaps some of her pride. Finally, when his prolonged stare began to make her a little uncomfortable, he shook his head and reached across the table to shake her hand.
You are quite the businesswoman, that is for sure. I thought when I walked in here and saw you that you would be a pushover, and that all I was doing was wasting some time with a beautiful woman. I have to say I was wrong. You have the brains, too. Give me an address to send the paperwork to. Your owners will have to agree on the terms. If you'd like, I can leave the 10,000 credits out of their part and have you sign your own.
She smirked. No need. We are transparent in every business deal that we do together. They both stood, and he waved his hand expansively.
But assuming we can negotiate, I think you are right. I need to shock them more than this. Much more. I will get those papers over to you soon.
Stephanie put her tablet in her briefcase, closed it tightly, and tucked her clutch under her arm. Mr. Martell walked her to the door and smiled.
It was refreshing doing business with someone who knows how to do it. Thank you for that. And if you ever need a job, you let me know. We could use some ballbusters around here.
Stephanie laughed. Thanks, but I don't think this is really the kind of permanent work I'm after. He shut the door behind her, and she smiled at the secretary, who gave her a wink. She headed to the elevator and took it to the bottom floor. It was a long, slow ride from top to bottom, but she reveled in the idea that she had given her parents a chance at a new gig. It wasn't only about winning. It was about how well she felt she'd handled herself while in the process of doing so. Still, the cringe came when she acknowledged that she had learned some of those skills at Pinnacle, and she still loathed the absolute thought of the place. She had to push that out of her mind, though. The hard part was over. Now she had to tell her parents that they might have a new client who would blow their business out of the water. The doors to the elevator opened, and she stepped out and nodded at the receptionist. She walked briskly through the doors and gestured to a cab, her smile broad. She hopped in the back seat and gave the address. It was time to head home to make the announcement. Stephanie was almost bouncing up and down in her seat as they drove through the city, the suburbs, and into the subs. Even the gloomy old low-cost housing didn't look so bad that day. She knew her parents wouldn't be home for hours, but she would be there and ready for them when they arrived. Her mind already on that appealing prospect, she paid the SD taxi, thanked the AI awkwardly, and almost ran to the front door. She hurried inside and up the steps, kicked her shoes off, and lay face down on the bed. After a moment, she rolled onto her back, kicked her feet, and squealed for a moment to get it out of her system. When she calmed, she stood, changed into a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and continued her packing. She was almost done with it, but wanted to make sure she would have exactly what she needed. As she went through her old clothes, she discovered a pair of yoga pants and a sweatshirt that she used to wear all the time. She didn't want to get rid of everything, and she knew that she would need a set of lazy wear for work. If she would go in and out of the pod and have to remove all her clothes, that thought still made her cringe, then she wanted to try to be as comfortable as she possibly could be while doing it. Needless to say, she was not fond of the fact that she had to get naked every time she used it. It's like the eggheads who designed this equipment don't have any idea of what a female would find embarrassing. Because sure, we all love to throw our clothes off in front of perfect strangers, get cold, and lie inside an egg unconscious to the world around us. It must have been a man who designed the damn thing. Of course, even though she didn't know this, Bert had designed it. As was only to be expected, he had done it in a completely calculated and data-driven way, with zero thought to modesty or embarrassment, two things he had no real understanding of. He meant no harm by it, of course, but nonetheless, he hadn't thought that one through at all. She finished what she intended to pack that day, and headed downstairs as the notification for the virtual mail went off. Excited, she hurried over and swiped right to confirm that a package waited for her parents. It was the paperwork from Martel. With an eager smile, she put it through and waited impatiently as the documents printed out below. The front door opened and clicked closed, and she knew her parents had returned home. Stephanie grabbed the papers off the table and giggled, really excited to tell them. She only hoped they would be as excited as she was. With the papers held behind her back, she poked her head through the doorway. "Mom? Dad? I have something to tell you." They both looked up happily, but her mother's expression immediately shifted to concern. That prompted her daughter to hurry forward and put her hand on her mother's arm. No, not bad. Sorry. I don't mean to scare you with these things. Nothing bad at all. In fact, I personally think that it's really exciting." Her mother gave her a side glance. "What did you do?" Stephanie smirked. "So, the other day when I was coming into the house, I overheard you talking about a project at the Cromwell building. You said that it could push you guys forward, grow your company, and be really good money. But the problem was that you didn't have anyone to go to the meeting." Cindy narrowed her eyes. "Okay." She pulled the papers out from behind her back and handed them to her mother. "So I went and did it on my own. I used what I learned about business, sat down, presented some stats, and offered a deal. He said that he liked the offer in principle, but he's sure there will be some sort of negotiation." Her parents froze, and their mouths dropped open as they stared at the papers. Her father walked over to her, hauled her up onto her toes, and hugged her tightly. "This is really incredible. I can't believe you did something like this. I honestly didn't even know you knew how." Stephanie rolled her eyes. "Yeah, I learned it at the prep school. Once it's learned, you can't really unlearn it. So what do you think? Is that what you want for the company?" She plopped into a chair. Cindy laughed and looked at Mark. "Of course it is, honey. It's more than we could have asked for. Obviously, we will have to do some negotiation, but we will definitely want this job. No question about it." Mark rubbed his chin and stared off into the distance. "I wonder if I could clean the outside of the windows in a superhero costume. We will have to invest in a serious supply of window cleaner." They all laughed. Stephanie put her hands in her lap and nodded at the paper. "I have to get going in 2 days. So work on the negotiations, and on my way out, I will drop it with Mr. Martel. I told him we needed a couple of days on it. He is fine with that." Cindy stood and hurried over to kiss her daughter on the cheek. "You are more than we could have ever asked for in a child. Thank you for this. Your father and I will get started on it immediately. Right, Mark? He nodded wildly.
Yeah, we will. I'll get the coffee brewing. This will take a while. Not that we mind. Even in the slightest.
Chapter 57. Stephanie walked down the stairs dressed in comfortable smart pants with a relaxed fit, black slip-on shoes, and a plain white button-up shirt. She pulled her suitcase behind her, and its wheels whomped down the steps. Under one arm, she held her purse, and in the other hand, the documents from her parents for the negotiations and completion of terms of the contract for cleaning the building. When she reached the bottom of the steps, her parents stood there, ready to say goodbye. Her mother brushed her shoulders as she always did. I don't know why you didn't send those over virtually. I don't know the last time I saw a printed document. Stephanie smiled. Archaic, I know. But this is an important one, and I want him to take it from my hands. Besides, we have to use up that huge stash of paper Dad was given when that print shop closed down and still owed you money. You guys never use it, so I might as well indulge my printing fetish. A horn blew outside, and her father picked her other suitcase up.
Well, come on. Let's get you packed in the car, and then your mother can cry rivers.
Cindy had already started to tear up, and she slapped her husband on the arm as they walked outside. They loaded her luggage into the trunk, and Stephanie set the envelope of papers into the back seat. She turned, took a deep breath, and held her arms out to her mother. The woman clutched her tightly and tried to hold the sobs back, then stepped back and dabbed a tissue to the corners of her eyes. She held Stephanie's hands and sniffed. You be safe out there. Watch where you are at night. Never go without protection. Stephanie wrinkled her nose. Mom! Her mother sighed. I meant like mace or a battery or something along those lines. She giggled and turned to her dad to hug him tightly. As she pressed her face against his chest, she drew in that warm, comforting scent she had always turned to. She could hear her mom gasp slightly and run back to the house, but her dad held her close and leaned down to talk into her ear.
Knock 'em dead out there, kiddo. Not literally, but figuratively. Unless, of course, the situation demands otherwise.
Stephanie laughed and pulled back. You know it. But like I said before, there will be plenty of security, and I will be working relatively alone the whole time. Things will be good, and the first chance I have, I will come home and visit. Her mother returned, carrying a book wrapped in a deep purple cloth. She unwrapped it carefully, and the tome almost fell apart. It was in the family for generations. I don't believe it, but, well. Her father put his arm around her shoulder, and his nose pressed into the side of her head.
Sweetheart, you may not know all the stories, but you are a Morgana. Read that if you can, and make up your own mind. Just know that you being a magic user might have come up before in your family history. Or it's a bunch of bullshit.
Her mom jabbed him in the side.
Oof. Or fancy horse manure.
Stephanie smirked and traced her fingers tentatively over the torn and tattered cover. Her father shrugged.
Either way, if you can read it, know that there might be a reason for your abilities.
Carefully, her mother handed her the book and watched her closely as her gaze studied every inch of it. Stephanie gripped the thickest edge of the cover and opened it, using her body to shield it from the stiff breeze. Her father put one hand out to hold it so that it wouldn't rip off the spine. She paused, looking up and down the page, and turned it. Her gaze wandered across the next page. Her mother exhaled a deep breath and put her hand to her chest. See, I don't see anything either. Only blank pages. Maybe you're right, Mark. Maybe it was merely some silly story. Blank pages, Stephanie whispered to herself. The ambassador's card. The battery rubbed against the outside of her thigh from where it rested in her pocket. She pressed her fingers tentatively to the page. A small trace of magic whirled from her fingertips, but it was too minute for even her parents to notice. When the world needs a Morgana, one will rise to the occasion. There they were. The words seemed as clear as if they were written on the inside of her eyelids. Plain as day. She opened her eyes wide to find her parents standing there, staring at her. Her mother looked at the pages and back at her. "Do you see something we can't?" Stephanie released a deep breath and chuckled, but decided to keep her discovery a secret for now. "No, I like freaking you out a bit, that's all." Her mother laughed, relieved, and her father smirked and nodded his head. "Let's get this wrapped up and in your bag. You need to get on the road. There is a tram to catch, and you still need to go past the office building. With so much to do today, there is no reason to stand in the driveway and stare at a blank-page book like a bunch of crazies." She smiled and closed it, wrapped it up tightly once more, and placed it in her bag. As her parents moved around to the front, she swept her hand over it to provide a magical protection. Or at least she hoped that was what she had accomplished. It seemed more and more, as each day passed, that when she looked for a specific spell, it would almost come to her without thought. She wasn't sure if that was a good sign, or merely a normal thing, but then again, she didn't really have anything to judge it against. Perhaps the book might help her in that way. All smiles, she shut the trunk and moved forward to hug both her parents again before she clambered into the back of the car. Her father held tightly to her mother's shoulder as they waved, yelled their wishes for her to have good luck, and Cindy sobbed into her tissue. She smiled as the vehicle moved off, knowing she would be back, but focused on her excitement for the future ahead of her. It could be somber, sure, but she wouldn't allow it to create any stress for her. Besides, she couldn't walk into the building looking miserable. The car stopped outside the large looming skyscraper, and the door opened automatically for her. She stepped out with the envelope and walked into the large entryway. The same secretary stood behind the desk, this time with a more pleasant look on her face. "How can I help you today?" Stephanie handed her the paperwork. "I wondered if Mr. Martell was in. I wanted to hand these to him personally." The woman grimaced. "I'm afraid he has been on site, but not in his office. I can hand-deliver them for you if you would like. I am not sure if he will even be back in his office today." Stephanie frowned and tapped on the desk. "Shoot, I guess I'll—"
"Ms. Morgana!"
a familiar voice shouted behind her. She turned as Mr. Martell walked toward her with another person beside him. Instantly, Stephanie flashed a smile and retrieved the envelope with a whispered thank you to the secretary. She winked at her as she turned. The two shook hands, but the man beside him simply stood there and glowered in her general direction. Still, she kept her composure. Stephanie put her hand out to the other man, but he dismissed her rudely with a flicker of fire in his eyes.
"So, this is her. The woman who thinks she can come in and take what is rightfully ours."
She drew her hand back with a polite smile. "You must be Mr. Wesley. I assure you there was nothing personal in my attempts. Only business, you see. Attempting to provide Mr. Martell with the kind of service that he has come to expect." He sneered and turned to the other man. Stephanie's phone vibrated in her pocket as he turned his back to exclude her from the conversation. She stood her ground, although she stepped to the side.
"Some no-name two-bit business, please. Don't be a fool, Martell. Okay, so we took our eyes off the ball a little. We can do better."
Stephanie was faintly worried by his pleading and the fact that they had more of a personal relationship than she had expected. Her phone buzzed in her hand again, and she turned to the side to answer the call. No one paid attention to her at that point anyway. "Hello," she answered, and tried to keep the sound of Mr. Wesley's gruff tone out of the receiver.
"Stephanie, it is Brugus, the ambassador's guard,"
the caller said jubilantly. She smiled. "Oh, Brugus! So good to hear from you. How are you?" He chuckled.
"Good. Full of too many dinners, I suppose. I guess I should stop having those when I go with him.
Stephanie giggled and ignored the conversation beside her. What can I do for you?
I called to see if you would be in town tonight. The ambassador would like to have dinner with you.
She smirked, turned a fraction, and talked a little more loudly. Why, certainly. I'd love to have dinner with the ambassador. I've been dying to catch up since our last visit. Mr. Martell shifted his gaze toward her and raised his hand to his companion. He stared at her for a moment, and she mouthed the words, "I'm sorry," with a huge grin on her face. He snapped his head back toward the angry man.
2-bit?
Mr. Wesley fumed.
Yes. 2-bit, half a company, no real talent, no backing, some slums from the other side of town.
The other man pointed to the young woman who stood nearby and laughed at something her caller said.
Let me ask you this. Do your people come in here to speak to me, the owner of the company and the building, dressed to impress? When I saw her yesterday, I thought she was the wrong appointment, not some representative from a cleaning company.
Mr. Wesley furrowed his brow and glared at Stephanie as she shifted her gaze away from him as she talked.
What?
Mr. Martell folded his arms over his chest.
Do your people go to Washington, D.C. to have dinner with ambassadors who have their people call you to set up the meeting?
His companion gritted his teeth and pointed his finger accusingly.
Now you hold on 1 second. Since when did cleaning become something you needed clout to do? Besides, don't believe this shtick. I did that lame shit long before she was born. She's probably talking to her brother or mommy on the phone. You would be an idiot to think that someone like her is that important.
He scoffed and gestured dismissively, and Stephanie narrowed her eyes. One moment, please, Brilgus. I apologize. She covered the phone receiver, turned to him, and pursed her lips. First of all, I walked in here with the utmost respect, professionalism, and manners. I dress this way because that, sir, is how you gain respect, no matter what the business you happen to be in. If cleaning floors and toilets are demeaning to you and you therefore choose to come in sloppily and with an attitude, that is your problem. Because in my eyes, after watching two people grow and build this very business all my life, I can tell you there is nothing to be ashamed of. I am sorry that your business acumen and politesse are lacking, but do not take that out on me. Mr. Wesley looked at her, slightly confused, and silently mouthed the word politesse. Stephanie rolled her eyes. If I weren't on the phone with a gentleman, I would say it in words better suited to your understanding. Mr. Martell chuckled, stepped back, and watched it unfold. He rather enjoyed the sparring between them, and even more so the way in which the girl was able to articulate herself to leave Mr. Wesley in complete and utter confusion. Her opponent shook his head and looked at Martell as he spoke in a low tone.
She is a fraud. A hoax. She doesn't know any ambassador, and she sure as hell isn't traveling to D.C. to meet up with one. If she is, it's for far more than dinner.
Stephanie's mouth fell open in rage, but before she could say anything, her phone buzzed in her hand. Brilgus had sent a text to get her attention. Please put me on speaker. She smiled and cleared her throat. The ambassador's security specialist would like to say something, she said as she put the phone on speaker. Even though Brilgus was either human or half-human, he still spoke in a strong Melagornian accent and a deep, booming voice when necessary.
This is Brilgus, lead security specialist to the great ambassador of Melagorn. How dare you speak to this woman in such a manner? How have you lived this long without recognizing the preeminent human witch who stands before you? Had you acted this way in any other time or situation, I would have watched her fry you for your insolence. Show your due respect.
His tone changed to a calm voice.
Shall we say the car will pick you up at 8 p.m. then?
Stephanie snickered. That sounds perfect. Thank you, Brilgus. I look forward to seeing you and the ambassador. They hung up, and she stuck her phone in her purse. Suddenly, Mr. Wesley lurched and completely lost it.
How dare you put some half-breed Melagornian on the phone telling me I need to respect you, woman? I am under no obligation, and to think you would have some witch involved in your—
Stephanie gripped her battery lightly, thrust her hand into the air, and waved it in front of his face. Enough! His mouth snapped shut, and his lips sealed. His eyes widened, and he touched his face, slightly panicked. She narrowed her eyes, stepped toward him, and scrutinized him with slow deliberation. Now that I have your attention. He mumbled, backed up, and clawed at the space where his mouth used to be. She tilted her finger back and forth in front of his frightened eyes. I don't appreciate the slurs you have thrown at my personage, or that of my dear friends. Do you believe for a second that everyone is a conniving, lying, lower-than-a-rat individual like yourself? As if unable to help himself, he roved his gaze over the lobby and finally nodded. Mr. Martell leaned his head back and laughed so loudly that it echoed through the marble-covered room.
Nice way to get him to admit that about himself.
The man, confused, looked at Martell, back at Stephanie, and began to shake his head violently back and forth. Stephanie retreated for a few steps and folded her arms when she stood beside the other man and stared at Mr. Wesley. She admired her handiwork, and how quickly she was able to translate her wants into magic. What would you have me do? I have only 2 hours to get to the tram. I can leave that, she motioned to his missing mouth, or return him to his less than admirable prior condition and allow the two of you to have a discussion. Mr. Martell sighed heavily and shook his head. He lowered his arm and shrugged.
Take it off, please. I guess I can't have him run around my complex like that and scare the clients.
Stephanie raised her hand and snapped her fingers to instantly return his mouth to him. He gasped and patted his fingers wildly over his lips. For several moments, he stood there speechless, and she began to think she had somehow accidentally affected his voice. Finally, Mr. Wesley spoke.
Mr. Martell,
The other man shook his head and raised a hand to silence him.
I want to make something very, very clear to you, Wesley. This is my building. The people whom I invite into these walls are only welcomed after careful examination of character, manners, and class. Apparently, I missed you in that review. If you ever come into my establishment again in a manner as brazen and blatantly disrespectful as you did today, I will have you arrested by the federal police. Do you understand?
Mr. Wesley frowned, and his nostrils flared.
Yes.
Mr. Martell brushed his hands off decisively.
Good then. It's all settled. Now, if you wouldn't mind removing your useless ass from my building, I would be much obliged. If you have thought about your actions, brought them to a careful review in your mind, and understood your wrongdoing during the course of the next 3 years, then you may reapply when the contract has ended.
The ex-contractor huffed and stormed out of the building, but made no effort to look at Stephanie again. Her companion chuckled and glanced at her.
My lunch plans just walked off in a huff. Would you care to have a quick lunch in the building's restaurant? We can have your luggage brought in and the car dismissed and call another once we've eaten. I'd like to have a chance to get to know the woman an ambassador from Melagorn calls for dinner reservations. I doubt any of my friends will have a better story than mine for at least a month.
Stephanie laughed. That was a good one, wasn't it? Although, I apologize for the mouth thing. I got a tad carried away, I suppose. Mr. Martell scoffed.
Please. That was the best thing I have ever seen. He's had it coming for years.
He put his hand on her back and guided her toward the elevators. As they waited, Stephanie looked over at him with curiosity. Mr. Martell, did you say 3 years?
Yes,
he admitted, as they stepped into the elevator and the doors began to close.
He was being a very large ass.
Chapter 58. This time, Stephanie was alone in her cabin in first class. That gave her the opportunity to put her feet up, and she ordered a small dessert. There hadn't been time for one after lunch, and a soda, leaned back, and watched the scenery change rapidly outside her window. It was a much-needed moment to herself, a time when she could reflect on her thoughts, worry little, and even shut her eyes for a moment and rest. She had to adjust to the idea that she wasn't home because now hers had become a place and circumstance where home was less defined by the four walls that surrounded her and more by her own comfort in herself. Taking the job in Washington was fantastic, and she hoped that it continued as a long-term thing. But she had learned very young, watching the ghettos burn on the outskirts of old Chicago, that everything was temporary. Even life was temporary. An extraordinary understanding for someone of her age to have, she knew. Nonetheless, it was there. That didn't take away her questions and curiosity, but it was something that lingered forever in the back of her mind. Her cool, bubbling grape soda was refreshing, and she pushed the tray aside and rubbed her stomach. She thought about bringing the book out, but her eyelids already tried to slam shut on her. Instead, she dumped the tray outside, where they told her to leave it when she'd finished, locked her door with her palm signature, and found a blanket before she curled up in one of the reclining chairs. The trip wouldn't take that long, but she still had a few minutes of sleep she could sneak in before the craziness of her new life punched her in the chin. It wasn't long before Stephanie nodded off, her head comfortably cushioned against the soft velour of the chair beneath her. Her dreams wandered to visions of Melagorn, the pond from her testing, and a wide teal field of flowing long grasses beneath the purple haze of the MU spectrum. She looked around her and paused when she realized she now wore a long white gown that dragged on the ground behind her. Over her shoulders was a purple cloak, the hood slightly perched on the top of her head. The energy surged through her, and with every step that she took, it swirled around her bare feet. Up ahead in the grassy clearing, another person stood silently. But they were not Melagornian, at least by outward appearance. The woman stood turned away from her, cascading ribbons of long brown hair secured halfway with rows of tiny purple flowers, rolled gently over her back. She wore a similar robe, but long and purple. Stephanie took several steps toward her, and tentatively stretched out her hand. The need to connect with her, astonishingly powerful. As if she were a character in a horrible action movie, the woman's body tensed sharply, and her head turned to look at Stephanie. Her eyes glistened a bright purple, and she opened her mouth to emit a low moan that fluttered across the waves of wind and directly at her. Stephanie backed away and raised her hand as the sound drew closer and billowed into a large cloud of magic. She screamed instinctively as the purple mass rolled inexorably toward her. Confused and actually afraid, she lurched forward in the chair and clutched her chest, breathing heavily. A sound at the door made her jump, and she looked up to where one of the attendants knocked a second time. She straightened her shirt and hair and pushed to her feet, shuffled to the door, and pressed her palm against the device to open it.
"I'm sorry, ma'am. Your door was locked. We have arrived in Washington."
She turned toward the window and blinked at the bustling train station outside. The man seemed to want a response, so she looked at him and nodded. "Thank you." He glanced at her bags.
"Can I help you with those?"
Stephanie shook her head and pulled them down easily, still slightly dazed from sleep. "No, thank you. I've got them." He stood to the side and smiled at her as she exited the train and stepped onto the sidewalk. The warm late evening air soothed her neck and the throbbing pulse of her muscles, stiff from the way she'd been lying. As she approached the curb, she found her car, waiting like before, and it took her quickly to the hotel. She was in the same suite, and everyone fell over themselves in their efforts to welcome her. Despite her efforts to shake the strange fog of the dream from her brain, she struggled to do so. Safely in her suite, she sent her family a message that she had arrived and jumped in the shower. Like magic, the water ran over her and washed away the heaviness that had sat in her chest like a rock. A little more relaxed, she dried herself off thoroughly and looked at the time. She still had 2 hours before she would be picked up for dinner. The balcony door was cracked to allow a small breeze to drift in. She walked outside and looked at the view. From there, she could see most of the major historical monuments, or the ruins of them at least. To her right, about 3 blocks up, was a more active area where people laughed, wandered around, and shopped from vendors in the street. Music and voices drifted up toward her and carried what appeared to be a pleasant vibe. On impulse, she threw on a pair of shorts, a t-shirt, ball cap, and tennis shoes, and headed out there. For some reason, her body appeared so much more acute than before. All her senses seemed to be aroused. The place felt wild to her, like it was another time or place. The skies were clearer there than in other places, as they had used technology to clear the smog in Washington before they had bothered to do so anywhere else. But in place of banners, planes, or open views, were a plethora of flying cars. An entire network of roads, streets, and intersections hung above the city. From down below, it didn't look like they drove any better in the sky than they did on the ground. But it cleared the streets up and made for a more comfortable walk around town. All along the blocks, digital holograms, some small and others larger than people, floated in and out to advertise a shop or some product placement for tourists. Several times, Stephanie almost lost her way as she strolled through several stores in a row and sensed the small touch of electricity in them. She watched people, too, but her eyes reacted in a way that seemed unnatural to her, as if she scanned everyone she saw. There was a level of suspicion in her chest, something that, up until that point, she had not experienced. She wanted to know who the people around her were, where they were going, and what they were up to behind closed doors. As she approached an intersection, eating some hot nuts casually from a brown paper bag, she glanced up in bemusement. 2 guys and 1 girl stood on the other side of the road. They barely glanced at her, and all wore black, shiny clothing, their hair wild and teased, and the guys had applied more black eyeliner than she had. There was no real evidence other than their looks to give Stephanie a bad feeling, but for some reason, she felt that they could be dangerous. She looked at her watch and cursed as she threw the bag in the trash. As she hurried back the way she had come, she glanced around one last time, but the 3 were nowhere to be seen. She shook off the odd wariness that had stirred in her at the sight of them, and jogged back to her hotel where the doorman stood smiling.
Nice walk, ma'am.
Stephanie nodded. Yes, thank you. I should have a guest pick me up here in 30 minutes. I am not sure if it is only a car or the ambassador of Melagorn himself. Please call me if I am not back down here when they arrive. The doorman looked a little thrown off by the name, but he recovered himself quickly.
Yes, of course. Let us know if you need anything.
Thank you. She jogged through the lobby, into her private elevator, and up to her suite. Thank goodness she had already taken a shower and laid out her clothes, because otherwise she would be up shit creek with an ambassador coming to see her. Her hand on the closet door, she waited for the light on the side to turn green before she opened it. She had set it to de-wrinkle her dress for the evening, and it also scented it with a sweet, mystical scent of Melagorn flowers. The smell calmed her nerves instantly, and she eased the dress over her head. It sat off the shoulders, but sleeveless, hugged the bust, and flared out slightly at the waist. The dark blue fabric appeared to have stars sparkling through it. It was one of the most expensive pieces she had originally bought, but she hadn't been able to resist it. She slipped her flats on and turned her attention to her hair. The soft, wind-dried curls complemented the look well. So, with a pat of powder, a dash of lipstick, and a pair of earrings her mother had given her, she was ready to go. In fact, she was so ready that she still had 15 minutes to wait. In case they arrived early, she decided to head down and wait in the lobby. As soon as the doors opened, the concierge came to her with a smile.
Is there something we can do for you, Miss Morgana?
Stephanie tilted her head slightly and smiled. No, thank you. I am actually waiting down here for my company this evening to pick me up. They won't be here for another 10 minutes or so." He raised an eyebrow and gestured to a passing waiter, who returned a few minutes later to place a glass of champagne on the countertop.
Just long enough to relax with a glass of champagne. Still grown in Champagne. We are lucky to be able to travel there and bring several cases back a couple of times a year."
She was shocked. Even the Richies didn't often have champagne, due to the lack of trade between Noram and the rest of the world. The land in most of the United States was far too soiled by nuclear waste and other disasters to grow anything even remotely like a grape. She closed her eyes and took a sip. The bitter beginning and sweet, bubbly end tickled her senses. She smiled her appreciation. "Thank you so much. This is such a nice treat." The concierge placed his hands in front of him.
"You are quite welcome, young lady. If I may be so bold to say so, many of us here very much look up to your achievements. We, as a staff, have spent most of our lives in the Washington, Virginia, or Maryland subs. To see someone break free of that stronghold and be one with magical abilities on top of that is a true princess story that keeps us hoping."
Stephanie was truly touched by this. "Oh, I'm sorry I didn't get your name." He tapped his name tag.
"Mr. Holden, ma'am. But you may call me Rufus if you please."
The doorman cleared his throat, and Rufus put his arm out.
"Your carriage has arrived."
She handed him the glass. "Thank you. I will see you when I get back." A chauffeur held the door open for her when she stepped out of the hotel. It was a self-driving vehicle, but he was there for more of a personal touch. A protection unit sat in both the front and back of the car, and Stephanie could only assume that the ambassador himself would be present. The attendant took her hand, and she stepped into the vehicle and scooted carefully into the seat. Sitting across from her were Brilgus and the ambassador. Stephanie, having learned the seated greeting, put her hands together and bowed her head in reverence. As she raised it once more, she spoke. "Chlemish Mangild Brathias Shod." The ambassador smiled and nodded.
"And right back to you. Though I would say it is pronounced Shad, without the long O. The other pronunciation is more what the Meligorians refer to as the,
He looked at Brilgus, perplexed, who held his chuckle back.
"Yes, of course. It is the anal sphincter of a human."
She covered her mouth and giggled. "Oh no, I just said it is an honor and a privilege, anal sphincter." Brilgus shook with his effort to hold back a laugh, but the ambassador ignored his bodyguard and simply let it out. They all laughed then, which lightened the mood considerably. Stephanie wiped tears from under her eyes and fanned her face. "Oh, that was not how I imagined it in my head." Her host chuckled again.
"Don't worry. It is a common mistake, and most humans are rarely corrected. A little Meligonian humor, I suppose. Although I wouldn't want you to meet anyone of importance and make the mistake."
Stephanie slid the tissue back in her clutch and glanced at him. "I appreciate it." Brilgus shifted slightly, and his enormous muscles ground into the corner.
"You do very well, though. Better than almost any human I have spoken to."
The ambassador nodded his head.
"Oh, yes. I would have to say, just as well, if not almost better, than the liaison I have at the moment."
The car came slowly to a stop, and the chauffeur opened the door to let Brilgus out first, then Stephanie, and finally the ambassador. They stood in front of one of the most exclusive restaurants in Washington, and all Stephanie could do was hold back giggles for calling the ambassador an asshole. Chapter 59. The room began to lighten slowly, and Stephanie yawned loudly as the chirping of birds lifted the mood. That morning, though, she wanted to hit the snooze button, if there even was one, and go back to bed. She had stayed at the restaurant with Brilgus and the ambassador until nearly 1 a.m. They simply talked and laughed, and he had taught her so many words. She knew how to ask for food, how to ask how someone was, and how to talk about family and friends. She had never picked Spanish up like that in school, but Melagornian felt almost like it came naturally to her. She hauled herself to the end of the bed and rubbed her face. "Sarah?" The AI responded. "Yes?"
"Could you order me some coffee and breakfast?"
She yawned.
"I have already done so. As soon as you have finished your shower, it will be on the table," she replied, and the shower clicked on in the bathroom. "Shower set to a comfortable 107 degrees, your last known preference."
Stephanie pushed herself from the bed and shuffled into the bathroom. Her eyes opened a little wider as the fragrance of menthol and eucalyptus awakened her senses. She showered and sat down at the breakfast table, sipped her coffee, and pulled at a croissant as she scanned through the news on the tabletop tablet to her right. "More unrest in space with the Dreth, Sarah," she said with a sigh. Sarah emitted an AI digital sigh.
"Yes, I have heard that tensions are high between the Dreth and the Federation. They are fighting back harder."
Stephanie raised an eyebrow. "Did you sigh?"
"My programming has been updated to include other responses to make me feel more human."
She straightened quickly, intrigued. "Like what? Can you laugh?" The AI paused.
"Yes, a laugh is in the queue. Would you like to hear it?"
Stephanie put her croissant down and smiled.
"Of course I would."
There was another slight pause, and the AI began to laugh. Unfortunately, it sounded slightly like a sped-up recording of a child's laugh. Stephanie blinked and covered her ears. "Oh no. Oh, that was... Your engineer should be ashamed."
"Was it bad?"
Sarah asked. She wiped her mouth and chuckled. "Close to what I would imagine the sound of a dozen hamsters caught in a blender would be. Can I disable the laugh?" The AI responded.
"Laugh disabled."
Stephanie dressed for the day and opted not for her most comfortable outfit, but something that also wasn't fancy in the least. She decided that, as this was her first day back, she would save the yoga pants for the second day. Downstairs, she was greeted by the concierge, who showed her to the self-driven car that would take her to work. "Rufus," Stephanie said, and stared at the car. "Is this a flying car?" He nodded.
"Oh yes, the newest and best."
She pursed her lips and nodded uncertainly as she stared at it. "I've never been in a flying car before, much less a self-driving flying car." Rufus walked over and opened the door.
"Then, may I suggest buckling up tight? It can often be somewhat turbulent up there. I prefer to steer my own, but since you haven't been trained, I would let it drive you to work this time around."
Stephanie dragged in a deep breath and patted him on the shoulder. "Right then. I will add that to my training list. Until then, I hope it's clear skies." It was clear skies, but being up in the air in a tin can was not something she adapted to either quickly or easily. Stephanie essentially flew the entire way to the new building outside the city, with her eyes clenched shut and her stomach lurching every time it dropped or rose to the various levels of the airway. It was exactly how she imagined the old roller coasters that Todd was obsessed with would feel like. The car descended slowly in front of the new building, and a man walked out to open her door. She glanced at him for a second, and he responded with a toothy grin.
"Hi, I'm Lars. I'm one of your security team."
Stephanie pulled her bag out of the trunk, her chin lifted in surprise. "Oh, I didn't know I needed security." He chuckled and held the door open for her.
"I think as the only magical human on Earth, you might need a little someone watching your back from time to time, right?"
"I guess," Stephanie shrugged. "Why not? The more the merrier, right? Where do I find Ms. Elizabeth?" She glanced around and realized she had no idea where she was. "And Where am I? Lars laughed, his dimples deep and his eyes a crystal blue.
It's a new building, and things are far more secure and better maintained. Ms. E actually asked me to escort you to the pod room, where she said you would know what to do. And she said that when you are finished with that session, she will meet up with you. She had to finish a few things, but she said you would find a familiar voice inside.
Stephanie raised her eyebrow. Oh, Lord. I hope they didn't make the AI sound like my mom or something. Lars smirked as he led her down the freshly painted hallways, which boasted cameras in every corner and sparkling tiled floors. He stopped in front of a large metal door and put his hand out.
Palm, then retina, and it opens from there. They have all this in the system from your first visit. Only 3 people have access. You, Ms. E, and me. But I only have it for an extreme emergency.
Stephanie turned and poked him in the chest. No peeking. None. He put his hands up.
I am always professional, although Ms. E might not be if you don't get in there.
She turned and placed her palm on the pad, then jumped slightly as the retina scanner popped out in front of her. Lars gestured for her to place her chin in the strap, and it scanned her eye before the door lock popped. She turned the big handle and walked in as the lights flickered on. The floor was covered with some sort of foam-like material, and she bounced slightly as she walked. When she glanced back at Lars, he nodded, closed the door, and turned the handle. The light above the door went from red to green, and the ambient lighting dimmed slightly for comfort. She walked to a table in the corner and undressed, folded her things, and set them neatly on the table. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around herself and shivered, narrowing her eyes up toward the ceiling, as if she were inside the virtual realm, and gave her AI a virtual middle finger. Stephanie climbed into the pod and closed the door. The shift into the other world was as seamless as before, and when she opened her eyes, she stood in a large stone building. The sand beneath her feet was white, and sparkling flecks shimmered through it despite the lack of natural light. She wore a long, flowing purple skirt and a tank top with flowers pinned down the back of her loose braid.
"Hello, Stephanie,"
a voice echoed. She had heard that voice before. Delight rippled through her, and she rubbed her finger over her chin and shook it in the air as she laughed. Bert, I knew you would come back. Did you change jobs? Are you working for 1R&D now?
"Something like that,"
he replied.
"And it's good to hear your voice. What are we doing today?" "I am simply here to watch, notate, and be of service if you need me to."
Stephanie nodded, extended her hands, and felt the energy bounce off her palms. I think I will simply go with it today. I have a thought, but I want to work with Melagornian magic first, so I'll only be doing some manipulations.
"All right,"
Bert replied.
"Whenever you are ready. Just pretend I'm not here."
She glanced around and smirked before she closed her eyes. Her focus immediate. She used her hands to draw the energy slowly from the ground and twirl it in circular motions in front of her. As the energy grew stronger, she moved her arms faster and whipped the long trails of magic through the air so they twisted and twined together before they unraveled and began again. She tilted her head back and opened her mouth. The magic flowed from her throat and seeped into the corners of her closed eyes. Eventually, the stream of energy coming in began to slow, and she glowed brighter and brighter. The streams she still connected to spiraled around and through her, back out again, and passed through each fingertip. She dipped her head low and continued to sway, as if in a tribal dance as she looped her arms down and then high over her head. The circle of magic grew tighter, and she twirled it in her hands as if she were a goddess playing with the very solar system itself. When she opened her eyes, the magic within her erupted to join the intertwining strands around her. Purple vibrations coursed down each strand of her hair, and the flowers began to shimmer and change shape before they fell to the ground. Bert paused for a moment when he identified a sound from the space. The deep humming seemed to be a song from the pit of Stephanie's stomach. Each note hung on the strings of energy that swirled through her at an ever-increasing pace. Her entire body glowed so brightly, the system was filled with a momentary white noise. Suddenly she froze. Her feet raised from the ground, and her breath caught in her throat. For a moment, everything was absolutely silent. Until... boom! Her entire body exploded and launched waves of energy to blast outward and destroy the building she stood in. It flattened the long blades of grass and shoved the simulated MU spectrum in the sky aside. It took Bert a split second to gather his system back to a baseline, but as soon as he did, he ejected her body from the system. The door to the pod flew open, and Stephanie rolled out and fell on all fours. She rasped a ragged cough, and the spit dribbled from her mouth onto the cushioned pads. When she opened her eyes, everything was so bright, so real. She blinked wildly and stared in bemusement at the string of saliva attached to her lip. When she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, she noticed blood. Reluctantly, she looked at the spittle on the floor and saw telltale streaks of red in that as well. She had done it again, despite her knowledge of the first time. She had done something to her real body through her virtual world experience. Chapter 60. Stephanie wiped her face with a towel and took another big swig of water. She felt better, much better, but she still couldn't understand what had happened. Ms. E had come in and helped her up off the floor, brought the doc in to check her out, and everything seemed fine. As soon as she got some water in her system and the batteries back in her pocket, she felt as right as rain, physically at least. It was a little confusing that the battery somehow seemed to make her stronger, unless she subconsciously absorbed a little of it in her weakened state. The thought was worth exploring, but at another time. Right now, she was content to simply accept its help because she had much larger issues to confront. What she had seen within the energy she had experienced while in the pod was something she couldn't even begin to explain. Mizzy walked in and clapped her hands. She wore her normal clothes, including the 6-inch heels. For the life of her, Stephanie couldn't figure out how she actually walked in the things. "How are you feeling, kiddo?" She nodded. "Good. Am I going back in?" The woman smiled mischievously. "Not exactly." "Okay, come on in, boys." Stephanie sat and watched as 6 guys, all relatively young, all buff, and all dressed the exact same way in one R&D workout gear, walked into the room. Ms. E stood to the side and cracked her knuckles. "So, with the way the world is today, together with the way that some people may view you as an asset or a liability, both with equally detrimental side effects, I should add, we think it is vitally important that you know some self-defense." She wrinkled her nose in distaste at a flash of memory. "I learned some martial arts at Pinnacle when I hooked the cubes up at night." Mizzy chuckled. "That's good. It means you have a base in all of this. But you need to know it real-world style. Most likely, if you are fighting for your life, it will be in the real world. This is all an excellent time for you to really get to know your security crew for the building. They will be your first, middle, and last line of defense." She put her arm out and moved down the line. "These are your 6 primary guards. There are 4 others who give these guys a break from time to time. We have Brendan, Avery, Johnny, Jack, or Frog as we call him, Marcus, and you already met Lars." Lars gave her a small flick of the fingers and a smile. She nodded at them, but slightly edged her hand into the pocket of her pants to grasp the battery. This seemed like as good a time as any to practice with the energy. The batteries the company had sent her had enabled her to practice, and in time, she'd found that she could absorb and hold a small residue level of the power. Nothing even close to a major breakthrough, but encouraging nonetheless. She'd simply assumed that her body had adjusted somewhat. This was a small battery, and wasn't completely full either, so it was a good basis for experimentation. She kept her expression relaxed as she drew all the remaining energy from the battery as slowly as she could so that Ms. E wouldn't notice. A little tour earlier had revealed that she could reload them inside the building. It seemed the company had invested in a supply of the larger ones as a kind of magical larder, and she assumed they would be replaced as they were used. Knowing that, she didn't mind depleting this one in what might be a good cause. She took a deep breath. "I'm fighting my own guys?" Ms. E nodded. "I thought that would be a better way to start than to fight your enemies." Stephanie stood and stretched her arms from side to side. "Let me clarify this because it can be a gray area in my world. Am I using all my abilities?" The woman smirked and turned to the men. "For the first few rounds, I want Stephanie to restrain herself. We will work on martial arts." They exchanged glances and finally looked at Stephanie, who seemed really small compared to everyone else. Having never actually seen her do anything outside the videos of her that they'd watched, they simply shrugged. Ms. E stepped out of the way and stood on the side where she leaned her shoulder against one of the columns. Stephanie walked into the center and adopted her defensive pose. Her self-confidence rose when all of the knowledge and muscle memory from school suddenly flooded her head. Brendan came forward first with the task to ensure that she knew all the defensive moves. She blocked him with the simpler ones, but when he did a back handspring and brought his foot around, he knocked her squarely in the head. Immediately his eyes widened, and he went to grab her. Ms. E shook her head. She has to be able to handle this on her own. Now she knows there is more than only her nose and mouth to defend. As she stood and snatched the mouthguard made for her off the table, Stephanie's lip twitched with irritation. She slipped it in and jumped back and forth as she rolled her shoulders. Next was Avery, to teach her upper body offensive moves. She flowed through the attack movements the cube had taught her, and tried to keep her feet from leaving the mat as she moved. She was supposed to only work her upper body in this exercise. He blocked her at every pass but one, in which he shifted, grabbed her arm, and twisted it behind her back. He released her when she grunted her surrender. She moved on to Johnny, who worked hard with her on lower body movements. Every time she flailed a limb, he would smack it down. "Control. You have to control every movement you make. Every movement is deliberate. It is made for you to push through. It is for you to control. Then and only then can you adjust the speed and placement at a moment's notice." She gritted her teeth and kicked harder, swirled around and pounded her leg into his arm, leg, and chest. When she thought she would almost die of exhaustion, Jack jumped in, and she suddenly realized why they called him Frog. He bounced continually, and his feet moved rapidly as his legs pistoned in constant attack. She had to put it all together and use her arms, her upper torso, her bottom, her legs, everything in a fluid, seamless motion to fight back. Although he was faster than her, a couple of knockdowns soon pushed her into the zone. Her eyes and senses became hyper-focused on every twitch of his body and every tense and release of his muscles. She found herself able to anticipate some of his movements, something she had never been able to focus enough to do. It wasn't like she spent her childhood sparring every day. She vaulted into the air, kicked, and barely missed his head. He flipped under and she landed, her thigh on his shoulder and knee bent over the front of him. With a laugh, he bounced and flung her over and onto her back. She grunted as she rolled across the floor, thankful there were at least mats down at that point. Ms. E waved her hand to Lars and Marcus.
You two start out 2-on-1. Stephanie, when you think you have the balls for another, you tap the mat. Each time you single tap, we send in another. When I call full action, it's you against the 6 of them.
Stephanie rubbed her nose and cracked her neck before she gave the thumbs up. She smacked her hands together and leaned down to study her 2 opponents. Without warning, she raced forward and used her feet to push off the mat and launch herself at the men. She struck Lars's thigh and twisted, ran the back of her foot over the side of his face, and continued across Marcus's as well. She landed in a squatted position with one hand on the mat, her head up and ready for retribution. Both men laughed as they shook the daze from their heads. She tapped the mat, tapped it again, and held up 2 fingers. Lars clapped his hands in approval.
That's right. Never give up. Always ask for more.
The group cheered as Frog and Johnny strutted out. It was now 4-1, and she felt good, even if she knew she would probably get her ass kicked. They came at her one at a time at first. Johnny was blocked, but Frog slammed her down hard on the mat. She bounced up and hurtled forward to attack Lars. Marcus slipped in and ducked low at the last second to take her out at the knees. She flipped over him, grasped Lars as she spun, and hauled him down with her. The guys watching jumped up, yelled, and held the sides of their heads in a gesture of exasperation. Ms. E smiled.
5 seconds to full action.
Stephanie chuckled and smirked at Lars as she pulled her mouthguard out and spat blood into a bucket on the sidelines. All 6 men gathered in the arena. Stephanie made her way into the middle as Ms. E counted down to the last second. When she blew the whistle, Stephanie could tell she wouldn't be able to take them down without a little help. At first, she simply energized herself a little to give her extra speed to grab one of her opponents before they could react. She gripped Johnny's wrist and turned to bring his arm over her shoulder backward. She grunted as she bounced on her feet, but she couldn't for the life of her flip him over her back. Cautiously, she held her breath and released a little more magic to give her the ability to fling him up and over her. She managed to give herself possibly a little too much, since he careened off the mat and into the wall. Everyone looked at him, and he put his hand up.
Fine, I'm fine. Keep going.
At that point, she was tired of restraint. As Frog bounced toward her, she swayed and swished her arms to the side in his direction. A gust of wind struck him in mid-leap, rammed into his stomach, and flipped him head over heels. He landed on his ass, his legs out straight, and bounced a couple of feet before he groaned and toppled to clutch his family jewels. Stephanie grinned. She used to think the expression outdated and old-fashioned, but he hung on to them like they were both family and fortune, so maybe it was still appropriate after all. Marcus lunged at her, but she was too quick for him and rolled to the right. She stamped her foot hard on the floor and shook the ground beneath him. He put his arms out in an effort to keep his balance, and she snickered, grabbed one, and spun faster and faster. She aimed downward and let go, and he slid helplessly across to the other side of the room. Instantly, both Avery and Brendan were on her. She kicked and punched, dodged their shots, and only managed a couple of strong punches once or twice. Not enough to knock them down, though, and it soon became clear that she needed to up her game. She backed up several feet, raised her arms high, and fisted her hands. She dropped and smacked them down on the ground. Flames erupted in front of them, as tall as the men were. They couldn't have hurt them, since they were simply Melagornian magic tricks, but it distracted them long enough for her to vault over them, land, and grasp Avery around the neck. She used her momentum to flip him and drive his body into the floor. Brendan saw it and tried to go in while still fanning the flames away. She smiled and pushed off with her shoulders, launched upward, and kicked him hard under the chin. He teetered for a moment but went down hard. Slowly she stood, breathing heavily, and wiped the sweat from her hands. She stared at the flames for a minute and wondered if Lars had simply chickened out or if he waited for the right moment. Stephanie chuckled and moved toward the flames. You know they aren't real, right? You don't have to be afraid of some big bad blue flames, Lars. As her gaze refocused, her face dropped. Lars rocketed through the flames, his fists clenched and muscles tight, and he growled and yelled loudly. As his arm came for her neck, she cringed. Oh my, this is gonna hurt. He bulldozed into her, twisted his body around her, and secured her in a chokehold. She gripped his huge arm and spluttered as her face turned red. As the blood drained from her brain, she slapped his arm ineffectually. They both dropped to their knees, and he laughed. It's okay. Just go to sleep then. Lars will take care of the rough stuff. Her eyes flew open, and blue flickered in her irises. While she knew she didn't have much left, she wouldn't let him get the best of her. She mustered the last reserve of magic she had and drew it into her fingertip. Lars snickered and pulled it tighter. Surrender! Double tap my arm and you will breathe again, ma'am. Just give in. It's okay not to be the best yet. Say it. I surrender. She choked out a couple of words, and the man leaned closer. What was that? He released a smidgen of pressure, and she yelled her defiance, her voice raspy. Like hell I will should. She twisted her arm and jammed her finger into his side to release a blast of electricity. He immediately locked up and spit dribbled down his lip. She ducked out of his hold and turned toward him, breathing heavily, and leaned forward to his ear with a giggle. Didn't you teach me to never surrender only a few minutes ago? Unable to resist the temptation, she poked him again. A small spark toppled him easily, and he jerked spasmodically on the mat. She stood, raised her hands, and managed a short laugh before she stumbled backward and dropped from exhaustion. Ms. E laughed and ran over to scoop Stephanie up in her arms. Frog shambled to his feet and still rubbed himself a little awkwardly. Take care of these idiots, the woman said, and gestured to the wounded with her head. She turned and carried Stephanie out of the room. Come on to the medical dock, little Miss Spent Battery. The crew remained on the floor of the workout room, and they groaned as the 4 backup guards and Frog finally helped them up and dragged them to the bench. The 4 replacements had cheered Stephanie on from the sidelines the whole time, thankful that it wasn't their turn yet. Chapter 61. Lars stood in front of Stephanie, his hands out in front of him in a gesture that seemed both placating and a protest at the same time. The others lingered in the background, some bruised and others fighting through the pain. We understand that your martial arts abilities are, without magic, on par with ours, but what we cannot compete with is when you use your magic together with them. She bit her bottom lip and looked at him with raised eyebrows. So, what are you saying? Do you want me to take it easy on you guys? The other men attempted to stand, puff their chests out, and shake their heads, and she smirked as Lars waved his hands at them and rubbed his chin. No, but we want to learn more about them and understand your power, so that we can then understand how we are supposed to help protect you. That is our job, after all. And if someone does come for you, they are either stupid or they are strong as well. If we faced 6 of you out there, we wouldn't stand a chance. Stephanie nodded and rolled her shoulder to ease the pain. Well, as of right now, I'm the only one anyone knows of. But I get what you're saying, and honestly, if I have you guys to back me up or protect me, I want you to know how it all works. The problem with that is that I don't really know how it all works yet. That is part of why I'm here, to figure that out. Lars's mouth hung open for a moment, and he tapped his fingers distractedly against his legs. Right, I get it. Well, I guess all we can do is keep practicing against you and do what we can to learn. When you've figured it all out, we can go from there. The team in the background groaned. She chuckled and peered over Lars's shoulder. It's okay, guys. I won't kick your asses so hard next time. Frog cheered, and the others gave him a nasty look. He lowered his arm slowly and glanced away, trying not to make any eye contact at all. Elizabeth walked up and patted Lars on the shoulder. Get your men cleaned up. I'll put the other 4 on temp watch until you can walk straight. And for crying out loud, get Frog a cup, please. Actually, all of you get some cups. The man nodded at them both and hurried off. Elizabeth put her arm around the girl's shoulders and smiled as they walked away. I think you hurt not only their manhood, but their sensibility as well. Stephanie giggled. I didn't mean to. I simply went with an attack. Right now, I want to study my transfer of energy more. What happened in the pod was kind of freaky, and I would like that not to happen on Earth to my real body. Elizabeth sighed. Yeah, us too. Listen, we have a room for you here. It's not the hotel, but it's definitely put together. I did it myself, with the guys lugging all the heavy shit, of course. We took the liberty to grab your stuff from the hotel and put it all in your room. Is that okay? I thought you might be safer here for now. It's almost a compound of sorts. That's fine. It will keep me closer to the whole pod thing and means less time in flying cars. Elizabeth laughed as she showed her to her room. We'll do a lesson or 2 in the pod. It shouldn't take you too long to catch on to that one. Stephanie stopped as a slight sense of unease settled over her. She realized that she'd allowed her excitement over the new job, the opportunity to study and explore through the pod, and the rush of being important enough to dine with ambassadors and have her own protective detail go to her head. Not once had she questioned anything, aside from her responses in and to the pod and the magic. Everything else had been shoved aside, but a dozen questions now crowded in to unsettle her. What's wrong? Ms. E asked, and placed her hand on Stephanie's arm. Not wrong exactly, but I have so many questions suddenly. Like why we moved from the old building instead of rebuilding after the fire. And why you've brought me to live in a, what did you call it, a compound? With a whole security detail 24/7? Did something happen? Am I in danger? The other woman sighed, but her expression seemed more weary than upset. I know you have questions, kiddo, and they will all be answered in time. What I can tell you is that you have a rare talent, a gift, and there are many people out there who would like to gain control of that, whether it benefits you or not. We'd like to be sure that you're prepared for it, should anyone discover you and try to take advantage of you. Stephanie nodded as a quick vision of Pinnacle surfaced. She already knew firsthand that very few people would really care what happened to her along the way. All they would want was to feed their greed and power, with her as the main course. I guess, she shrugged. There's so much I still don't understand. Like how the energy really works and what it can do and how. And the martial arts, too. Seriously, I didn't think of it at the time, but how is it possible that I could hold my own against 6 grown men when the only training I had, if you can actually call it training, was a knight plugged into a cube? None of it makes any sense at all. Ms. E smiled. No, it doesn't. But it's real stuff. The truth is that we don't have the answers either. The best we can do is to create a safe environment in which you can learn. And that includes teaching you how to defend yourself using all your abilities. Honestly, we're learning as we go like you are. But at least with us, you have a say in what happens. You can trust us to not force you beyond what you're comfortable with. We see the potential in you to make a difference, and we want you to reach your full potential. For your own sake as much as for all those people out there whose lives you could impact down the line. She smiled and squeezed her hand. Do you trust us? Despite the sudden rush of questions and the sense of disquiet that still hovered, Stephanie looked at her companion and nodded. Instinct, if not common sense, told her that the people who had stepped up and who now surrounded her were possibly the only ones she could trust. Mizzy opened the door and let Stephanie in, smiled again as she closed it, and left her to herself. The whole room was painted in purple and black, the colors she couldn't seem to get away from. She didn't mind, though. It looked nice and felt familiar. She picked a tablet up from a small round table by the door and started to press buttons randomly. What she thought were solid painted walls were actually holographic and shifted to various scenes from all over the galaxy, from floating in deep space to laying in a field on Melagorn. She could choose to be anywhere. Stephanie stopped on a nighttime scene from Melagorn and stared at the towers and the planets in the distance. She put the tablet down and walked to the closet, opened it, and grinned at all her clothes hung neatly in a row. Her suitcase was stored in the bottom, and the rest of her belongings were placed either on the carved wooden dresser with vines etched on all sides, in the bathroom, also holographic and similar to the one in the hotel, or in her drawers. She wandered back into the room and froze as a sudden fear knifed through her. The book. With a sharp surge of panic, she whirled toward her king-sized four-poster bed and puffed out a relieved breath. She had tried to secure it with magic, but honestly hadn't been all that reassured. The energy might have protected it from harm, but there was no way to know if it would have kept it safe from curious fingers. The thought that it might have been stolen, although why would anyone want it anyway, left her with a real sense of loss. A long sigh of relief started her breathing again. The book rested there on the end of the bed, wrapped in the purple velvet. She sat slowly beside it and rubbed her hand over the fabric. While she knew there were things combat-related she needed to take care of, she didn't want to focus as much on the military side of the esoteric. One thing that she had learned, and she had kept this to herself up to that point, was that Earth already had the energy that she needed. The problem was humanity had lost the abilities, and genetics for the most part, to handle it. Therefore, in their minds, it simply didn't exist. Her focus now would need to be to learn more of that. But in that moment, there was nothing more she could really do. She did find it nice that she had a place that was at least semi-permanent to lay her head at night. As much as she liked the hotel, it was still simply that. A hotel. The only two people she would really miss were Rufus and her AI, Sarah. Stephanie stuck her bottom lip out when she thought about her companion, Sarah. She was only a computer, but nonetheless, she was a good listener. Well, I guess I'll have to go it alone. Thanks for all your companionship, Sarah, she said out loud, and pulled her book into her lap. You're welcome, Sarah replied. Although, I don't think you will have to go it alone. I was brought over in the system to stay with you. My laugh was permanently disabled. Stephanie giggled and suddenly felt a whole lot more cheerful. That is great news. It definitely feels better like that. The AI paused. Enjoy your reading, and let me know when you are ready for dinner. I believe the kitchen is down the hall. She nodded. Will do. Carefully, she unwound the fabric from the book, opened it, and placed her fingers on the paper. She had enough energy in her to draw the words into her mind. It was a journal from an ancestor many centuries in the past. This diary will give the reader an understanding of what I believe happened to the family from the first Morgana, from whom we trace our lineage. Stephanie settled in, pulled her legs up and crossed them. She continued reading. As she was a child born out of wedlock, we find lineage to another child born of her. This child was also born out of wedlock, and not inscribed in the annals of time except to our own books. We are the ones who bear witness to protect the earth as Morgana might have, had her family not betrayed her first. Her eyes opened, and she sat motionless for several moments, thinking about those words. Morgana was a first name, apparently, not a last name, or had been so at the beginning. She still didn't have enough information on who Morgana was, So she put the book down carefully on the bed and retrieved her personal tablet from the desk. Once she'd placed it in the center of the bed, she pressed the button to bring the screen into interactive mode. The image popped up from the display like a hologram. "Tell me more about Morgana," she said. The avatar on the screen pretended to wander around and search for information until it finally stuck one finger in the air and yelled, "Eureka!" It tossed a bunch of papers into the air that became the pages for her to scroll through. One by one, she swiped to each one and read bits and pieces of information from folklore and legend. After a few of these, she came to a darker site, one that required her thumbprint to enter. Assuming it wouldn't work since she had never been to it, she hovered her thumb over the reader. The print flittered on the screen and then turned gold, and the site opened immediately. Stephanie stared at it for a moment, astonished that it had worked, but decided not to question the thumbprint issue too deeply. Information was more important at this point. She read through the trials and the tribulations of the Morgana children and the hatred and anger toward them. They were bastards, born out of wedlock, their fathers usually far away, and their lives torturous. Stephanie, although she had never met her father, had never been treated poorly. Mark had been in her life since she was old enough to remember, and her parents loved her with everything in them. But she still bore the name, and the powers that seemed to go along with it. Soon after, she came to a picture of a woman. She was dressed in a black calf-length dress with a white collar, a white jacket that looked almost like a man's sports coat, white slim-looking lace-up leather shoes, stockings, and a wide-brimmed hat. Her hair cascaded in large wavy curls, pinned back behind her ears. She had a beautiful smile, and her eyes looked amazingly familiar. Stephanie continued to read. Maddalena Morgana, born in 1919, no father on record. In history books for humans without the gift, Maddalena was known to have helped the Allies in World War II by creating a spycraft that assisted in infiltrating the enemy. To this day, the non-gifted cannot explain the spycraft, nor did they ever retrieve it from enemy lines. The truth was, Maddalena was the next gifted Morgana to be born on this earth. Her powers were strong in precognition. It wasn't a spycraft that aided the Allies, but instead it was her dreams of the future which helped the Allies, especially on D-Day. Maddalena was more gifted than anyone in that time would have ever understood, and after World War II ended, she disappeared from the public eye, never to be seen again. Stephanie swiped the screen away, chewed on her lip, and twirled her finger around the end of her ponytail. So Morgana had gone from being the first name of the original one to the last name. It made sense. She was born illegitimately, and her mother's maiden name was Morgana, which Stephanie still kept legally, so she could be considered the next Morgana in line. Her thoughts now rampant, she stood, set the tablet aside, and began to pace the room. A number of things began to crystallize within her. She loved her last name, but because of the sound of it, not because of a previously childlike need to be different. She had always felt a strange attachment to it. It would only make sense then that her mother had pushed her to take Mark's last name to hide the Morgana last name. Mark had been in her life since she was a baby, but had not married her mother for many years due to adoption policies and issues with marriage qualifications during a particularly troubling time in Federation history. By the time he did, she was given the choice, and she kept Morgana without a thought. All those times that her mother had begged her, snapped at her, and fought with her over the name was not for Mark's sake. It was for hers. It was not to hurt her stepdad's feelings. He always understood. It had been for her mother because she knew the history, or at least tales of it, and it frightened her, as it would any mother. So she tried to shadow it out, put the past in the past, change the name, and move on from it. But it wasn't something that Stephanie could run from. It was who she was, last name or not. Then again, there was a part of her mother that, no matter how much she might fear something, she pushed herself to not believe it. It was like not believing in the superstition of the number 13, but then building a hotel and leaving floor 13 out of the plans. When Stephanie started fooling with magic and revealed that she had the gift, her mother hadn't actually seemed all that shocked. If she were anyone else, her mother would have lost it. But she was calm and even seemed to know what to do in the first circumstance when she saved that woman's life. Stephanie walked to the wall and stood there to stare out into the virtual space. Part of her wished she could leap out, float to Melagorn and find more answers. At the same time, the Earth had all the answers that she would need. She merely had to figure them out without completely blowing herself up in the process. Before that day, she would have thought of that as an easy request, but it wasn't in the least. In fact, it was more of a warning now that she had done it in the virtual world without even thinking. Things constantly became more and more complicated as the days passed, but brought very few answers in the meantime. Answers were exactly what she needed, and time seemed determined to make the power inside her stronger and stronger. It would only be a matter of time before she or someone she loved got hurt. Chapter 62. The next day came all too quickly, and Stephanie hadn't slept much at all. It was a good thing, then, that both Bert and Elizabeth had decided that she should have some lessons on how to act around other people. It wasn't only how to act around dignitaries, species from other planets, or people she revealed her magic to, but people in general. She was no longer the young Stephanie Morgana who kept as low a profile as possible, and everyone looked right past her. She had already been hounded by so many different people, from the media to companies that wanted her to be a part of something they had going on. As she progressed and her reputation grew, as it inevitably would, she would come under increasing pressure. As tempting as it might be, she couldn't simply shock every single person who tried to talk her into leaving one R&D. She had to learn how to handle herself in high society as well as on the street. The class only lasted for about 6 Earth hours, 3 in the pod. When she came out, Elizabeth held her robe out for her with a smile on her face. "I'm glad to see you didn't fall out of the pod this time." Stephanie put her arms in the robe and wrapped it around herself before she turned to face her. "Thank you for helping me. I don't remember it, but thank you." The woman tapped her on the shoulder. "That's my job, sister. I can't have you stroking out on the first day. It would look bad on my resume." She laughed as she wandered to the door, exited, and locked the pod room behind them. Lars and Frog stood guard outside the room, and both glanced away when she emerged in her robe. She chuckled and put her hand up to give Lars a high five. When she reached her room, Elizabeth glanced toward the kitchen. "I'll make lunch soon. Why don't you call and check in with your family and friends and center yourself a little today? If you're hungry, food will be there. I'll have Sarah tell you when it's done." Stephanie nodded, entered her room, and closed the door behind her. She walked to the bed and lay down before she set her tablet up in front of her. Once she'd checked that her robe was tightly closed, she called her parents. Her mom's face came up on the screen, and she smiled warmly. "Hi, honey!" A warmth flooded her chest and flushed on her cheeks. "Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad." Her dad stuck his head into the camera view. "Hey, kiddo. Love you." "Love you," she giggled. Her mom smiled. "We are right in the middle of training additional staff for the new client's building. I have to admit that to get it exactly how they want it, with as many floors as there are, is extremely challenging. And we have definitely had to bring additional people on. But we are so excited to work with them. I spoke to Mr. Martell, and he couldn't say enough good things about you." Stephanie laughed. "Yeah, he got to see a whole bunch of different sides of me that day. The assertive, the business, and the magical. I let him see it all, good and bad. I guess it worked.
Because you're adorable and you know how to talk to people. Her mom grinned. So how is everything there? Are you in a new room?
She looked around. Oh, yeah. I moved from the hotel into the compound. They have a really nice private room for me. My own pod that I can use anytime I like, and security staff as well. It's easiest if I stay here, and I actually like it. This is somewhere I can feel comfortable, instead of that constant hotel feeling, no matter how nice it is. Oh, and they brought the AI from my hotel room over because I liked her so much. Her mom laughed. That's what I'm talking about. Take care of my baby girl. I want you to be happy and safe, that's all. Stephanie nodded. And I am both of those things. But Mom, I actually hoped I could talk to you about something. It has to do with the book you gave me. After a short silence, her mother cleared her throat and stepped away from whoever she was close to.
You want to talk about your name?
Yeah. Cindy's gaze shifted back and forth, and the forced smile on her lips twitched.
There are things which we discuss in person only. I cannot read the diary, but I realize you can. When we see each other, I will chat to you about it.
She knew she wouldn't say any more, and that she had been as clear as she could be in that moment. This was a huge deal, a huge secret, and they couldn't risk a discussion about it over the phone or video in case someone had tapped the lines or transmitted the video somewhere else. Although disappointed, Stephanie simply nodded, gave her mom a wink, and changed the subject. I forgot I haven't talked to you in a couple of days, she said excitedly. I had a real glass of champagne the other day. Well, a quarter of a glass because I had to leave, but champagne nonetheless. Her mother's eyes glistened.
Oh, champagne. We miss that bubbly wonderfulness.
I've always wanted to pop a bottle and celebrate. Well, anything really. That's wonderful, darling. I hope that one day your father and I will have the chance to do such exciting things. Stephanie's eyes went soft, and she breathed out a heavy breath. You will. I'll make sure you have the chance to. What is life for if you don't get to experience all of it, right? Not only the struggles, that's not fair. Cindy nodded, pressed her lips together, and cleared her throat. Her eyes glistened as she nodded at Stephanie's father off screen. Sweetie, oh, I miss talking to you so much, but unfortunately, until we get this building business taken care of, we are pushing against the clock. When I'm not there, I'm hiring people, putting them through training, getting our equipment cleaned, the whole 9 yards. We're using some of our daytime sites to train extra staff as well to speed things up a little, which is why there are others here with us. It's a crazy train here at home. I'll let you go then. I can call you some other time in the evening, Stephanie offered. I just finished my morning session and didn't even think of the time. Although with a night shift as well now, I'm not sure how you and Dad have scheduled your off time. Her mother waved her hands. Nor should you ever worry about that. Never hesitate to call me when you have a few minutes to do it. I would rather talk while cleaning than miss you altogether because you have such a busy schedule too. Once we have the logistics ironed out, things will be better all around. I want to come back home very soon so I can see you guys. Or maybe when you get a break, bring you out here to DC so you can see all the historical sites and all the flying cars and craziness over here. Chicago will be like that eventually. Her mother shook her head. That would be lovely. And sweetheart, I want you to know how much I love you. You were meant to be special. You just didn't know it. Stephanie waved goodbye to her father, and they ended the call. Her mother, no matter how scared or worried she was, always had the ability to make her feel better. She always knew the right thing to say in any situation. Comfortably cross-legged on the bed, she thought about home and all her nice walks to school and home each day. How simple her life had been only a year before, when taking the Federation exams was nothing more than a blip in her future. Things got so crazy so fast, but that was okay, because she would slowly figure out who she was. Thinking about home, she looked at her watch. and remembered that Wednesdays were when Todd had his mid-morning free period. She had completely forgotten about that, and excited to hear his voice, she swiped her tablet and called him. He answered on the second ring and appeared in front of himself in hologram form to salute her. Stephanie laughed and saluted him awkwardly in response. "I didn't join the Federation. Why would you salute me?" Todd rolled his eyes with a smirk on his face.
"Because it's not all about you, butthead."
She looked at him, suddenly serious. "Did you? Already? You're not even out of school yet." He shook his head.
"No, but I have found myself a certified Navy recruiter. I barely even spoke to anyone before, and she kind of found me. I guess through the Federation testing results or something. Anyway," Todd wiggled his eyebrows, "she's a female. 'Cause I am hot."
Stephanie raised an eyebrow. "I'm not busting your model bubble or anything, but remember the recruiters for the class before us? They basically sent either the doppelganger of the person they tried to recruit or the hot girl or guy for those less intellectual."
"Are you calling me a dud?"
He narrowed his eyes. Stephanie giggled and snorted. "No, but that's great, dude. If that is what you want, not what the pretty girl is telling you to do. Signing up for the Federation is way longer term than going on some weird kale and celery diet for a few weeks." Todd scoffed and gestured dismissively.
"I got this. I've always known I would go in, but I'm waiting to see where they put me. Hopefully something cool, and not merely a long drive out into the darkness to meet my maker. Oh, and there was a guy looking for you, but I told him you were gone, and that I had interest. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. I was looked up by a petty officer first class Wowza Santino. She called these digits only 1 week later. Tan skin, curvy, uniform fits just right, red lipstick, smells like flowers, laughs at my jokes, and basically can't live without me at this point."
She shook her head. "The Toddster has fallen in love." In response, he rolled his eyes and pulled on the neckline of his t-shirt.
"The ladies have fallen in love with the Toddster. It was bound to happen. They saw you disappear out of the picture and figured they could slide right in and not have to worry about you setting them on magical fire."
Stephanie pursed her lips. "Nope, they still need to worry about that one." "So, when will you start everything?" Todd shrugged and sighed.
"I'll have my first tests done this weekend. I really hope I do well on them."
She gave him a reassuring look, as if she were touching his shoulder through the video. "Dude, I know you will. I'm really happy for you. I know this is actually what you wanted." He continued to talk, and Stephanie's thoughts drifted off for a moment. Would it be naive to think that they might have done all of that for her? Stephanie shook her head and pulled her attention back to Todd. "Or, Stephanie Morgana, am I now starting to believe everything is about me?" Chapter 63. When Stephanie finally got off the phone with Todd, she felt better about being in her new position and her new life. She had a shit ton of questions that needed to be answered, but there was no elucidation that could be given to her at that time. The facts eluded her at every turn. But what did she really expect? She was a descendant or manifestation of what could potentially be a magical human from centuries before. Fair enough. She hadn't actually found anything that would confirm the magical part of the equation, but given her experience, it seemed very likely. The only ancestor whom she could find any real information on was basically a war hero who had helped the Allies win the war. After that, she disappeared. Disappearing didn't seem all that crazy, though, especially when people close to the government and people in her social circle knew about her abilities. From the little time Stephanie had spent in the spotlight, she could feel that pressure mounting. And from the way that Elizabeth, Bert, and the others attempted to protect her, she knew that harder times most likely lay ahead. Still, She would persist because the information she discovered had the ability to change everything. There was no doubt that for anyone below the middle-class line, and many above it, change was in the wind. Stephanie put her tablet on the dresser and pulled the drawers out to skim through her clothes. She grabbed a pair of ripped jeans, an old vintage Chicago Cubs t-shirt Todd had given her one year for her birthday, and a baseball cap. She needed to get out of there, to clear her mind and do something that didn't involve magic, or research, or questioning every damn thing in her life. She simply wanted to be a normal old human for a while. Knowing how crazy they were about keeping her safe, though, Stephanie headed to the kitchen in the hope that Ms. E was still there. As she turned the corner, Elizabeth glanced up, her outfit beyond incongruous. She wore a chef's apron with her business attire and 6-inch heels. It didn't really fit, but she seemed to be in a good mood nonetheless. She glanced at the girl's outfit and looked at the cutting board as she chopped celery. "Are you thinking of going out?" Stephanie leaned against the doorway and shoved her hands in her pockets. "Yeah. I really wanted some me time, I guess. But I thought I should check with you." A smile pulled at the woman's lips. "Remember, I am your boss on the clock, not your mom. But, now that you mention it, yes. I don't mind you going out, as long as you take a couple of the guys with you." She nodded. "Okay, I'll swing in and see who has the aches and who is reasonably functional. I'm sure you'll know when I'm back." Elizabeth chuckled. "I know most things, and if I miss something, the system will have logged it anyway." Stephanie smirked as she headed off to the guards' living quarters. She poked her head into the common area where Lars sat at the table and Frog sprawled on the couch. "Where is everyone?" Lars glanced up and smiled. "On duty. It's me and Frog's time off. 2 of the subs took care of our shifts." She pursed her lips and rocked back and forth on her feet. "Okay. Well, maybe you can point me in the right direction then. I want to go into town and spend some me time out there. Elizabeth wants me to take 2 guys with me. Who should I ask?" Frog glanced at the other man and shrugged. Lars looked at the notes he was taking and shut the book. "Give us 10 and we'll head out with you." Stephanie grinned. "Thanks. I'll go get a car to pull around." The guys changed and traveled with Stephanie as she clung to the "oh shit" handle in the flying car. It docked 3 stories up and let them out into a docking terminal that led down into the city. It was the old DuPont Circle, where statues that had been erected a short time before the 2094 riots for social justice and equality now crumbled in the center. That was one of the main events in their history that were studied because, like so many other social justice causes, nothing really ever changed. Maybe the wording of a law or two, but nothing significant. The streets were busy with tourists and business persons on their late lunches or errands. Although you could tell there had been historical periods of unrest in the area, the commemorated ideals of keeping the place as accurate as possible to the original architecture seemed to be upheld. It was pleasant, like walking through an old town filled with commerce and political accents. Stephanie wandered somewhat aimlessly, stopped for a pretzel, and window shopped most of the time. Lars and Frog followed without complaint. They gave her enough space to feel alone, but still kept a watchful eye out. Stephanie meandered down the streets and gazed at the buildings and the flying cars zooming overhead. Steph?" Lars said a short while later, and jogged up beside her. She shook the daze from her head. "Yeah?" His gaze traced up the street. "Maybe we should head back toward the circle. We've wandered too far, and there are a lot of places around here that can be dangerous and secluded." Stephanie focused on her surroundings and realized that he was right. She had wandered off the beaten path to an area of town that mostly consisted of crumbling buildings, graffiti, and random places where scantily clad women stood on porches. The duo exchanged a nod and turned quickly, but stopped in their tracks. Frog froze. put a hand around to his back, and gripped the laser pistol shoved into the waistband of his pants. Up ahead, 4 men with orange bandanas tied around their arms and sparkling gold teeth strolled toward them. The one in the front sucked on his front tooth with his tongue, and an eerie smirk pulled at his lips.
Well, looky here, guys. If it isn't our lucky day, we have the Earth Witch right in front of us.
One of the men behind him smiled, a twinkle in his eye. He flipped his toothpick from one side of his mouth to the other, and a hand slid into his jacket.
I heard there's a nice reward for bringing her in. A lot of high profiles are looking to dig into that pretty little head of hers.
Frog moved his gun around slowly and backed up beside Stephanie and Lars.
I would suggest you guys keep moving. The only place she is going is back home.
The mustached man laughed and whistled. Lars, Stephanie, and Frog moved closer together as 6 more thugs appeared from the dark recesses of the alleys. The leader twisted his lips from a smile to a snarl.
It looks like you'll have to make us.
The guy to the side of the gang leader drew faster than Frog could. A hail of bullets struck the guard and catapulted him back. Immediately, Lars grabbed Stephanie and shoved her in one direction as he dove in the other and blasted his weapon at the group. A barrage erupted as guns fired from all angles. Stephanie pressed her back against the wall, breathing heavily, and stared at Frog. He was still alive but hurt, and seemed unable to stand. Rage began to rise within her, and she slid her hand into her pocket and closed her fingers around her recharged battery. As soon as the magic built in her veins, she whirled out from behind the wall and released blasts of purple magic from her fingertips, as if they were guns. The energy swirled to form a hailstorm of magical bullets that struck 3 of the men behind the leader to drop them almost instantaneously. She rolled across the hard ground and ignored Lars's calls to her to get down. One of the gang members raced toward her from the side, ready to grab her. She flipped her hand in the air and narrowed her glowing eyes. A pipe launched from one of the reconstruction sites nearby into her hand. She pitched her arm and caught the man in the side of the head. Another immediately took his place. Her purple eyes shifted angrily to him, and her top lip trembled like an angry dog showing its teeth. She bent slightly, vaulted upward, and spun her leg to kick him in the throat. He stumbled and grabbed at his neck as she landed. Stephanie stared at him for a moment, and her eyes flickered to black. Her thoughts zeroed in on the man as rage and protectiveness lashed through her. Slowly she walked toward him, her gaze fixed and hard. His eyes widened when he saw the black orbs where her eyes should have been. She snatched him by the hair and dragged his head back before she wailed the pipe into his ribs over and over. The man coughed and spattered her face with blood. She growled angrily and flung him violently into the side of a half-fallen brick wall. Lars continued the fight and fired relentlessly at any targets he could eliminate. All Stephanie could think about was revenge. Her past and her ancestors' past that connected with her in the present, just like it had been when Earth had once understood magic. One thug remained. He stood in the street and tried desperately to replace the magazine in his gun. Stephanie threw the pipe down as she walked toward him and pushed her sleeves up. She pulled her palms together in front of her chest and turned them in a circular motion to form a ball of magic in her hands. She looked slowly at him, growled, and launched the energy ball into him like a basketball pass. It erupted in his chest, lifted him from the ground, and spun him horizontally until the crumbled old brownstone across the street stopped him. The sound of cops arriving shook her from her connection. Her eyes faded from black to normal, and she took a deep breath and pushed the magic in her into the ground.
"Stephanie!"
Lars yelled. She turned and raced toward Frog, who lay motionless. 2 of the gang members managed to make it to their feet. Stephanie knelt beside Frog and raised her hand to stop their assailants. Lars grabbed her wrist and shook his head.
"That's enough. The cops will need to take it from here.
It's best you don't use magic.
Stephanie swallowed and nodded in understanding. Her head swam slightly as she looked at Frog and placed her hand over a wound on his shoulder. Blood spewed down his chest, and he groaned and writhed in pain. A cop ran up and looked at the downed gang members, and then at Stephanie, whom he obviously recognized. He holstered his gun and knelt to feel Frog's pulse.
I have an ambulance en route.
All she could do was hope that they could help her bodyguard before it was too late. Chapter 64. The blue padded chair in the corner of Frog's hospital room was horrendously uncomfortable. Stephanie sat with her feet pulled up and her knees to her chest. Her eyes remained fixed on the man in the bed while she waited and watched for him to become conscious again. The ambulance had been quick to get there, but he'd passed out on the way to the hospital. It was the downtown D.C. hospital, but run by the Federation. Healthcare at that point, unless you could afford a private doctor, was identical to that which the military received. Very surgical, emotionless, and understaffed. She couldn't believe that something like that had happened. All she had wanted was a little time to be normal, but normal didn't seem to be an option for her anymore. Not to mention the kind of blank rage she had somehow disappeared into while the battle raged. She was fairly sure one of those who received a wrench to the face was in a room across the hall, guarded by Federation cops. It was crazy. She'd known Frog for all of 2 days, but had managed to bust his balls and get him shot. Apparently, being friends with her wasn't all that it was made out to be. Unless you liked living in a constant state of worry, wonder, and not knowing if you would survive to the next day. Elizabeth walked through the door and paused to study Stephanie, who didn't even look at her. She gritted her teeth and released a long, deep breath before she walked up and handed her a hot cup of coffee.
It's not Brazilian roast, but it will pass for coffee at this point.
Stephanie's gaze drifted from Frog's monitor to the coffee. Slowly, she took the cup and lowered her feet to the floor. Thanks. The older woman bit the inside of her cheek and sat down beside her. She had never been very good at helping those who needed comfort, but she knew it was part of her job.
What happened out there?
She didn't answer at first, but finally, she sniffled and shrugged. We walked along a street, away from the circle. I didn't pay much attention to where we were, and we ended up face to face with them. They recognized me immediately, something I was shocked by, to be honest. They said there was a price to bring me in alive, that they would have a good payday. Elizabeth sipped her coffee and grimaced slightly.
From the stories we were told, you acted like a warrior out there.
There was even something about you cracking one of them in the head with a pipe. Stephanie didn't laugh with her companion's chuckle. I simply wanted revenge. I put my hand up and it came to me. The other woman raised an eyebrow.
Like what? Like Thor's hammer?
She shook her head, her gaze fixed on nothing in particular. Mjolnir was forged from the heat of a dying star. This was some metal pipe from one of the construction sites. I don't know. It was the first thing I thought of when the guys tried to drag me away. I fought, and it was like I zoned in like never before. Anyway, it's not like it did a lot of good. Frog took a shot before we could even react. Elizabeth looked at the man and studied the heartbeat monitor, which jigged and jagged at a regular pace.
It's a hazard, but Frog knew that. He did his duty, and you should be proud of him for that.
Stephanie blinked for the first time since before the woman had walked in. I am proud of him and thankful, but that doesn't take away the fact that he was hurt protecting me. It isn't right. Is Lars okay? Her companion gave her a comforting look and pushed a piece of hair fallen from her ponytail over her shoulder.
He's fine. A little bruised, but that's all. He'll join us shortly. I made him get a brain scan to make sure everything was good. It probably came up empty.
Stephanie pressed her lips together, but finally, she grunted and gave up the attempt. She giggled at the joke, then tilted her head back and rubbed her face. God, this sucks. I know I asked for this, I know I did, but I'm starting to think I don't want to be special anymore. Elizabeth laughed, leaned back, and crossed her legs. She cradled her coffee and stared off into the corner of the room. It's funny how we all wished for something when life was simpler, and when we got it, everything became 10 times more complicated. That's when we hiccup, backtrack, and kick ourselves for thinking we wanted all these things. You are preaching to the choir here, girl, Stephanie snorted as she sipped her coffee. I should have wished for a spot at my parents' company and a decent house in the subs. But then if I got that, I wouldn't have been satisfied. The older woman nodded, slightly dazed. She blinked and drew in a deep breath to bring herself back to the present. The thing is, though, no matter what you believe about the great beyond, fate, magic, any of it really, sometimes what you want doesn't matter. Sometimes the things waiting in the wings for you will be bigger than you, bigger than all of us, and you have to take it with a sense of grace, compassion, and a stiff upper lip. Stephanie pouted her bottom lip. I wish I could argue with you on that, but I have no data to back myself up. Elizabeth chuckled and glanced around uneasily. You sound like Bert. They both laughed for a minute, and the sound trickled around the steady beeping of Frog's monitors. She put her cup down and looked at Stephanie. You are Stephanie Morgana, the Federation's first human witch. Like it or not, you will always be important. And you can fight it all you want to. Scream, claw. But in the end, you will need to learn to lead people, because they will follow you. You won't have a say in that. And you may try to push them off and convince them not to, but they will still be there. The girl's fixed and serious expression didn't change. Her eyes were locked on the foot of Frog's bed, her thoughts almost visible. Elizabeth curled the left side of her mouth and turned to retrieve her coffee. It's important to remember that, Stephanie. You will be a leader, like it or not. Some of the people following will do it for good reasons, and some, well, simply because they are batshit crazy. Stephanie shook her head. Those batshit crazy ones will simply write me hate mail, or stab voodoo dolls. They are the ones who will be capable of really big and really scary things. Scary as in putting my name out there so gang members hunt me down. And because of that, because of me, innocent people will be hurt. Elizabeth shook her head. You need to realize that bad things will happen, whether to you, to people close to you, or to people you don't even know. You need to accept that here and now because otherwise it will always hold you back. Be thankful that he isn't dead. That is something to hold on to and celebrate. We are sitting here waiting for him to wake up, not sending him to the Federation burial services to expel his ashes out into space. She knew Elizabeth was right, although she didn't say anything. Frog was really lucky to be alive, but it still made her sick to her stomach to see him like that. The other woman finished her coffee and tossed the cup in the bin. I am personally glad, no matter what, that you didn't kill anyone or get anyone killed. That could have a profound effect on someone, and I need you to stay open and receptive so that you can continue to grow stronger and wiser. She slapped the girl's leg to catch her attention. Do you hear what I'm saying? We have an opportunity here to see the danger and attack it head on. We get to help you figure out how to be Stephanie Morgana, Earth's first human witch, and do it with the knowledge and know-how to protect the people you care about, the people who are the most important to you. Death looming over you when you are desperately trying to learn and grow can be something incredibly hard to do, especially with you being so young and so withdrawn for so long from the things in this world. Stephanie shrugged. Not all of it, but my parents tried hard to give me as normal a childhood as possible. Now that I see what is ahead, or what could be, I am glad they did that. A few years where I can remember being worried about nothing but classes, tests, friends and exams. Elizabeth could see the sadness in the girl's eyes. She put her arm out and pulled her into a side hug. Come here. Believe it or not, I know how you feel. I may not be a witch, but I know what it's like to have others' lives in your hands, and to have someone go down. It is hard, but I also understand how important it is to not allow yourself to brood about it. The door to the room opened, and both Stephanie and Elizabeth stood. The doctor, in his early 60s with white hair, a white Federation lab coat, and with clipboard in his hands, glanced at them. He pressed his lips together and greeted them kindly. They watched as he looked at the different stats on Frog's vitals, flipped through his file, and made a couple of notes. When he was done, he turned to them and closed the chart.
"He will be fine," the doctor said. "There were a couple of severe wounds, which we did some repair on. He'll have a nasty scar and nerve damage in his shoulder, but with some physical therapy, he should be able to go back to what he was doing before this incident. Take it easy on him."
"Yeah," Frog groaned, and his hand groped at nothing. They hurried over, and Stephanie took his hand. "How are you feeling?" He sniffed and grimaced as he shifted a little on his back. "Like fried frog's legs, but alive, and amused at your conversation. Stephanie, get over it. Shit happens. Move on and stop having a pity party." Her mouth dropped open. You jerk! You were awake that whole time?" Her companions laughed, and Frog rubbed her shoulder. "Seriously, though, you were like Chuck Norris crazy out there. You should be proud. And Elizabeth?" She raised her eyebrows. "Take her back so she can't sit here and stare at me like this and drive herself crazy while she watches my pee drain into a bag hanging on the bed." Elizabeth smirked and hauled Stephanie away with a firm hand on her arm. As they reached the door, the girl turned back for a moment. "Thanks, Frog." He put his thumb up. "Send me a hot nurse. I think a sponge bath is in order." They walked into the hallway, where Lars waited with a bruise on his cheek, a skinned elbow, and a small scrape on his forehead. "Are you gals ready to get back? I could use some coffee and a good chill session." Stephanie nodded, and Elizabeth slipped him a wink and gestured with her eyes toward Steph. They stopped at the nurse's station, and Lars walked to one of the nurses, a nondescript woman in her 50s or so, wearing orthopedic shoes. "Ma'am, I wanted to let you know that the guy in room 765, Frog, he has requested a bath. He happened to hint that he hoped you would be the one to give it to him." She giggled, nodded, and snatched up a rubber glove. "We'll get him nice and clean." Lars hurried to catch up with the women. "Everything is right in the world now." Elizabeth rolled her eyes and pulled them both in the elevator. "It won't be when he figures out what you did." As the elevator doors began to close, they heard Frog's furious protest. "Lars, you asshole!" Even Stephanie couldn't hold back the laughter as the elevator moved to the docking bay where the car was parked. Despite his injuries, Lars remained vigilant. He moved so that the women were behind him and stood with his feet slightly apart and his hands loose and close to his pockets. He turned slightly to look at them, and his gaze flashed to Elizabeth and then to Stephanie. "I know this is all really hard to understand right now." Stephanie's gaze lifted to meet his when she realized he was talking to her. "I feel better now that we know he'll be okay." Lars shook his head. "I'm talking about trying to figure out life, now that you are destined for something way bigger than yourself." Her eyes glistened. She held his gaze for a moment, and then folded her arms in front of her and stared at the floor again. "I think I was naive to think that being special would be all candy and rainbows. Or in my case, blue flames and cleansing spells. I guess in a way, I didn't think I would actually ever become someone special to others. So why think about the negative, right? A daydream." The elevator opened, and they followed Elizabeth down the walkway to the car. Stephanie and Lars got in the back, and the older woman took the driver's seat. They headed out in silence and eased into the lines of traffic to head out of the city. Elizabeth glanced in the rearview mirror and adjusted it slightly to see Stephanie's eyes.
We want you to understand that there will be a whole lot of really cool things that come along with a life for someone who is destined to rise above.
Lars nodded.
That's right. A whole lot of cool stuff. But at the same time, with the good comes the bad. That fight won't be the last. Frog's injury won't be the last. What's important here is that you decide how you want to use your gifts, what path you want to take.
Elizabeth took the exit out of the downtown area.
Exactly. And then we can all follow that path because we believe in you. But you have to be ready for days like today. Even days 10 times worse than this. You have to take this seriously. You have the talents to kick major ass, make huge differences, and sweep the Federation. But you have to believe in it.
Stephanie twisted her hands back and forth in her lap before her gaze met Elizabeth's in the mirror. I got it. I won't forget it either. Tomorrow, we start over. Lars clapped his hands with a smile.
Whoop! That's damn right. And we get bragging rights, 'cause we kicked some gang members' butts while the slackers were standing around the base twiddling their cheeky bits.
Stephanie looked at Lars and chuckled as she shook her head. You guys have some issues. Lars nodded.
Yep. And that's what makes us a really good team.
When they reached the compound, Lars headed to his quarters, and Stephanie shuffled off to hers, obviously exhausted, and with a lot of things to think about. Elizabeth checked the security logs and reported to the others that they were back. As she walked past the kitchen on her way to her room, she grabbed a glass and a bottle of red wine from the cabinet. She hurried into her room and kicked her heels off, untucked her shirt, and sighed as she sank into her large, fluffy armchair. As she drew the cork from the bottle, she inhaled a deep breath.
Oh, hello there, relaxation. I don't know how relaxing I will be,
Bert said through the comms over her head. Elizabeth winced and almost spilled the wine. Good Lord! Didn't anyone ever teach you to not be a nasty, creepy stalker? He paused, but didn't answer the question.
I thought we might want to discuss providing a protection detail for her parents.
She took a big swig of her wine before she retrieved her tablet and clicked it on. In a moment, she'd selected an email and forwarded it to his email address.
I already took care of it. I had some buddies in Chicago looking for work. Her parents have a detail, but they won't know it. I also placed 2 guards in line for hiring with the company to keep an eye out when they are working there at night. That way they can be right there in case of anything unexpected.
Bert scanned the email.
Good work. I knew my data was right when it said to hire you.
Elizabeth raised her glass and took a sip as she rolled her eyes.
Lucky me.
Chapter 65. The ambassador sat in the study of his hotel suite and leaned back at the large mahogany desk. A vintage Tiffany lamp glowed softly as the sound of melodic tones played from the virtual tuner disc placed in the center of the workspace. Seemingly floating to his right was the next page of the most recent negotiation with different sections highlighted. He read another line and reviewed both the Melagornian and English translations of it while a small holographic Melagornian dancer cascaded across the wooden surface, doing a traditional gamble. A frame sat to the right, a small girl with a similar complexion and hair color to the dancer, and she giggled and danced on a continuous loop of a small stored memory. Ambassador Vratan swiped the page away and brought the next up. The song changed, and he tilted his head to focus on the dancer as she glided across the surface in front of him. The memory in the frame changed as well. The little girl was now a woman, the same as the hologram dancing on the desk. The movements were identical, the swing of the arms fluid, and the smile bright and shining. As he watched, His eyelids lowered slightly, and a small tear built in the corner of his eye. A sudden and loud knock on the door made Vertan jump, and he swiped the hologram away. He leaned across and snatched up the frame as he called out, "Just a moment." His gaze fixed on the picture for a second before he drew his hand across it. A thin line of purple energy streamed from the center up to his temple. The air hissed through his nose as his body tightened and then relaxed. The frame now looked like nothing abnormal. A picture of his daughter, with the words, "Rituitas Heartstrom, Tia Sheerium." It meant, "Rest easy, little star." The ambassador replaced the frame on his desk, wiped the tear from the corner of his eye, and leaned his head on his fist, his elbow propped on the desk. He focused his sight on the papers in front of him. "Come in." Brilgus opened the door, hurried in, and closed it behind him. He held a tablet in his hand and set it down carefully before he slid it across to him. The ambassador raised an eyebrow and looked at the device.
"I thought I said I wanted to not be disturbed today with inconsequential things, Brilgus."
The bodyguard lowered his head, his hands behind his back.
"Of course, Ambassador. Although, I thought you would want to read this update, sent over only a few minutes ago."
The ambassador pursed his lips, sighed, and swiped his hand over the tablet. An email rose in holographic form and hovered in front of him. As he read, his muscles tensed, and his face shifted from irritation to worry. He looked quickly at Brilgus.
"And she is all right?"
His guard nodded.
"We had no one from our camp with her. It was only her and 2 of her bodyguards. They all, except her, sustained injuries. One is in the hospital and the other has been discharged."
Vertan shook his head and pressed his finger to the attachments. Brilgus placed his fingers on the top and bottom corners and pulled out to make the video screen larger.
"This was the footage caught by Federation cameras that are placed throughout the city. It does not have audio, but I think it's self-explanatory."
The ambassador nodded and played the footage. He watched the battle rage on the screen, and winced and turned his head several times as Stephanie used the pipe to beat the assailants. She grasped one of the men by the top of his head and turned hers toward the camera for barely a moment. He paused the video quickly and tilted his head to focus on the screen. Brilgus followed suit, and both reveled in her appearance.
"Are her eyes completely black?"
The ambassador nodded his head but didn't speak. He pressed play again as an uneasiness stirred in his chest. When the battle was over, he leaned back and rubbed his chin. Brilgus pressed fast forward and then paused it.
"That isn't it. There is something else on this video that perplexes me greatly."
Vertan waved his hand and the other man pressed play. The emergency medics carried the guard away on a stretcher, his shoulder bloody and arm limp. That view of the street then remained empty for around 20 seconds before Stephanie walked into view again. She seemed to be perplexed and paced for a moment before she stopped and turned to face them. Very slowly, she withdrew her battery from her pocket and gazed at it. Suddenly, her head jerked up, and she stared directly at the camera. A wisp of purple energy flickered in her pupils and then dissipated. The guard paused it.
"The battery."
The ambassador straightened and pressed the image to enhance the item she held in her hand.
"Definitely a battery. But wait."
Brilgus bit the inside of his cheek.
"I thought there was another one too, but you would be able to see it outlined in her pockets. It now seems to be completely full, but that had to have been her only source."
Vertan pushed quickly from his chair and walked around the desk. He paced back and forth for several moments before he stopped and pointed at the frozen image.
"That battery is full. It cannot be possible. How in the world did she have that much power to use? Assuming it was of high quality and full strength, that stone
would be no more than a third full after that battle. And if it weren't high-end, it would practically be empty.
The other man wrinkled his nose and leaned forward toward the screen.
But it's not. It's full like she never touched it.
The ambassador shook his hand and his head simultaneously.
That is not possible. She has never even been to Melagorn other than during her pod simulations. She wouldn't have a way to store the energy, even if she could accomplish that without blowing herself to pieces. But then again, the proof is right there. She did do it, regardless of what science or common sense has to say about it.
Brilgus smirked at the screen.
I have to admit, I don't know how she does any of this, but she definitely has the form and technique down, and is way more powerful than I thought she would be. She is possibly the strongest Earth Witch that I have ever seen or read about. I am perplexed.
The Melagornian sighed, scratched his chin, and his eyes glazed over.
Me too, Brilgus. Me too.
Todd tapped his hands on the edge of the recruiter's desk as he waited for her to come out of her meeting. He had been picked up at home that morning by one of the recruiter cars and brought to the Navy station to take his tests. For the first time in his life, he actually did some research, took a couple of practice exams online, and even combed his hair. It was a whole new world for him, but he wanted to make a good impression.
Toddster,
one of the other recruiters said, and patted him on the shoulder as he passed.
Did you take your tests yet?
He pointed downward.
That's what I'm here for. I'm gonna knock them out of the water.
The recruiter smiled with enthusiasm.
Yes, you are. Good luck, man. I'm off to pick up some new recruits and take them to the tram to catch their ride to boot camp.
Todd nodded enthusiastically as the man left. He immediately jumped to his feet as his recruiter approached. She gave him a kind smile and stuck her hand out.
Todd, sorry that took so long.
I wanted to make sure that everything was set up for you correctly. He gestured airily.
Hey, no problem. I never care about waiting for friends.
She glanced at him and chuckled breathlessly. Hannah was really good at her job. Crossed all her T's and dotted all her I's. She was always friendly to the recruits, because she knew that there would be a very large portion of them who would go in and not come back. At the same time, she had to be businesslike. It was what landed her that duty station, made her second highest recruiter in the office, and allowed her to cross through the military ranks without really raising any concerns or ruffling any feathers. But Todd was a teenage boy. He had raging hormones and weird ideas about what constituted a friend. He also stared at her ass on a regular basis, like he somehow believed she wouldn't notice. Todd thought she was really nice, and he hadn't stopped telling his friends about her since she'd contacted him. He truly thought he had made a friend.
Hey, did you ever watch that movie I told you about?
Hannah glanced up. Oh, Jumping Jack Flash. I haven't had time yet, but it's on my list for sure.
If you want, I have it downloaded. You can come watch it on Saturday, he offered.
She cleared her throat and gave him a flat-lipped smile. That's a really cool offer, but I have to do some military stuff on Saturday. You know, keep up with the rat race over here. Todd nodded and honestly didn't think anything of it. Hannah was glad he didn't push the subject. He was a cool kid and all, but she was there to get him signed in, not to become his bestie. She handled it with professionalism. It wasn't like it was the first time it had happened. She was a young, beautiful Latino woman with crazy blue eyes and a tight uniform. The boys tended to flock to her, not to mention the fact that she was kind to them, or at least came off that way. He smoothed his hair back and pulled down on his button-up.
So I'm taking all the remaining tests, right?
Hannah put down her stack of papers. Yep, I'll get you plugged in right now. It shouldn't take you very long. Honestly, it's not rocket science. Well, some of it is, but the rest will be a flyby for you. She led him to one of the testing rooms and hooked him up to the VR headsets they used for the placement testing. Exactly like the tests had been for decades. They were mostly multiple choice, with a couple of short answer questions thrown in. Todd went directly to work and answered everything with ease. He was more than glad he had actually prepared, and vaguely considered the possibility that if he had done that all along, he might have achieved better grades in school. Then again, he didn't really care about all that at the time. He'd simply wanted to download music and movies and hang out with Stephanie. When he had completed the testing, he removed the headset and submitted them. He meandered back to where Hannah waited for him with a Federation Navy ball cap. "The computer is calculating your scores. When they are done, I will go over the info with my CO and give you a call to set up the rest of the process." He smiled broadly and stood up tall with pride. "Thank you, Hannah. I can't wait." She chuckled and showed him to the door. "Jump in one of the cars out front and they'll take you home. And good luck on the last leg of school you have." Todd walked out of the door and pulled his hat on, feeling like a new man. Hannah raised an eyebrow and closed the door before she returned to her desk. She pulled up the assessment page and leaned her head back against the chair to wait for the last score to come through. With all the technology available, she still couldn't understand why they had such archaic shit in the recruiting offices. But then again, it didn't really matter, because unless a kid failed, which was damn near impossible, they put them wherever they wanted to anyway. Hannah printed out the test scores, walked to her CO's office, and knocked on the doorframe. He looked up and waved her in. "Petty Officer Santino, come in. How is the new recruit coming along?" She handed him the scores. "Really well, actually. He tested in the top % for aptitude. It surprised me, I won't lie. With his high school transcript, I didn't expect very much." Captain Cromwell scanned the paper and narrowed his eyes. Yes, he did do well. Although this seems to be a regular thing with your recruits. The male ones, anyway. I have a feeling they are trying to impress you. You might have missed your calling as a teacher, shaping bright minds one tight skirt at a time." Hannah chuckled. "No, I don't think that would work. Besides, you know how I feel about kids. They're great when they are ready to enlist, sir. Snot-nosed, loud, and sticky when they are under 18. Cromwell laughed deep and low. "This is why I like you, Santino. You always say it straight, but in a tone that would make me think you were a saint. Luckily for the Federation, you aren't. And your 3-year tour on the Abdunaser in deep space showed that." She put her hands behind her back and straightened. "I simply did my duty, sir. Those Dreth pirates were getting out of hand, and someone needed to send them spiraling back into hell. But it was a team effort." The captain smirked, his attention still on the papers. "And modest, too. If all recruits were as good as you, we'd be one hell of a Federation Navy, wouldn't we? As it is, this kid shows promise. He could be good with naval intelligence." Hannah nodded. "Yes, sir. That was my first thought." The captain flipped the page to his physical stats. He snarled slightly. "We have to work on his physical attributes a little, but nothing a diet and several dozen laps around the space track with higher gravitational pull won't fix. Get him set up. Good work." She took the papers. "Oh, also, he can feel the MU energy." Chapter 66. Replay video from Wednesday, 4:33 p.m., 1500 block of Church Street Northwest. Bert wanted to review the footage himself, knowing that one of his hires had been severely injured and that the other guard and Stephanie were somehow able to fight off almost a dozen men. It didn't compute for him that she would have been strong enough to do that yet in the real world. His system went through the video footage data and recreated the incident in a computational analytic form that Bert quickly ran through his system. She fought the whole time, using a mixture of magic and human emotion to fuel her skills. Query: human capabilities without magic in Earth-based street fight. The computations were quick and easy, and showed that even the most trained fighters would not be able to use the types of functional fighting moves she'd used in that capability while also draining energy to use magic as well. Their average fight time would calculate to only 7 minutes. She'd fought the gang members for over double that amount of time and did not need recovery afterward. Bert replayed the video again and located the scene at the very end with the battery. From his calculations of both pixel saturation and form of object, the battery was almost completely full. According to his numbers, it should have been at least 3/4 empty, if not totally tapped. There were also no other signs of any other batteries on her person or disposed of during the fight. This left him perplexed.
Could her Melagorn energy be adding something?
He asked himself as he continued to run through the data over and over, using caveats such as adrenaline and dietary intake to make the number make sense. Despite his efforts, nothing emerged that brought any clarity. It was as if she did something with the energy conversion that he didn't understand. He was programmed with every byte of data on Earth. And if it were new and not yet uploaded, he could easily search for it through his connection with the net servers. But no answer came in, which meant whatever was happening had not happened before in a way noticeable to mankind. Stephanie whistled cheerfully as she hung her clothes up and walked to the pod. She was thankful that they were able to turn the heat up in the room. She had been freezing every time she went in and out. The pod regulated her temperature while inside, but the exit and entrance were not only awkward due to nudity, but uncomfortable too. She climbed into the pod, pulled the door shut, and lay back on the seat. The process had become seamless, and she rarely even noticed her switch from her human perception to when her avatar awoke in the virtual world. She opened her virtual eyes and glanced around at a Melagorn temple of sorts. Not religious in nature like the ones on Earth, but more focused on the magic of the world than anything else. The dust puffed gently off the floor from the slide of her boots as she walked forward. The walls were all etched with a language she had never seen, and in the center stood a pedestal with a small bowl on top. She approached cautiously and stared down at it. The liquid in the bowl wasn't water, but wasn't something she recognized either. She narrowed her eyes and looked closer. Within the bowl, images played like an old movie, but with people of Melagorn in the very temple in which she stood.
"This is the mnemonic basin,"
the voice of her Melagornian teacher, Emmerich, said. Stephanie looked up as he came gently down the steps to the right. "And what is it for?" He put his arms out to the sides.
"This is the Temple of Presage, located on Melagorn outside the capital Burgol of Nastar. It is said that the temple was the first building ever to be erected, and sits atop the very place that spills the magic from the core of the planet. It is thought to be the most mystical and magical place in the universe. That bowl was placed there on the day the last stone was set. No one filled it, and it filled itself with magic. Within the waves of the energy that you cannot feel with your hands, taste, or touch are the memories of every moment that has come to pass within these walls."
She looked back and attempted to touch the surface of the liquid. Her hand went right through, as if it were a hologram. The faces that passed within the liquid changed and moved forward through time. It was fascinating, but she was still unsure of why she was there. She looked up at Emmerich with a small frown. He cracked a smile and chuckled.
"You are wondering why you are here. It is an important place for both humans and Melagorn. And right now, I want to test you on your Melagorn magic absorption."
Stephanie, her forehead scrunched, shrugged her shoulders. "Why?" Emmerich smiled and led her to the open space within the temple's atrium.
"Humor me."
She nodded, happy to trust his guidance. Calm and relaxed, she stood in the center of the stone floor, closed her eyes, and breathed deeply through her nose. She pulled the MU up from the ground exactly as she had done before. When she had drawn enough, She whipped it around her and allowed it to flow through her like a continuous stream connected to her very being. Her body glowed brightly as she moved her shoulders and arms to command the flow like a conductor directed the orchestra. Emmerich watched a moment before he touched her arm to break the concentration. She opened her eyes, and instead of the energy retreating immediately, it took its time to flow slowly through her and into the ground. Bert watched the entire thing and calculated every change in her body at every moment. Not only did she pass this examination of sorts, but it was obvious she used the MU in a new way. But how? He queried the system as rapidly as he could and pulled resources from every place he could. In the end, it made no difference. There was no available data to extrapolate the potential issues. Nothing to compare to or contrast with. With this new form of magical and energetic control, he couldn't help but wonder if she would once again explode. But this time, would it be in real life? Several men sat in a penthouse apartment, smoking cigars and sipping bourbon. The place was decorated in old-world charm. Large, deeply colored oriental rugs, earth-toned vases from the ashes of some of the most important ruins in history, and framed documents that held both rich historical value and magical significance. One of the men, with dark hair, deep-set eyes, and a shadowed aura deepening his features, ran his finger over the edge of his rocks glass. He rolled his shoulders, and the leather of his jacket made an uncomfortable creaking sound. He looked at the three men across from him, all of them similarly dressed, and very close in looks and prominent in stature.
What do they say on the ground?
The man to his right, the one they called Beta P for the radioactive scars across his face and hands, sniffed and put his glass down.
The cutout gangs were a failure.
The man beside him scoffed, uncrossed his legs, and tapped his cigar in the ashtray.
Like we thought they would be in the first place. They were pigs, low-level people who normally steal from the neighbor's cookie jar. Did you expect them to be capable of taking a human witch? It was a waste of time from the beginning and only made restrictions tighter. We had to start somewhere,
another man pointed out.
It would have been better to snatch her quietly, but we now know that amateurs are not the way to solve this. She shouldn't be that powerful. Not yet. Not with the small amount of energy she carried in her pocket. But we saw that it didn't matter how much she carried. Her powers are beyond what we fully understand.
Beta P rubbed his right hand abstractedly. The pain from his past radioactive injuries haunted him constantly.
Right. Well, now we know. And we need to make sure that we give her more focus with better quality outsourcing agents.
The main man maintained an expressionless face.
And the agents who hired the gang?
Beta waved his hand dismissively and picked his drink up.
They are taken care of. They won't sing to anyone anytime soon. They knew the cost of failure and decided to use amateurs. Sadly, they paid for that mistake. What about her parents? They are the most important people to her.
The man in the middle ventured. The leader licked his lips and puffed at his cigar.
I think that at this time, with her powers unknown, we should leave the parents as a last resort. That kind of rage could create a backlash we aren't ready to handle. Besides, we would prefer to talk to her and foster her support for us and the cause. I don't think kidnapping the people she loves the most will put her in the mood to discuss anything other than our deaths.
They all could agree that they wanted her for more than simply her magic, her clout, her persuasion, and her intellect. They couldn't ever expect her to trust anything they said if they harmed the people she loved. It was not the way they usually handled business, but for her they would agree on a softer form of advancement. He smacked his mouth, and the smoke billowed around the room.
So it's decided. We will work with more qualified agents to bring this girl in. Beta, I can assume you will get on top of this?"
The man nodded.
"Yes. I will make some calls as soon as we leave here."
The leader smashed his cigar down into his ashtray and set it on the table. He grunted slightly as he stood and walked to the balcony doors. With a sigh, he cracked them and watched absently as the smoke flooded out of the condo. That done, he walked to the bar, grabbed a napkin, and picked several olives up before he rested on a stool. The other men waited for him to speak, knowing he had the agenda in his mind. He put an olive in his mouth and chewed.
"What about the ambassador? I've seen nothing to suggest that he is on our priority list."
Beta glanced at the others, who seemed to like to stay quiet unless they thought they might be in line for recognition.
"I have watched him in recent days in an effort to keep up with the girl and him, and I believe that we should ramp up our efforts when it comes to clearing his voice."
The leader's gaze studied Beta as he popped another olive in his mouth.
"Why is that?"
The man pursed his lips and considered his answer for a moment.
"He, in my opinion, has too much success and influence in the Federation activities at the moment. It is becoming a liability that I'm not sure we need or want right now. There is a plan, a bigger one than any of these small things, but he has the ability to influence and change the course of Federation focus, which you know, of course, is far from the direction in which we hope to go."
Although he grumbled under his breath, the leader nodded his head as he wiped his fingers.
"Yes, I've seen the amount of travel and the new agreements put forward between nations recently. It definitely has the potential to dampen our efforts. We all should know that the most important part that we need to watch here, continually watch, is the Federation's efforts with the Dreth pirates. The harsher they seem, the more their ships will be pointed at the Dreth's throats. The more they chase them off into deep space, the less their focus will look behind or to the side. We have known for a long time that the Federation works with blinders on. They assume that they can somehow protect themselves from all angles of space. This is absurd, of course."
The three men nodded.
"Well, of course, absurd."
He walked back to his chair and sat.
"It is vital that we keep the pirates as the focal point for the Federation, NORAM, and everyone else for that matter. Anyone who could spook the Federation should be contained. Their heads need to be forcefully turned toward the Dreth pirate ships. We do not want anyone, the Federation, Dreth, or Melagorn, to see what is going on behind the scenes until it is so far gone that there will be nothing they can do to stop it."
Beta mumbled and flexed his fist.
"And the ambassador is one of those things who could quickly throw this whole thing off course. With his voice in the public and political arena, as well as the well-documented Melagorn intelligence, he is probably the most dangerous individual to us in the whole universe. God knows the Dreth and their tiny pea-brains are no threat. They can barely get full sentences out, or ships off the surface, much less figure things out."
The leader chuckled and wiped his nose on the back of his hand.
"True, Beta. And your passion shows your true heart in this matter. So we need to get close to the ambassador. What are your suggestions for this? And you two need to start putting your brains to use. I am not here simply to make you feel important."
The other two men cleared their throats and straightened, slightly wounded. The third man shrugged his shoulders.
"We could go wherever he has dinner or a social event. It can't be hard to hack into his schedule."
Beta groaned.
"His schedule is kept by letter magic, and only absorbed by himself and his half-breed guard, Brilgas. Unless you have Melagornian magical abilities, I don't see that being an option."
The man in the middle leaned forward.
"What if we were to wait outside his hotel and simply take him?"
Everyone looked at him silently for a moment. The leader raised an eyebrow.
And you have discovered the secret to blocking Melagornian magic from the highest non-royal in Melagorn. That is fantastic, but why have you hidden it from us all this time?
He pursed his lips, and his gaze broke contact with the leader. Beta rubbed the side of his face.
In all reality, the best option for us at this time would be to determine how to use one of those individuals within his support team. Their schedules are easy to find. There are humans without powers within the ranks, and they don't travel with protection. Most of them are young, too. Interns and fresh prep school graduates taking positions to work up in the Federation graces. They are often naive and careless with their safety precautions. It shouldn't be too hard to get to them.
The leader thought about it for a moment.
That does seem to be one of our only choices at the moment. What if we cannot get one of them to agree?
Beta shrugged.
Then we dispose of one and put one of ours in their place. This would allow for a more secretive movement and keep anyone from blowing the whistle on the whole thing. Getting in touch with someone who can do this has never been a problem, but we have found little reason for it until now.
Chapter 67. Lars chuckled as he walked down the hallway with the rest of the team in tow. Brendan was recounting his night out on the town with some girl he had met while shopping at the market. She was apparently some sort of intern working with the ambassador's team.
She actually said to me that she hoped that they would one day build a shrine to Melagorn, maybe in the place of the White House. I asked her why we would do that here, and she told me because Melagorn will be our savior. I tried to keep a straight face, but I was frankly terrible at it. She almost knocked me out of my chair. And that, sadly, was where the date ended.
Avery scoffed.
Sadly? You were still interested after that?
Brendan shrugged.
No one cares about her weird obsession with the other planet when she is face down in my
Elizabeth stepped out in front of them, and Brendan cut short and cleared his throat. Her gaze darted from one to the other with a strange smirk on her lips.
Morning, fellas. Off for some more torture?
Johnny snorted.
We have a thing for pain, apparently.
Marcus put his hands up and shook his head.
Nuh-uh. You have a thing for pain. I'm here because Lars threatened me and, well, I don't really want to know if he would actually follow through. So I'm taking my chances with Steph. She seems to have a little more mercy.
Lars raised an eyebrow and chuckled.
We'll see about that. We might have to get her out of bed. We'll send you, Marcus, since you see the softer side of her.
Marcus wrinkled his nose.
Man, you are taking this lead position too far. Mrs. E, please reprimand him.
She popped an almond in her mouth and chuckled.
Call me Elizabeth, please, not Mrs. Anything. No ring on this finger, sir. I have too many men around me all the time as it is. I don't want to have to be forced to be nice to one out of contractual obligation.
He saluted her, and she shook her head and stepped to the side.
Have fun, work hard, and if you need to get her up, put it into the system for her AI. That way she doesn't chop you in the throat. The AI is safe.
They all continued down the hall to the training room. As they walked in, those in front turned and shushed them. Stephanie stood on the mats, her eyes closed, her right knee bent and her foot resting on the left, and her palms pressed together high over her head. It was not normal in the least for her to be up and working out early, and especially not the first one there. They all stood and simply watched as her attention never wavered. It was as if they had never stepped into the room. Stephanie practiced her katas with perfect precision, every movement deliberate and every shift sharp and swift. She initiated the routine with the Shotokan Kihon kata, beginning in the ready stance. Slowly, she turned left, kept her feet in the left front stance, and quickly thrust her arm downward into a block. From there, she stepped forward into a right front stance, lunged, and punched through the center. Her body turned to the right in a fluid motion as she used her forearm to throw a right downward block. As she continued, she danced lightly on her feet and moved with resolution. She neared the end of her kata and turned right 180 degrees. Her left foot moved slightly forward, and she used her right forearm again to block. From there, she took a deliberate step forward and called out as she punched with her left arm down the middle. Her body snapped back into a ready stance, and she brought her palms together at her chest. She bent forward, bowed, and paused a moment before she straightened and opened her eyes. Lars glanced at the others and hastily made eye contact. No one needed to say a word. They all knew what was happening. Her guilt drove her to perfection. An admirable thought, but also dangerous in context. The men dropped their things and walked onto the mat to surround her in a loving way. Marcus put his hand on her shoulder, but her stare didn't shift.
There is no need to feel guilty. You were more than part of the team out there. We are so grateful that no one was hurt any worse. This is not the first stay in the hospital for Frog, and it won't be the last. We know these things are possible.
Lars threw out a correction.
Probable.
Marcus nodded.
That's right, probable. But we do it for our jobs, and for the people we care about.
Stephanie breathed in deeply and let the air out slowly. She touched Marcus's hand before she turned to the others. Guilt or no guilt, it doesn't change the fact that if I can't help protect myself, more people will be harmed and possibly killed. Even a scratch on one of us, in my eyes, is a reason to train harder, work more, and attain an even higher understanding of what it means to protect. Johnny shook his head.
But you aren't alone. You don't have to do it on your own.
She looked at him with a slight smile for a moment, before she shifted her gaze to her hands. All my life I knew that there was something different about me, even if I had no proof. If my life needs protection, I will not allow those voluntarily doing it to fight on their own. I am not the king of the chessboard, the piece to always be protected. Lars scrunched his brow.
In a way, though, you are. Your capabilities are so far beyond anyone's understanding, and your ability to change things is worth the scratches, holes in our arms, and yes, even death. One life for many. That is a no-brainer.
Stephanie put her hand on his shoulder and turned to speak to everyone. While I feel I shouldn't be the king, I do consider myself the queen. And anyone who attacks my people will feel my wrath. If you will protect me for the betterment of all mankind, then I will use my powers to make sure you don't die doing it. And if you are hurt, we will avenge that pain. We will strike, and I will not stand unseen in the shadows. I will walk in front of you, leading like I should. The guys all nodded and felt the power that radiated from her. Stephanie had impressed them with her mature and loving thoughts. She brought them closer to an understanding that it wasn't merely a job that would pay the bills. They were part of something bigger than all of them. In that moment, as the sun began to rise outside and the world began to wake, Stephanie no longer had guards or employees. Now, for better or worse, gash or death, she began to assemble her army of followers. Marcus turned his body to the side and grabbed Stephanie's wrist as she threw a hard punch at his chest. Immediately, he stepped back and yanked her off balance. He grabbed her shoulder swiftly with his other hand and hauled her into him as he thrust his knee into her stomach. As soon as she doubled over to grab her belly, he ground his elbow between her shoulder blades and knocked her off her feet. She landed on her back and groaned before she rolled onto her side and coughed. Elizabeth clapped and paced back and forth on the sidelines.
Pick it up, Steph. The enemy won't let you take a moment to gather your nuts after a blow like that. You gotta push it out and roll out of it. Remember, move, keep moving, don't stop moving. If it were me, I would kick you so hard right now you would instantly shit teeth. But if you hit the ground and roll, they will have a harder time dogpiling you.
Stephanie slapped her hand on the ground. Spit dripped from her lip as she pushed to her feet. She wiped her mouth on the back of her sleeve and shoved her mouthguard back into place. Elizabeth stepped back, folded her arms, and watched as Marcus attacked again. The training room was always Elizabeth's favorite place to be. No matter what job she had going on, she could always put her focus on one thing in the gym, and that was to continually hone her fighting skills. When she was younger, she had taken her fair share of beatings, but she'd always gotten back up and never complained, exactly like Stephanie. As she stood and watched the blocks, kicks, and punches, Elizabeth's mind fluttered back to her younger years. She was a tall girl, and had always been taller than everyone else, but she was strong, muscular, and lean, and spent her whole childhood learning how to protect herself the best way she could. She grew up during the civil unrest of the late 2080s. It had started as a positive thing, but grew into another reason for the poor to lash out in anger, be punished by the Federation, and lash out some more. She could remember the last day of the unrest so vividly in her mind. The sirens had blared loudly throughout her Kentucky hometown. She had run outside to see what was happening. There had been a rally downtown, and her father had gone to try to speak peace to both sides. He was an advocate for freedom and separation from the Federation, but used his time trying to sponsor conversation instead of fighting. He hadn't always been that way. But when Elizabeth was only a little girl, her mother had been beaten to death in the streets by rebels who had started to form the basis for the civil unrest. They thought she was a Federation undercover agent and were desperate to grab their attention. It was only when they were arrested and convicted by the Federation forces that they heard the truth and realized what they had done. That her mother was one of them. Elizabeth knew the sound of gunfire all too well before lasers were used on a regular basis. She heard the shots the day the men were executed by bullets to the back of the head in the center of the town. And on that last day of civil unrest, as she stood at the end of her suburban driveway and looked out at the cityscape, she heard them again. This time, though, she knew before anyone told her that her father was gone. From there, she began to train, did what she needed to do, lived in GovSub housing, and listened to her aunt whenever she raged. But she fought hard and long, and by the time she reached Stephanie's age, she was able to protect herself better than anyone she knew. The passion of her father's glow drove every punch and kick, surged every string of anger, and cemented her purpose in life. Up until Bert, though, she hadn't even really tried. Stephanie backflipped over Marcus's chest and landed lightly, bolted forward, and pounded him as hard as she could in the stomach. Elizabeth shook her memories away and clapped. Good. Very good. She had come to see Stephanie as her protégé, much like her teacher, rebel warrior Alexander Sklovikia, now long since passed, had brought her under his wing. Take 5. Get some water. She walked over to the bench where Stephanie toweled her head and guzzled water. I hope you understand that I am pushing you like this for your own good. The girl's gaze met hers as she swallowed her gulp of water. I know. I get it. Elizabeth sat beside her and sighed. I can't protect you all the time, but I can teach you to know what is coming. Sometimes that alone is key to winning a fight. Stephanie smiled at her before she pushed up and pointed to Lars. You're mine, butthead. Elizabeth chuckled and leaned back against the wall. Her mind drifted again, but this time she had gotten older, wiser, and caught up in things she really didn't fully grasp. She had to make money, and she did it doing what she did best, finding people and sending them a message, usually with violence. There were a great many things that she had done when she was younger that she was not proud of. Deep down, she knew that was why she sat there day after day, watched Stephanie, and pushed her to be better, pushed for her to do the right thing, not the easy one. All those tiny little moments, the ones that imprint on your soul, had stayed buried for a long time. But she hoped that within all that dark and deceit, there was a glimmer of light, a lesson learned that she could pass on to the young girl. There were always other options, and each person had to do what they thought was best. But sometimes those options were really hard to see. Pride and fear drove the rest of it, the fight for the top, and the terrifying thought that all their hard work would be completely wasted. Stephanie yelled and drew her attention back to the floor. The girl flipped Lars over her back and thrust her hand forward to stop barely inches from his throat. They smiled at one another, and Stephanie looked at Elizabeth, gave her a wink, and pointed at her with reverence. Elizabeth chuckled and shook it off, acting like it was no big deal. She had to do that. She had to show separation. But what she really hoped she'd found in her relationship with Stephanie, and all the others, was so much simpler but so very difficult to obtain. Elizabeth simply wanted forgiveness. Chapter 68. Stephanie stood in the pod room, her mood the same as it had been for the last several days. She was focused, her intentions clear, and she continued to push the anger and frustration she felt aside. The last several days had been busy. She woke at 5 in the morning, worked out hard with the guys, ate a healthy meal, had pod time until dinner, got a run-in, and went to bed. Usually, she worked herself so hard during the day that she didn't have any problem falling asleep. But while she slept, her mind took her back to the fight. Over and over again, she stood to the side and watched like a spectator, viewing herself from the outside. She watched Frog go down and the entirety of her body shift into a mode that she hadn't been able to fully shake. As far as the virtual world went, she had mostly worked on real-world tactics, things she could use to interact with others, but all in the comfort of Malagorn. At the end of each pod session, she would spend some time working on her theories. The silence was perfect for her, but deafening even for Bert, who hadn't really spoken much. She wasn't sure what she was in for that day, but she didn't care as long as she moved forward. By this point, she no longer fought to play with magic like a child. That child had jumped ship in the streets of D.C. as she beat a man with a pipe. Stephanie entered the pod, closed the lid, and barely felt herself drift off thanks to the dulcet effects of the serum. When she opened her eyes, she stood in the Avatar dressing room, somewhere she hadn't been for a while. She was usually already dressed and inside Malagorn. She looked around, unsure of why she was there. After a few moments of silence, she glared upward into the infinite blackness of the space above her. "Hello? I don't need to indulge in fancy clothes. I simply need to get to my next spot." Suddenly, a rack appeared in front of her and held several different armored bodysuits. The AI spoke around her. "Today's mission will be different. A game of sorts, to test the abilities you have thus far acquired. It will be tactically suited to your taste, but understand that once in, you cannot reach out for other gear or protection. This is meant to be a real-world simulation. Choose your armor, boots, weapons, and backup ammo. The game will begin in 3 minutes." A digital clock appeared on the wall, and Stephanie stared at it for a moment as it began to tick backward, counting her down. She swung into action, swiped through the armor, and selected the one on the end. It was a tight black suit with chest, shoulder, and thigh protection. For her waist, she chose a small tactical belt and filled it with 2 hand laser guns and 2 backup cartridges. She then chose the largest battery and slid it into a small pouch on her leg. Her attempt at a second failed as the system only allowed 1. She didn't care. Wherever she was, she knew she would be able to manipulate the energy for her use. As she tapped her choice of boots and rocked back and forth on the soles, the clock reached 0 minutes and 0 seconds and the avatar creation program faded to black. "Your game begins now," the AI instructed. "Your mission is to capture, disarm, or kill the Dreth pirates fighting your squadron. Those on your team are your partners, avatars pulled from real-life soldiers of the Federation Army and Navy." Stephanie scowled and grumbled under her breath. What's the Army doing in space? The AI didn't respond, but continued her instruction. "Once the Dreth are all captured, the game will end. Try to keep all civilians safe in the process. Good luck." That little snippet of information surprised her. Civilians? The system sped around her and came to a halt inside some dark hallway. Soldiers raced around her, and gunfire and explosions echoed from outside the doors. A loud boom shook the building, and she flailed for balance and rubbed her hand down the soot-covered wall. It was smooth and familiar. She withdrew her hand and saw the shiny white cinder block beneath the layers of dirt and grime. There was something so familiar about it, and she couldn't shake the odd feeling. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her by the arm and spun her around. It was a Navy officer, his helmet tight on his head. He raised the front and scowled. "Come on, soldier! Get it together! People are dying out there! Get a move on!" He slapped his visor shut and fell in behind a line of sailors and soldiers who ran toward a door to the outside at the end of the hall. Stephanie shook her head and ran after them. She ducked beneath a fallen beam as she stepped out of the dark and into the light of day. Her feet slowed almost immediately, and surprise took over. This was not the peaceful, rippling, and majestic shores of Melagorn. It was not the ravaged and ruined post-apocalyptic rocky terrain of Dreth. It was Earth. And not simply anywhere on Earth. She stood planted on the same sidewalk where she used to stand with Todd, talking about pop culture and math tests. The same school she had attended since she was a kid. It was war-torn and crumbling, but still the same place. Her surprise left her stunned, but only momentarily. A streaking laser hissed past her face, singed a few pieces of hair, and brought her back to the war that unfolded around her. She looked up with wide eyes as the Dreth pirates raged, marched on the humans, and laid waste to what had already been considered a ghetto. Stephanie gritted her teeth, slammed her hand on the battery, and drew the energy from it. She twisted her hands to create a whirling purple orb. As the energy built, she moved her feet again, this time at a quickened pace as she hurtled toward one of the Dreth. She continued to manipulate her hands to grow the orb, until finally she was close enough to take a shot. Her eyes narrowed in concentration. She released her magical weapon with her full strength behind the throw to deliver a punishing strike to the pirate. She continued to run as she drew more energy. Up ahead was a pile of rubble with a platform on top. She sprinted faster and used some of the magic to launch herself up the side. As her feet found purchase on the platform, she released her magic, and hundreds of small bullet-shaped pulses erupted into the massed battle that continued to rage. Instinct reminded her not to remain in the open, and she scrambled off the elevation and immediately broke into a run. A familiar voice yelled in pain, and she slowed to turn her head right and left as panic rose in her throat. To her right, a guy lay on the ground, his hand up toward the Dreth who towered over him. Stephanie took a couple of steps closer, and the helpless figure turned his head, his eyes hopeful. Her lungs seized in her chest as she registered what everything in her refused to accept. Todd lay dying on the ground. She cupped her hands and drew in as much magic as she could. In mid-sprint, she released it in a single enormous ball that rocketed into the Dreth pirate, about to stab Todd with a large, sharp sword. The attacker shrieked loudly and disintegrated in front of her. She hurried to Todd's side, helped him to his feet, and put her arm around his waist. She knew it wasn't real, that it was only a simulation, but it was a perfect replica, even down to the smell of the cheap body spray he had always worn. Another Dreth pirate approached at a run with sharp teeth that dripped drool and a long golden pitchfork in his claw. Stephanie shoved Todd down a pile of rubble and slapped her hand against her battery. There was no response. No feeling of energy. No feeling of magic. Nothing. She fumbled in her pocket and drew it out in disbelief. The stone was cold and empty. She rolled her eyes, threw it on the ground, and pushed her sleeves up. The pirate drew closer and closer, but she was determined to test her theory. She lowered her hands and focused on her senses, but nothing came except the enraged attacker. Time seemed to slow as she tried again and again, before she finally drew her guns and fired directly into the Dreth's face. The pirate's head fragmented, and his body slumped instantly. Angry, Stephanie thrust the guns into their holsters and stormed over to a large pile of rubble. She scrambled to the top and raised her hands. "Time out! Stop the game!" she demanded harshly, and assumed the AI would respond. Everyone froze. She lowered her hands and pursed her lips. After a few seconds, the AI spoke from above as if it came from the heavens. "You are not normally authorized to stop in mid-fight, but I was given the allowance this time. What can I do for you?" Stephanie pointed at the ground where her battery lay. "This is not accurate. Just because I don't have a battery doesn't mean my magic stops." The AI paused. "It does. The battery gives you what you need to begin, but there is no magic to collect on Earth. You must therefore use your human skills." Stephanie shook her hand back and forth. No. That is not how I work. I have been working on a theory, one that is backed by research and personal experience. There is energy here on Earth. It is similar to the energy and magic found on Melagorn, but the problem is that humans don't know how to tap into it anymore. It's been lost for thousands of years, stamped out by a bunch of old rulers in the Middle Ages. The AI responded in a monotone voice. "I am not familiar with this energy. It is not programmed into my system." She sighed with real frustration. "Of course not. It is only referenced in the deepest parts of the net. The bigwigs don't want humans to know of this." "How is it like the Melagornian magic?" the AI asked. Her eyes narrowed as she tried to focus on the challenge. She would have to do her best to explain with limited knowledge. "Okay, so MU is a kind of energy that allows the user to twist it and bend it to their personal will. The scale here on Earth is the same in essence, but instead of magical energy, it's light energy. It has different spectrums to it. The Earth spectrum is more refined and more powerful. At the same time, it is much harder to tap into. When you do, you could easily fry your circuits." The AI didn't answer, but the simulation remained frozen. Stephanie looked around, unsure as to whether the disembodied assistant was still present. "Hello?"
"Yes, sorry. I thought I might be better to discuss this matter with,"
Bert replied.
"If what you are saying is correct, then there will be places in which this light energy is stronger or more abundant."
Stephanie licked her lips and clapped her hands, relieved that he had intruded and replaced the usual AI. Yes. I thought about that too. I wondered if maybe it had to do with the significant places on Earth, like the temple on Melagorn. Or perhaps geographical things like the equator. He listened for a moment while he ran a search in the background for supernatural, magical, or strange locations.
"What about ley lines?"
She thought about it for a moment, and then nodded. "Sure, yeah, that could be something. Does it look like it could make a difference?" Bert immediately began to calculate the major ley lines spoken about in the past. He ran the numbers, the occurrences, and the theories on them in record time, but nothing was conclusive.
"There are reported occurrences from time to time on the major ley lines, but nothing definitive, nothing proven. There is no real logic to the existing ones that I can find."
Stephanie chewed her nail. Damn it.
"But," he continued, "it doesn't rule out the theory behind it. Some of the places might need to be investigated, and you would be the best candidate to do so. It would be difficult for anyone who wasn't connected to the magic to know if there was anything going on in those locations.
Stephanie nodded.
Right. That will be for a later review, he replied. Tell me, does the energy feel the same as it does on Melagorn?
Stephanie wrinkled her nose and thought about it. It's hard to tell you what something feels like. The only time I have really utilized it on Earth was during the fight in DC. The whole thing happened in something of a fog, though. I went from battery directly into light, a seamless transition. But what I can say is that I would call it a 3 compared to Melagorn, which I'd put at a 1 on the scale, and so top of the range. Earth power does not feel as strong, but is still usable. I have a working theory on it, though. I've tested this theory through hand calculations each night on Earth. Bert was impressed.
Excellent. What is the theory?
She turned, scrambled down the rubble, and jumped the last few feet to the ground. The theory is that, as I get better with the use of the light magic and the Melagorn magic, I will be able to tap into it even more. Right now, there is a real danger to it. Something that has to be watched carefully, especially on Earth. Here, if I die, I come back. There, if I die, I stay dead. Opening myself to too much too fast could have catastrophic results.
Then we will begin that research after this, he replied. I have reprogrammed the system to have a likeness of Melagornian magic, but using your scale as you described it to be. It might not be perfect, but it's the only information we have on it. Either way, you will be able to use it in this scenario. I want to see how well it works. Let's resume the battle.
She assumed a ready stance, her hands at her sides as her fingers wiggled with anticipation. Chapter 69. Stephanie put one hand down on the cement that halfway blocked the street and leapt over it. Her momentum didn't stop, and a mixture of adrenaline and the awareness of the light energy thrummed and pulsed in the background of her chest. She was careful with it and avoided overzealousness. Ahead and to her right, 3 soldiers battled a single breath. The pirate was strong, and they had run out of weaponry. Stephanie looked above her head and followed the electrical line to a large and very old oak tree directly behind the attacker. The spark of magic flinted inside her with an odd pop and sizzle. She raised her arm and made a sharp gesture. A small flare of energy burst free and hissed into the electrical wire, which vibrated wildly as the pole swayed back and forth. She did it again, this time with more power. The cable writhed overhead and snapped to arc toward the oak. As the flashing and fiery end struck the tree, it immediately burst into flames. The blaze spilled over onto the Dreth pirate like a bucket of tar. The soldiers looked at her and raced in her direction as the pirate stumbled crazily and ignited everything he touched before he finally succumbed to the flames. One of the soldiers shook her hand and pointed outward.
This is not the Dreth's doing. There are 3 others who have control over this battle. The pirates are paid mercenaries for them. Eliminate those 3 and this will end. The Dreth will either fight or surrender, but we will have the upper hand.
Stephanie turned her focus down the street and onto 3 operatives dressed in black suits, with no real discernible features. They stood in a line, but a short distance from one another, and gestured at the different Dreth. She could see they were armed, and armed heavily. Her mind made up, she slapped the soldier on the arm. Got it. You and whoever else you can mobilize, get any civilians out of here and attack the Dreth. The more you can get rid of now, the less likely that there will be a revolt when the 3 men are dead. The soldiers agreed and ran off in search of others. Stephanie sprinted toward the men. She deliberately chose a path down the center of the street and stared at them, unperturbed that they could see her. None of them drew their weapons, something she couldn't understand at all. They simply stood and watched her approach, their arms folded. She shrugged and continued. Hey, when you aren't given a nose, a healthy complexion, or decent clothes as an avatar, I guess you don't give a rat's ass. When she reached the cement roadblocks she'd passed earlier, she dove and twisted her body. Her feet cleared, and she prepared to tuck and roll. But before she could pull her knees to her chest, a large hand encircled her chest. The stop jolted her momentum, and her arms and legs flailed outward. Her head turned, and she gasped at a large Dreth creature, light brown from head to foot, with a huge bald head. Its arms, legs, and torso resembled a twisted tree nymph. It hurled her to the ground, and she careened and rolled until she skidded into a motionless heap at the feet of one of the men. He looked angrily at her, and yanked a half-sword from a sheath on his back. From her sprawled vantage point, he appeared much larger than she'd expected. He held his sword at his eye level, and his body tensed for the inevitable blow. As he thrust down, Stephanie dragged her energy up to form a shield. She focused all her strength into it, and flinched when the metal impacted against the magic and hissed in violent response. Her attacker struggled to retain his hold on the weapon, but the force of the magic-infused barrier whipped it from his hand. He gritted his teeth, snatched a piece of wood from the ground beside him, and resumed the offensive. As he swung his improvised weapon, Stephanie released the magic in her shield to create a fine dust in the palm of her hand. She rolled to the right, and the rough timber struck the ground close to her head. Elizabeth's words echoed in her mind, and she instantly rolled to the left to barely avoid a second blow. She rolled a third time. The man narrowed his eyes at her, and she smirked, opened her palm, and blew the dust into his eyes. The operative screamed, dropped the board, and clutched his eyes with both hands. She pushed to her feet and shook her head. In seconds, she had drawn her leg back, grabbed his shoulders, and kneed him hard in the groin. A loud expletive replaced his screams, and he doubled over. Stephanie snorted and turned, folded her arm, and elbowed him in the back of the neck. He collapsed face first, unconscious. Running footsteps commanded her attention, and she refocused on her adversaries. To her right, the second of the three men sprinted along a small ditch which contained shards of metal and plastic that protruded from the mud. To her left, another had already begun his attack, a knife in his hand. She thought fast. There was no way to take them both on at the same time. She swiped her hand to the right, and the energy knocked that attacker's legs out from beneath him. His body attempted a twist to avoid the danger, but Stephanie gestured dramatically to create a wind that hurled him over the edge of the ditch and into the sharp metal. She turned her head toward the last one, who had slowed down and now smirked and brandished his dagger menacingly. Unperturbed, she raised an eyebrow and flung her arm out to the left to release a massive blast of light energy from her fingers. It imploded against a large wooden crate mere feet from his ass. When the light struck the box, Stephanie dove behind a metal container a scant few feet away. The entire box blew and launched large shards of jagged wood in all directions with incredible force. The man didn't stand a chance and was instantly sliced like deli meat. Stephanie clapped her hands in excitement and clambered onto the crate to assess the scene. The Dreth either immediately started to surrender or allowed themselves to be killed. The scenery around her began to fade, and the system jolted her back to the avatar room. "Congratulations. You successfully completed the simulation," the AI said. "Do you wish to end your pod session here, or continue to another area of the virtual world?" She chuckled and enjoyed the excitement that still lingered. "End session. Thank you. Goodbye." When her eyes opened in the pod, the door released and allowed the light in. She stepped outside and into the real world. Her fingers and the soles of her feet tingled wildly, and she couldn't help but smile at the feeling. That meant that her theory was accurate. The light energy was somehow searching for her. It knew she was the one to find. She pulled her robe on and gathered her clothes before she opened the door. Before she closed it fully behind her, she looked back with a grin. She had done the right thing and actually won, all based on her theories and understanding. It felt really good. Beta stood in the dark shadow of an alley, and his cigar burned bright red at the end. He wore a large-brimmed hat and a long black trench coat, and black gloves covered his scarred hands. 3 men waited with him, 2 on the other side, pressed against the damp brick wall, and 1 in front of him with a pair of binoculars to his eyes, focused on the building catty-corner to them. One of the men across from him checked his watch and nodded.
Why come all the way out here when you could have had us take care of this?
He puffed his cigar and blew large rings of smoke over his head. He finally ended the short silence when he smacked his lips and looked at the cigar as he rolled it back and forth between his long, thick fingers.
Because the last idiots we sent to do a job hired someone else to do it, and they failed. Those agents are now spread in pieces throughout the city.
The man swallowed hard.
So, you're here to take care of us if we fail.
A deep, nefarious grin pulled at his scarred lips.
No, I don't take the trash out. I'm here to make sure that failure doesn't happen. I'm tired of leaving things to chance. This should have been done a long time ago. I'm like your babysitter. I'm here to make sure that the girl—
He drew an imaginary line with his cigar.
That she gets into the freaking van. Simple.
The agent beside him put his binoculars down.
She just walked into the lobby of the apartment building.
Beta put his finger to his earpiece.
She's coming out. Get into position.
The team remained inconspicuous, but watched as a small blonde girl dressed in a cocktail dress and carrying a small black purse walked quickly out of the complex. She glanced around her and turned right toward the Skyrail entrance 3 blocks down. A large, nondescript brown van crept along behind her and waited for her to move down a block where there were barely any people. As soon as she reached the mark, it sped up and came to a screeching halt beside her. 3 men piled out of the vehicle, one with a black velvet bag, and the other 2 with their sheer strength. The girl looked frightened in the split second before they shoved the bag over her head and grabbed her arms. They hauled her off her feet, threw her into the van, and scrambled in after her. One of them looked around and slid the door closed as the van accelerated down the street. Beta put his finger to his earpiece.
Good. You know the plan from here.
He removed the device, dropped it on the ground, and tossed his cigar on top of it. With the flat of his shoe, he stepped down hard and twisted his foot in a crushing motion. Small red embers floated outward and sizzled in the dark puddles alongside. Satisfied that no obvious evidence remained, he pulled his phone from his pocket, pressed a button, and put it to his ear.
The girl is out of the picture. Move to the next phase.
The ambassador smoothed his hands down the front of his blue tunic and looked into the mirror on the wall. He carefully adjusted each golden button from the bottom up to the high neck of his shirt. When satisfied, he put his arms out and back to allow one of his staff to pull his dress robes into place. He shrugged to settle them comfortably before he brushed his hand over his head. The magic trailed from his palm and swirled through his long hair like a comb. It twisted the strands into a low ponytail and tied them securely. The energy dissipated upon completion and left his hair shimmering and fresh. He smiled when he took a moment to appreciate the convenience of these little uses of magic. They made little demand on the battery he always carried, tucked into a hidden pocket in his clothing. As one of the most advanced mages, he no longer even had to consciously access the power, and was also able to use his source efficiently. Besides, these small indulgences left time for more important matters, so it was minuscule energy well utilized to encourage greater benefit. Satisfied, he walked over to the desk and slipped his feet into the blue satin loafers that matched his tunic and flowing blue pants. It was almost time for them to be on their way. The phone rang, and he gestured to the staff, who immediately nodded and left the room. He answered the call. The video feature came up with the Federation symbol instead of a face.
Ambassador, this is Grant from the Federation security offices, the voice said.
Vertan raised an eyebrow at the phone.
Yes, what do you need?
The person cleared their throat nervously.
We called to tell you that your liaison didn't make it in time. But not to worry. We will have another sent out to you. They will be a few minutes late, but we'll meet you at the event.
The ambassador stared at the screen for a moment and narrowed his eyes. He turned toward the mirror and read the trace of concern that had crept into his eyes.
No, never mind that. We will be fine for tonight. We will speak in the morning. Good evening.
Before the man could argue, the ambassador cut the call and stared at Brilgus.
Sir, I have to,
Click. The ambassador hung up in the guy's ear. He gritted his teeth and scowled as he flung the phone on the floor.
That pompous, arrogant asshole. How dare he hang up on me?
Beta and the other team members entered the cheap motel room. The leader stared at him expectantly.
Well?
The man shrugged.
He told me not to send anyone, that he would be fine for the night. Then he hung up on me before I could talk him into it. Jerk. He talks to anyone not Melagornian like they are dirt beneath his feet.
The ringleader had already pulled out another cigar and had it between his teeth. He bit on it, his expression sour. He patted the nervous man on the shoulder.
Don't worry about it. The hardest part is done. We don't have a gal on the inside, but so what? We now know his state of mind going into tonight.
One of the other team members walked up, removed his coat, and draped it on the chair.
He didn't take the bait? To hell with it. That will be one less body to worry about tonight. It isn't a complete wash, so relax. We knew there would be a possibility he might flip our plans somewhat.
The man who had made the call leaned down and retrieved the phone, a prepaid one from the gas station. He removed the battery, broke the device in two, and shrugged.
I suppose you're right. Every extra one of our men in there is a liability for the mission. Still, it irks me that he can be so nonchalant. Next time we need a government target, I say we pull that Booker guy. The senator who has had like 3 generations of family on the Senate. He seems like a pushover.
Beta raised his hands.
No more politics. Besides, we are only halfway done with this plan. The harder part is still ahead. We have to be prepared, so get your damn minds straight. This isn't some amateur party. Don't make me look bad, or I promise you I will take you down with me.
Brilgus knocked quickly on the door and entered with the ambassador's thick outer robe in his arms. He laid it carefully across the chairs to avoid hair or wrinkles. Vertan sat in his office chair and flipped through emails. He answered some and read and deleted others. With his hands behind his back, the bodyguard cleared his throat.
Ambassador, if I may, I think that we need to talk about what is happening.
He sighed, closed out the email, and settled his attention on his companion with his hands folded at his waist.
Yes, dear friend and loyal businessman.
Brilgus stood tall and raised his chin in reverence, but at the same time forcefulness.
It is absolutely necessary that we fix this before the event. You must have a liaison. They are vitally important to this event. I know you feel uneasy with the call you received, and I do not blame you. It sounds shady, to say the least. But we currently have men out to see if they can determine what went wrong.
Vertan shook his head.
You may be right, but we don't have time to search and replace. And personally, I don't have the patience for it.
The bodyguard raised his hands and shook his head.
Dear Ambassador, had I known that was the issue, I would have offered my services long before now.
His employer raised both eyebrows.
And which service would that be today?
Brilgus brandished his phone and smirked.
I happen to be very good at finding people in a pinch.
who can often be trusted more than the original ever could have been. I have, after all, worked for you for many years, and we both know the young aides have a habit of running off or forgetting events. Don't worry about it. Relax, and I will make it happen. Would you like any tea?"
The ambassador shook his head.
"Thank you, Brilgus. You have become an asset to this whole system."
Chapter 70. She hummed as she rubbed her hands through her soapy hair as the rainforest-like water showered over her. Sarah had put calming music on for her, but Stephanie was in the mood for something peppier that night. For the first time since the fight, she had excitement in her tone and step. The AI chose a dance music mix from the collection that Todd had created for her. They were all oldies, but it was her feel-good music. There was something soothing about routine tasks that allowed her to do what she had to without having to focus too hard. She leaned her head back to wash the soap from her hair and smiled as the pressure from the water directly over her head increased. The suds shimmered in different colors as they floated around her feet and down the drain. When the soap was all out, Stephanie tapped her finger to her lips and leaned her head back again. Lavender conditioner. The spray of water stopped for a moment as conditioner pumped onto her hair. She smoothed it through and twisted her feet on the floor as she closed her eyes and jiggled her head in time to the beat. The fragrant perfume of the flowers eased into her lungs, and a sense of calmness infused her. The water clicked on, and she rinsed the conditioner out and turned the shower off with a verbal command. Sarah spoke. "Your towel is on the wall. The shower drying will start as soon as you have exited. Are you going to blow dry?" Stephanie shrugged. "Not tonight. I don't feel the vibe." She wrapped one towel around her torso and flipped her head over to wrap a second one around her hair and tuck the end in at the base of her neck. She walked toward the door, but paused for a moment. "Sarah, turn the music off." The music clicked off, and the sound of the phone ringing replaced it. Stephanie startled and hurried out. The door closed behind her, and the quiet dryers began the process of drying the bathroom. She retrieved her tablet from the dresser and immediately saw the ambassador's number on the screen. Still in her towel, she thought about not answering, but instead responded in phone instead of video mode. She shook her head and held the top of her towel closed. "Brilgus, so good to hear from you. I'm sorry I almost missed your call. I was showering."
"I was worried you were away from your phone,"
he said, and his voice sounded slightly panicked. Stephanie backpedaled and sat on the edge of her chair. "Brilgus, what's the matter? You sound very upset."
"No, not upset," he replied. "But there always seems to be something going on. If it's not one thing, it's another. As much as I like you and a few other full humans, I really do miss Melagorn."
Stephanie smiled understandingly. "I get that. There is really no place like home, no matter what state it's in. That's why I always understood why the Dreth who aren't pirates don't leave their planet, even with it in ruins. You work until all hope is gone, and only then do you give up on your home." Brilgus chuckled.
"You sure do sound tearier today. I heard of your incident in D.C. I'm sorry. I do hope your friend is recovering."
"He is," she replied. "He will be discharged tomorrow, so it will be nice to welcome him back."
"Good. Give him my thanks for protecting you,"
the bodyguard replied.
"But now that I have exchanged pleasantries and enjoyed them, I do have something to confess."
Stephanie giggled. "Don't we all, Brilgus? Okay, I'm ready for it. What do you have?"
"The ambassador needs a favor, and I suppose it's a favor for me as well,"
he said, and winced through the words. Melagornians were notorious for helping other people, but never complained or asked for help in their own lives. But on Melagorn, there were rarely problems that weren't on a community scale. When the community knew, they would all come out, invited or not. She looked at her wet hair in the mirror and realized vaguely that she needed a trim. Sure, what do you need? Anything for you two. Brilgus laughed.
I would reserve that until you've heard it. We need you to be the ambassador's liaison at a very important charity event this evening. We received a call that the regular person, for some reason, was unable to make it. The ambassador was not comfortable with how it was handled. So I thought you might be the perfect replacement.
Stephanie wrinkled her nose, having never attended an event like that. All right. Tonight? Okay. When do I need to be there? Brilgus's nerves were almost audible.
An hour.
Usually, the ambassador would meet with his liaison in his limo before the event, and they would use the time to discuss things that might crop up while his personal security team conducted an additional sweep of the premises. This enabled them to establish what was expected, but also allowed flexibility in his arrival to avoid traffic delays and to vary the direction and time of his approach to the venue. He'd been almost on his way when the call had come in, and both he and his bodyguard had accepted that this time, that buffer would have to be set aside. Stephanie's eyes opened wide, and she scowled at the closet. Wow. Yikes. Okay, no need to panic. Of course I will do this. I must confess, though, I have neither been nor even heard of a liaison at these parties. What exactly do I have to do all night?
Ah, that is the easy part.
Brilgus replied.
You simply remain at his side. He will spell his words to you so you hear them in English, but to others, it will be Melagorn speak. You will handle all communication with people until the ambassador takes over. This will include helping with appropriate customs between worlds and protection. Oh, there will be a security detail, so you needn't worry much about the protection part of things.
She pursed her lips. And what worlds will be there?
It will be Earth and Melagorn, of course, and a couple of individuals from Dreth.
He answered.
The Dreth know the customs well. It will mostly be the other humans whom you need to focus on. They don't always understand the greeting, the no touching and what to say. I know you know most of it. And I will walk with the two of you, so if you have any questions you can simply ask me.
On one hand, the idea panicked her somewhat, but it also actually sounded like fun. And what is the dress code for this occasion? Brilgus cleared his throat.
Formal. You may wear what is customary on Earth. The ambassador and I will be in our formal tunics and robes. And the Dreth, well, they have formal war gear, so they will wear much the same as they usually do, but with fewer bloodstains.
Stephanie giggled. At least they make an attempt. I personally pictured them like the Dreth pirates. I've never met a Dreth before. Well, one, but it was very brief. The bodyguard snarled slightly with evident distaste.
Yes, they are interesting, although these two are generally more well-mannered than the citizens there. They are part of the royal chamber on their planet, so they have been given some instruction. They don't have a formal greeting, so you only need to worry about their greeting to the ambassador. He is usually fairly open-minded about them, regardless whether they actually perform it right or not at all. Most likely, though, they will miss the greetings as usual, and end the evening with a goodbye instead.
Stephanie exhaled a deep breath. All right. That sounds good. Where do I go? Brilgus mumbled to himself a moment.
Ah, that's right. It is the Grand Legion of Federation Fine Arts, located where the old days Lincoln Memorial stood once. We will have you on the list.
Stephanie jotted that down on the virtual notepad function on her tablet. Good. Right then. That should be easy to find then. But to make it on time, I need to go. When I arrive, I will send you a text and wait on the steps for you.
That sounds perfect,
he replied.
And thank you, Stephanie. This means a lot.
She hung up, looked around her in bemusement for a moment, and bounded to her feet in panic. Sarah, I need the black and silver butterfly formal gown and several shoe selections, including something practical in case any running or fighting is involved. And my hair! Sarah began to take the appropriate measures. It would be good if you were to calm down. You are starting to panic, and that increases heart rate, confusion, and the chance of a stroke. Stephanie stuck her head out the bathroom door to yell above the blow-dryer. I'll stroke anyway if we don't get this right. A bell chimed, and the hairdryer stopped. Stephanie scrambled into her bra and panties and peered cautiously at the comms video screen. It was Elizabeth, so she clicked the button and smiled. Hey, what's up? The other woman raised an eyebrow. Are you all right? It suddenly sounded as if a herd of buffalo rampaged through your room. Are you having a fit? I can tranquilize you with one of the darts from the dart gun. Stephanie gave her a deadpan stare. No, I just had a call from the ambassador, and he needs me to be his liaison tonight at a charity event. Something happened to his, so I have less than an hour to get ready and get over there. Not to mention that I've never been one before. Elizabeth's face remained expressionless. I know. Sarah has already filled me in, which is really why I called. I want to send Lars and Marcus with you as backup. The security will be Federation Secret Service, who are trained like offbeat cops, and none of them are too bright. She shrugged. All right, I'm sure it won't be a problem. The ambassador understands that I am not a person who gallivants around on my own anymore, so he should expect that I would have my own security. There is one problem, though. Elizabeth raised her eyebrows. Yes? Stephanie chewed the inside of her lip. They need to have tickets to the event. You can't simply buy the tickets, as they are invite-only, of course. Brilgus put me on, but not anyone with me. Have you forgotten who you are talking to here? I am the woman who literally spent years in a job where my only task was to retrieve anything that they needed. My own personal brand of magic has its own power in that world. I once had to retrieve a small lamp like the one in that Aladdin story that was specifically last seen in the chamber room of the Queen's area in the pyramids in Egypt. That was interesting. And the best part? 36 hours later, I had it polished, sitting on a pillow, and in my lap traveling back. I wanted to rub it so badly. Stephanie giggled, and then jumped. So, you'll handle the tickets and make sure they are appropriately dressed? She winked cheerfully. I've got you, sister. Elizabeth's red-painted lips smirked as she picked up the phone and dialed the guard's quarters. Marcus answered. Oh, good. I needed to speak to you and Lars. Where is he? Right here, the man yelled. They obviously had her on speakerphone. Her lip twitched slightly. I need the two of you to get your tuxes out. Dust them off, shine your shoes, conceal your weapons, and be ready in 45. You will accompany Stephanie to a charity event where she will be the acting liaison to the head ambassador of Melagorn. Marcus wasn't sure what to say. Okay. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Oh, for Christ's sake. Get it together, man. Lars, get on it. On it, he yelled from the back, before the call disconnected. She shook her head and ambled across the room to retrieve her tablet and open a video chat. Once she sat comfortably, she flipped to the number to connect her to the boss, leaned back and crossed her legs. When he answered, the hologram of the company spiraled around in midair as usual. I thought you would be asleep, or torturing someone by now, Bert said in greeting, having adjusted his sarcasm level the day before. Elizabeth furrowed her brow. You are mighty feisty tonight. Do you have a hot date or something? Bert paused. Oh yeah, me and my server will go on a whirlwind adventure across Melagorn. She yawned. Sounds lovely. But I need you to do something for me really fast before you ship off to Never Never Land with some AI. And I don't need the details. There are plenty of men out there with computer girlfriends, but I didn't peg you as one. What would you peg me as, then? He asked. Elizabeth raised both eyebrows and pursed her lips. Honestly? Gay, actually. Bert queried this, but stopped hurriedly. I see. No. Though I think I fall more into the asexual category. Anyway, what can I do for you?
She leaned forward. I need you to get Lars and Marcus tickets to the Grand Legion of Federation Fine Arts charity ball tonight. Stephanie has been asked to act as the liaison for the ambassador, and I want 2 of our men there to protect her. He immediately sifted through the system and hacked into their guest list database. Elizabeth wasn't sure what he was doing, but gave him time to respond, since he was more than a little strange. A few moments later, he was done. All right. They're on the list. I have pull almost everywhere for tickets. Her mouth dropped slightly. Oh, right. Okay, thanks then. Bert definitely had pull, but it just so happened to be the kind that required him to hack into a highly classified system without being traced or caught. Luckily, he was a much more intelligent system than any of their other Federation protocols, so it was like taking candy from a baby. Elizabeth hung up and stood when she heard someone walk down the hall. She yanked the door open so quickly, she actually scared Stephanie. Elizabeth looked at the girl for a moment, taken aback. She wore a strapless black velvet dress that was tight in the bodice to her waist, where it flared out and came to her calves. Underneath her, rows and rows of black and silver crinoline, and artfully arranged from the bottom up to about halfway, were silver glittering butterflies in a garden of lilies. One of the lilies' stems curved from the side along the bottom of her breasts and up to the right side of her bodice. It was an amazing gown. Stephanie's hair and makeup were incredible, too. Her hair was pulled back into a tight, smooth, perfect bun at the nape of her neck. What looked like thin silver vines wound around it. Her eyes were very dramatic and almost resembled the black and silver wings of the butterflies on the dress, and her lips were a deep rose. Elizabeth shook her head. You look absolutely amazing. Really, so gorgeous. I knew you were a pretty girl, but this is model. Oh my God, what are those hideously practical shoes? The girl looked at the offending shoes. A pair of black slip-ons, but with the rubber non-slip soles and slightly chunky bottoms. She shrugged. I need practical in case anything happens. The other woman sneered in genuine horror. You couldn't have strappy silver heels and go barefoot if anything happened? Stephanie narrowed her eyes. Have you seen the streets out there? It's like dipping your body in tetanus. I like life right now. Elizabeth sighed. Good point. But good God. Chapter 71. The car pulled up at the event, and the 2 guards exited first. Lars stood at the door and extended his hand to help her from the car. He whispered through a smile, Not that you need my help in those frighteningly practical shoes from the back storage room of some run-down steakhouse waitress in Louisiana. Stephanie snatched her hand away and turned to smile kindly at the people who passed them. She slammed her practically shod foot down on Lars's instep, and he hissed and tried to keep his composure. Oh, look, the ambassador just arrived. She moved down the steps and waited as Brilgus climbed out, looked at her, and smiled widely. He mouthed, Wow, pointed at her dress, and stepped aside. The ambassador emerged and waved and smiled at the press as they snapped pictures as fast as they could. The droid reporters hovered overhead and tried to hear quiet conversations, but most of the Melagornian delegates would have a mild charm active to shield their discussions. These used little energy and spilled over those in close proximity, so in practical terms, the event itself had been charmed to ensure a degree of secrecy. As they started up the steps, the ambassador studied Stephanie approvingly and extended his arm to her. She walked beside him, her arm wound around his. You look very beautiful, and I am glad you brought a couple of your men. If they are of sufficient caliber to protect you, I would trust them with my life. Stephanie chuckled. They don't let me go out unsupervised, but it's a good thing. Vertan winked. They don't let me go out unsupervised either. Welcome to the world of being treated like precious cargo. It will be annoying.
10 minutes before it ever happened? Yep, I'm there. But they are my family now, and they put themselves on the line for me, so I will smile the whole time. The ambassador stopped at the door.
Good. Are you ready for this? I'm already over it.
Beta walked through the doors of the Fine Arts Ball. Carefully applied makeup covered the scars on his face, and contacts changed the color of his eyes to blue. His dark hair was slicked back, and his tux was perfectly pressed and worth more money than most people in the subs made in 2 years. He sauntered through the security check, handed them his silver cane, and allowed them to inspect it before he continued. At the bar, he ordered a scotch, turned casually, and scrutinized the sea of people who entered for the night's festivities. A voice spoke quietly in his ear.
We are all in position.
Beta's gaze shifted lazily to each of the places checked on the blueprints that they had worked with. He smiled inwardly as he confirmed that each of his men had taken their position, all strategically located around the perimeter of the building. They were dressed to the hilt, and had been told to focus on the art to look non-threatening, and to keep their specially equipped vests completely out of view. Not only were they bulletproof, but they stored all their guns and were completely undetectable by the security metal checks. He carried 2 pistols in the vest, 1 laser and 1 regular ammo, although he still hadn't fully caught on to the laser fad. Satisfied that all had proceeded according to plan, he turned and pretended to yawn, then completed the movement of his hand to unobtrusively brush his finger on his earpiece.
This is where you will stay until I give the word. Remember, if it looks or feels too suspicious to stand in the same spot, call for a rotation and you will all move up 1 spot. We didn't get this far to be nabbed by Federation bluecoats. Roger that,
each of them said into their comms. Beta turned to study the crowd once more. Slowly, a smirk stretched his lips and he chuckled. He felt that he still had it. Even after all those years of having a seat at the table and sending errand boys to do the dirty work, he was still exceptional at what he did. It had been a very long time for him. But when everything went as planned that night, he would be handsomely rewarded and possibly named as the next full leader when the position became available. A woman in a long red sequined backless dress walked past him with a glimmer in her eye. She licked her top lip, but Beta simply stared at her and blinked. Without any return affection, she walked awkwardly away. He pursed his lips and shook his head.
Damn human women. They have no idea. I wish that when we came to these shindigs, we could wear tuxes instead of our Navy dress formals,
Vice Admiral Blanton whispered as he ascended the steps. Admiral Suffix chuckled.
Trust me, I totally understand. They have updated all the Federation Navy uniforms to fit with the times, but when it came to these, they decided to go with a George and Martha Washington time period. They even took away the long dress pants and gave us these abominable things. I cannot believe I had to ask for a pair of pantaloons. Formal pantaloons. I am a grown-ass man.
Blanton snickered.
A grown-ass man who could also wear a white wig, a pair of round glasses, and fly a kite into a storm to discover electricity.
The other man covered his mouth and laughed, but ended with a cough to disguise it.
What was that revamp of an old Broadway play they sent us to last year?
Blanton snapped his fingers.
Oh, Newsies. That's it. You're Jack Cowboy Kelly, and I'm Brian Denton.
The men laughed all the way up the stairs and into the building. The lead security waved them away from the metal detectors.
Admiral Suffix, Vice Admiral Blanton. It's so good that you are here. I wanted to escort you through this maze since you are the only guests in attendance permitted to keep your weapons on your person. All except, of course, the Secret Service.
The Admiral nodded.
We appreciate it. Although I haven't quite figured out why it is a mandatory part of the formal attire yet.
Vice Admiral Blanton shrugged.
You know us crazy Navy folk. We go riding into full-on battles in our formals all the time.
All three chuckled, and the agent opened the gate to allow them through.
Have a good evening, gentlemen.
They entered and paused to look around at the people. Suffolk sneered.
And we are expected to speak to all of them.
He sighed dramatically.
If I'd known as a new recruit that this is what they meant when they talked about making sacrifices for the nation.
His companion laughed.
We're window dressing, Admiral. Part of the politics of the position. It does, however, afford us a rare opportunity to hear things that might otherwise not be said. People tend to relax at these events. It's not so much that we need to talk to them, but that we need to listen.
He shuddered.
It's a pity, though, that we have to listen to all the bullcrap, too.
They stood there silently for a moment, focused on the giddy faces, fancy clothes, and important figures. Finally, Blanton put his hand on the Admiral's shoulder and leaned in.
Shall we get a drink?
Suffolk took a deep breath and tugged on his pantaloons.
I think that's a hell of an idea. I knew I was friends with you for a reason.
Blanton chuckled.
You mean besides the fact that I'm the only one close enough to your rank to allow a friendship?
The Admiral smacked his lips, and his gray mustache rose and fell.
Yes, that too. Although I could have gotten worse. Old Admiral Phillips with his broken hips and wrinkled old body could still be here.
They walked toward the bar. Blanton smirked.
He did have a nice monocle.
The music from inside the gala could be heard all across the mall, and down through the abandoned streets and old government buildings. The venue was lit up brighter than daylight with sparkling holographic golden stars that shimmered down the facade like falling magic snow. From both corners of the building, large spotlights were turned on and streamed the images of the Federation symbol, the NORAM's stars and stripes, Meligorn's Pantagordia flower, the symbol of peace in the country, and the slightly harsher helmet and warrior glove of Dreth. The news vans were set up all along the press line. Some already rolled footage of the event, while others set up for the evening's light show and celebrity appearances. The event had become what awards shows had been in the old days. The whole world watched to catch a glimpse of the most glamorous, most chivalrous, and most famous people in the Federation. The money raised was merely a plus, an endowment set up for children of the fallen Federation sailors and soldiers. Of course, it usually was panhandled in bribes barely days later, but the idea of it let the Richies feel good about donating to the little orphaned urchins on the streets. It was in reality merely another manifestation of the class structure, and made the poor seem even poorer, and the middle class work harder toward a higher level. Class structure in the United States forever grew farther apart, but that was not even close to the biggest worries that the Federation would soon face, and were willfully ignorant of. Chapter 72. Beta moved casually across the room and observed the ambassador keenly from afar. He had to admit, the man was very powerful, very well liked, and very intelligent. He knew, even though the humans refused to admit it, that Meligornians, even the lowliest, had IQs past genius level on Earth. It wasn't due to anything other than a species difference. But of course, the pride of the human species kept them from celebrating it. Denial was something all humans seemed to be good at. They denied crimes, infidelities, rule-breaking, and even facts. They would get so caught up in the lies that even when presented with the cold, hard facts, they would deny that they were real. This was a very good reason why the Federation still controlled everyone. Despite the frequent uprisings and battles through their history, the government always maintained control. Meligorn was truly free, understanding of faults and knowledgeable of coercion, but never practiced it. They were truly the better species, but they were also hated by the Dreth, and many of the Ritchie humans as well. One of Beta's men spoke over the comms.
It looks like the ambassador brought his own liaison.
Another man chuckled.
Yes, he did. And I have to say she is hot as hell. Except for those shoes. I don't understand.
Beta's gaze dipped to the shoes rather than the wearer.
They seem practical.
He had no interest in the woman. Liaisons were expendable, and whoever this was would pose no problems. Her presence there was probably more a PR exercise than anything else. He was more concerned with identifying the security detail that would inevitably have infiltrated the crowd. The first man laughed.
It sucks to be her tonight. She should have called in sick. Those little fateful decisions you make and never think they will be your last. So sad. A waste of a beautiful face.
One of the others coughed in the comm.
Ass. Oh, sorry. I have this cough.
Beta clenched his jaw and looked down to hide his irritation as he growled into the comms.
Could we stop acting like this is fashion runway for the female auctions? We are here to do a job. Therefore, whatever you talk about is none of my business.
Everyone fell silent and kept their eyes on the prize. The end of the ambassador and the line of bullshit they so avidly hated. Vertan walked between Brilgus and Stephanie, his hands locked together inside his long robe sleeves and a pleasant smile on his face. The bodyguard stood tall, his chest puffed out, and his eyes continually scanned the immediate crowd around them. On either side, 4 Secret Service agents, stoic and alert, studied the people and the surroundings in search of any sign of trouble. Last but not least, Marcus and Lars fell in behind as a rear guard and continually turned to sweep the room behind them. As for Stephanie, she was beyond amazing at the job. She had a bright and kind smile, and she found that when she was forced into a position where she needed to be likable, she was actually able to be open and warm with people. They reacted well to her, and she handled a number of small meetings very efficiently and without mistakes. But every party of a political nature always comes with an asshole. She stood beside Vertan with a welcoming smile and sparkling eyes, and waited for the next guest. A small prickle of warning made her look up at a middle-aged man with a horseshoe bald spot and a very round middle. He seemed obviously intoxicated and stumbled toward them with his finger pointed. Stephanie immediately became defensive and stepped in front of him so he couldn't reach the ambassador. He stared dismissively at her.
Who are you? Some Noram hoe to keep him happy while he's here?
Brilgus tightened his fist, and the ambassador glanced at him and shook his head. Stephanie summoned a huge fake smile and pushed her fingers into the man's chest. "Why have you come to speak to the ambassador today?" He laughed.
To tell him I know he's full of shit? I know his people are full of shit. They are trying to take us over. And the Federation, run by a bunch of pansies, can't stop sucking on the Meligorn teat long enough to see it. I want him to know I see it, and that I don't understand, because we've been so nice to them.
She glanced at the Secret Service agents and shook her head before she drew the man's jacket closed and patted him hard on the chest. "I'm going to say something to you right now, and I want you to know it is in your very best interest. And when you are sober, you will think about this and thank me for it." He frowned, and his head wobbled slightly.
What?
Stephanie sucked in a deep breath through her mouth and continued. "You are making an ass of yourself. And that means you are making an ass out of everyone on Earth. Believe it or not, we are all representatives of this planet. Now, I want you to go back to the restroom, wash the idiot out of your mouth, and try to come back with at least a modicum of respect in class. If you do that, I might be able to help you. I know you have class somewhere, because only those who hold the dollar hold the tickets to the Golden Palace. So go and find some." The 2 security guards on either side both immediately lowered their heads and pressed their lips together. They tried desperately not to laugh as the guy looked at her in confusion before he stumbled off. She glanced at them and shook her head. They were young Secret Service, but not as dense as she had expected. In fact, they seemed to really take their jobs seriously, which was good, since they were protecting the most important Melagornian political figure on Earth.
"Here's the glass of seltzer you wanted," the reporter's assistant said, slightly out of breath from climbing all the way up into the high levels. She took the water and grabbed a napkin to blot a wine stain on the hem of her dress. Stupid drunk Richies. They don't give a damn about anyone. I honestly want to get this footage and get the hell out of here already. The reporter stood, grabbed the camera, and walked to the edge. She tilted it forward and scanned the crowds to record footage of the events below. It didn't help her mood that her usual cameraman had dropped the assignment in favor of greener pastures. She hated camera work, although she wasn't half bad at it. But this gig might well be her ticket to the big time. If she could snag some decent and more intimate footage than the drones and commercial stations, she might slide a foot in the right door. She set the camera on the stand, and her assistant made sure she was in focus. Behind her, silent holographic fireworks burst to create a ceiling of sparkling joy for the Richies, and an annoying hindrance of footage for her. The assistant nodded and counted down with his fingers, then pointed to the reporter, who now held her mic in hand. Cindy and Mark picked their sandwiches up from the counter and wandered over to slide into one of the booths. She exhaled a deep breath and shook her head. "This building is amazing, but I can't wait to hire more people so we don't have to do this constantly." Mark nodded and took a big bite of his sandwich. "At least we got a break." She snapped her fingers and pointed at him. "You are the king of glass half full. This is why I love you." He pumped his fist. "Boy meets girl, boy courts girl, girl is repulsed. Boy gives daily motivational quotes and pep talks. Girl finally loves boy." Cindy giggled and glanced up as the deli man turned the news on. "This is Vita Bowles with Federation Entertainment News coming to you live from the Federation Arts Gala and Charity Event. As you know, this is the biggest event of the season, bringing in celebrities, political heads, and the most influential people of this decade." She ate her sandwich, thoroughly exhausted, and simply stared at the footage on the screen. Suddenly, her head jerked, and she choked, covering her full mouth. Mark looked at her, and she pointed wildly at the screen. When he turned, his wide eyes matched hers as they watched their daughter lead the ambassador of Melagorn around one of the most prestigious events in the world. Cindy gave a maternal sigh and tilted her head to the side. "Oh, she looks so beautiful. She is knocking them dead." Brilgus leaned over and whispered to Stephanie, "You had better watch out, or he might try to bring you on full time." She rolled her eyes. "Over my dead body?" Gunfire blazed ahead of them, and screams rang out. Brilgus put his body in front of the ambassador, and Stephanie whipped her head around to see where it came from. She turned instinctively to the Secret Service agent on her left. Before she could call to him, his head snapped back, and blood splattered on the ground behind him as his body fell heavily. She ducked and spun to the other agent on her right. He had his gun up and fired into the open levels above and ahead of them. Suddenly, his body jerked to the right, then to the left, and finally landed hard on the steps. He groaned, raised his weapon, and fired. A man screamed, and his body went limp as he toppled over the balcony and plummeted to the floor below. The agent slid his gun over a smidge and pulled the trigger.
It sounded like a cannon as both the sharpshooter and the agent fired at the same time. A bullet slammed into the agent's forehead to finish him off. At the same time, the other sharpshooter tumbled over the balcony and fell to his death below. Brilgus, his arms shielding the ambassador, walked his employer toward the back of the venue. Another barrage of shots erupted to strike the ceiling and spray chunks of plaster onto the crowd. Everyone crouched and scanned the room frantically to find some kind of cover. 7 men pushed out of the crowds, distinguishable from the other guests only by the weapons they now trained on the ambassadorial group. Beta walked forward, a toothpick in the corner of his mouth and a glass of scotch in his hand. Lars and Marcus shoved through the crowd and hurried to the middle of the grand staircase where Stephanie and everyone else now stood. He flipped his toothpick to the other cheek and looked at his drink before he yelled,
I know, this is supposed to be a party, huh? Yeah, everyone hates a party crasher. Let's be honest with each other here, sweet little girl.
The man studied the so-called sweet little girl with a sudden sense of unease. Something within him said he should recognize this woman. She was certainly the type to be readily remembered, yet he couldn't quite place her. His gaze swept rapidly over her and triggered a response. She reminded him a little of the witch, he realized, and grinned. There was no way that scruffy teenage magical wannabe could even begin to compare. Satisfied that he'd traced the odd sense of familiarity, he turned his attention back to the matter at hand.
We appreciate heroic actions here and everything, but there are 3 of you, only 2 armed, and 7 of us. I feel like a smart person would put their guns down and walk away. So I'll give you that option. You get your buddies to throw them down, and the 3 of you can walk out. And you won't even have messed up your dress. What do you say?
Stephanie snickered, and Lars shook his head. She set her clutch on the ground with a slow, deliberate movement, tugged at the black satin wrist gloves she wore, and slowly inched a hand down the front of her dress. Beta pursed his lips as his gaze followed the almost sensual gesture. His eyes widened when she drew a compact, long-barrel pistol from between her breasts and pointed it at his head. Brilgus had slipped it to her with a grin and a wink a few minutes after their arrival, and she'd been delighted that it had nestled so snugly into the cushioned holster Mother Nature had provided. Everyone was silent for a moment, and Stephanie leaned forward. How dare you come into this party, among my friends and my people, and think that you can take lives without repercussions? And don't you ever stand there and tell me the odds when the other team is chock full of assholes. She gestured dismissively and nodded with a smirk. Oh, and my dress? It's stain-resistant. Lars and Marcus immediately opened fire, and the trio raced across the staircase and slid to dodge a volley of return fire. Stephanie aimed at Beta, and he smiled as he backed slowly out of sight and headed for the front doors. He didn't intend to stick around for this. Suddenly, the ambassador used his magic to push Brilgus aside. He flung his arms back to throw his robes off and onto the ground. His expression grim, he summoned his energy and launched into a concerted attack. Death balls of magic spiraled at the assassins in a relentless barrage. He hurried forward and stood beside Stephanie, glanced quickly at her, and winked when he eliminated 3 of the men, whose bodies instantly ignited with magical fire. It was a trick Stephanie hadn't seen before, but she loved it. They felt as if they were burning alive in torturous agony. But when the magic dissipated, there wouldn't be a scratch on anything but their pride. She shot her last bullet and fumbled under her dress to retrieve another mag and thrust it in place. She raised it, ready to fire, when Lars flailed back, with blood flooding down his arm and over his hand. He smacked into the steps and groaned. "No!" Stephanie screamed. She clenched her jaw and descended slowly, one step at a time, firing relentlessly at one of the assassins at the base of the stairs. Her slugs connected with his flak vest twice, before she adjusted her aim. His eyes widened as her gun focused on his head. She pulled the trigger, and his body catapulted away and landed to slide across the marble floor. 2 more Secret Service agents went down, one to the far right of her, and another in the main venue who tried to reach the gunman. At that point, everything seemed to move in slow motion. She backed up the steps again and paused beside the ambassador. He stared at her, his gaze fixed, his mouth slightly open, and his brow creased. She knew immediately that something was wrong, and her gaze fell to his stomach, where he gripped it tightly with one hand. Blood seeped between his fingers. Stephanie grabbed him by the shoulders as he fell and eased him down. She breathed heavily and scowled at the wound, uncertain that he could survive it. Desperately, she pushed to her feet and tried to find Brilgus. As she stepped forward, a shot rang out, and the bullet struck home in her right shoulder blade. She tumbled forward, and her gaze found Marcus. Blood streamed from his thigh, and beyond him, Brilgus continued to shoot despite a painful flesh wound on his huge arm. She landed hard, and her head sagged. Her gaze settled on the ambassador's face. His eyes focused on her, and although he didn't open his mouth, she swore she could hear him speak.
"You have the power, Morgana. You know what to do. Your fear is the only thing holding you back."
Stephanie gritted her teeth and forced herself into a sitting position. She fumbled for her purse and suppressed the instinctive scream at the pain that seared in her shoulder. Her hands weak and trembling, she managed to retrieve the battery from her bag and gripped it tightly in her hand. For a moment, she felt the energy of Melagorn, but something else began to tingle and pulse through that magic, calling for her. Her arm dropped, and her hand released the battery. She closed her eyes and pushed past the pain to focus only on the sounds of the energy around her. On instinct, she focused her mind on the Earth's ley lines to draw the energy and magic of humans into her body. Like a warm, welcome presence, a slow wave of energy seeped into every part of her. Everything but the awareness of the power faded. While on one level, she was aware of her injury and even of the excruciating pain, she seemed to have somehow stepped beyond it to a place where she functioned on the energy alone. She opened her eyes. Her pupils had once again become dark black, and her mind was suddenly able to distinguish each distinct crack as a weapon fired. She first identified a man on the balcony level above them, and all the way to the right. The energy pulsed within her as she snapped her head toward him and extended her arm with her palm up, and her hand curled into a claw-like shape. She flung the magic and directed it to grip the ceiling above him and rip it down piecemeal. In moments, it had showered him with huge marble stones, until the only thing left to see was his limp hand that hung lifelessly between the railings. She slid her focus to an assassin standing front and center, the one who had wounded the ambassador, and most likely shot her friends as well. Anger blew through her, and she screamed, the sound of something otherworldly that echoed violently from her chest. She clenched her fist tightly and hauled her arm back. The man wheezed and clutched his neck as his body rose and levitated toward her. He stopped inches away, his eyes wide as he choked on the invisible force. She turned to the side and kicked hard to pound her foot into his crotch. The magic released him, and he fell to curl into a fetal position and writhe in pain. Stephanie spat at him before she swished both arms to the right and swiftly to the left. The man's body careened over the heads of the cowering Richies and crashed through the plate glass window and out onto the lawn. Shots rang out again, but not at her. The attackers continued to shoot at her people. She jerked her fists upward and slammed them down hard on the marble steps. The energy rocketed out, splitting the stone, and rose into a high barrier. It wavered there as a bright blue shimmering haze. The bullets bounced off and ricocheted back at the gunman. She thrust her hand through the protective shield, gripped the air and twisted hard. A man panicked when he lost control of his own hand. It turned toward him, his finger on the trigger. He shoved the barrel to his forehead and screamed until the shot echoed and his shriek fell silent. Chapter 73. Stephanie withdrew her hand through the barrier and walked slowly toward the ambassador. As she approached, the crack of gunfire distracted her once more. She whipped around and immediately created a hole in her shield to walk through. Her eyes angry, she stopped and stared at the floor below. The guests had created a battle arena when they ran and cowered against the sides of the room. 2 gunmen lay dead on the ground, and blood pooled around them. Standing behind them, their guns out, stood the Admiral and Vice Admiral. The 2 additional assassins had tried to sneak in, but the officers had noticed them and were able to intercept and eliminate the threat. Stephanie nodded her head at the naval dignitaries, and they returned the gesture. She turned away and hurried over to Vertan. As she dropped to her knees beside him, Brilgus walked toward them and shook his head in disbelief. The ambassador took her hand and tugged it to hover over where the wound was. She stared into his eyes for several moments before she focused on the bloody, gaping hole. He opened his mouth to speak, but she shook her head and closed her eyes. She centered herself and drew back from the frenzy of the battle. Her energy pushed down into the palm of her hand, and light began to permeate from her palm. The Melagornian magic inside the ambassador, the little he had left, spiraled from the wound, attracted by her energy. The 2 trails of magic hovered mere centimeters apart for several moments. Grunting with effort, Stephanie pushed harder, and the energy connected to release a wave of light. Wind whipped wildly around the 2 of them, and Stephanie's arm shook so violently that she had to use her other to stabilize it. Everyone around them backed away, as the force of the magic merging created almost a force field around them. Slowly, the tendrils of Melagornian magic drew the light magic down into the ambassador's body. He groaned, and his head tilted back as the energy surged through him and out of Stephanie. Even with her eyes closed, she could see the ambassador. She could see him in the fields of Melagorn in youth, and in his early years of marriage. He danced with a beautiful little girl, and she could hear the child's laughter echo around them. A surge of pain, not physical but emotional, pounded into her chest and almost knocked her back. She struggled to hold her hand firm and watched as he stood in that field where they'd danced. Surrounded by so many Melagornian men and women, he clung tightly to his wife, and they watched as sparkling and shimmering specks of their daughter's soul rose from her flower-shrouded body up toward the heavens, through the MU spectrum, and out into the stars. Stephanie gasped, and her chest pushed forward, and her shoulders thrust back as more and more visions of him hurtled through her mind like a homemade movie. So much sadness and pain, so much loss. What she thought she knew before, all seemed so simple compared to the truth that dangled over her as her magic healed him. After several more intense moments, the 2 energies separated. She fell back on the stairs, and her body ached all over. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and shook off the flooded field of emotion that slithered through her down to her soul. Her energy was severely drained, but she wasn't done. There were so many who needed healing. Brilgus hurried down the steps now that the energy had dissipated, and knelt beside the ambassador. Slowly, the Melagornian opened his eyes and blinked a couple of times before he sat up. His energy had been restored, and the dried blood on his clothes and skin were the only remnants of the wound. He turned quickly in search of Stephanie. She nodded at him, and their eyes connected for a moment. He knew what she had seen, and she knew it was not for her to speak of. It was an unfortunate reaction to the healing powers that they had combined. but it was private. Vertan put his hand up and allowed Brilgis to help him to his feet. He felt better than he had in years, like he had lost 100 years from his life. He walked over and lifted Stephanie by her shoulders. She paused and furrowed her brows.
It doesn't hurt anymore.
Startled, she looked over her shoulder to find nothing more than dried blood and no wound. The ambassador smiled.
We healed each other. Now, let's heal the rest of them, shall we?
Stephanie nodded, turned, and knelt beside Lars. He looked at her and groaned.
I thought this was only a party. Who gets shot at a party in the Ritchie neighborhood?
She chuckled and held her hand over his shoulder to allow her energy to pulsate through his wound. He hissed in pain, but she maintained the pressure and pushed the magic into him until it stopped of its own accord. She moved her hand and smiled when she confirmed that the wound was gone. Lars was in shock and awe, completely speechless for once in his life. His eyes drifted over her, and he jumped up.
Marcus!
The other man grumbled and gripped his thigh tightly.
This is the worst. I'll take your punishment. These white people went super ghetto in here. This is bullshit.
Stephanie laughed and sat beside him to put her hands on his leg. He grimaced and scrunched his face for several moments until finally he began to relax. The energy seeped into his wounds to heal him from the inside out. When it disconnected, she raised her hand, satisfied with her work. Marcus poked at it and looked in shock for a moment before he grabbed her by the arms and yanked her into a tight hug.
You are a shit-hot witch, you know that? You don't play. Thank you.
He pulled back and looked keenly at her, seeing the tiredness that had settled over her face.
Hey, you should give it a break. The ambassador has got it.
Stephanie rubbed her face and shook her head. No, I gotta do this. She stood and shuffled to the first victim she could find, a Federation guard with a bullet wound to the bicep. He watched her with tears in his eyes as she wrapped her hands around his arm and closed her eyes. It was strange to her. She had gone her whole life without that much earth energy inside her, but once she'd experienced it, when it began to wane, it felt almost painful, like the life was sucked from her chest. But she had to help these people. They had put their lives on the line to help her, and she couldn't let them suffer on the steps while the very people they hated for their ignorance and money stared at them from the perimeter. As the magic disconnected from the healed wound, Stephanie fell back and grasped instinctively for something solid to hold onto. Lars hurried behind her and steadied her. She had given everything she had to give, and then some. The ambassador had taken care of the other wounded, and Brilgis carefully carried the fallen guards' bodies to the marbled platform halfway down the steps. Stephanie looked at Lars. "Help me down there?" He nodded, picked her up, and cradled her in his arms. He walked down and held her as she watched the ambassador whisper in Melagornian and sprinkle magical energy over their bodies, extending the ultimate respect to their fallen souls. They had been the only protection between him and death, and he owed them more than that. But it was the best he could do. The entire place had fallen completely silent, and the Melagornian song drifted quietly through it like a whisper in a wind. Every person whose ears it touched began to feel a lightness in their soul. The fear began to dissipate, and the tears started to dry. Marcus gasped as he stared beyond Lars and Stephanie and down at the entryway below. Standing, all in ranks and saluting, was the Federation Navy. They had arrived too late to help, but not too late to pay tribute to the bodies strewn around the floors. Brilgis came back down the steps and put his hand on the ambassador's shoulder.
We have to go.
The bodyguard looked at Lars, Stephanie, and Marcus.
All of us. We need to leave before the media breaks into a frenzy. Melagornians do not speak to the media after such a tragic incident. I have a car waiting out back, but we need to go now.
Lars carried her the entire way as Brilgus hurried them through the great dining hall and out the back exit. A car waited, the doors already open for them. The ambassador got in the back first, and everyone followed until the bodyguard scooted in and shut the door. The windows were all darkly tinted, and a partition separated the front and the back. Stephanie lay in Lars's lap, everything fuzzy and foggy. Brilgus motioned quickly, and the entire roof shimmered into translucence to reveal the stars high above in the sky. Stephanie turned her head to stare upward. The night sky consumed her, and the moon, so crisp and bright, stared back. A tear collected at the outward edge of her eye and trickled down her cheek. She could hear everyone talking, but it was so muffled, like it was a million miles away. As her eyes locked on the rarely present Milky Way, her body gave in to the exhaustion. Her eyes closed, and the sounds ceased as she drifted into a deep, all-consuming sleep. With her eyes still clenched shut, Stephanie swallowed and grimaced at how dry everything was. She licked her lips and tasted something sweet that she couldn't identify. It took more effort than it should to roll onto her stomach, and she ran her hands along the soft sheets below her. As nice as it was, she immediately realized it was not anywhere she had ever been before. Immediately, her eyes blinked open, and she turned over and hauled the gossamer blankets up to her chin. The room was oddly familiar, a smaller, more decorated version of the temple on Melagorn. She scooted to a sitting position and looked around her. If she had never known about Melagorn, she would have sworn she was in the castle bedroom of some medieval princess. But no, she was in a Melagornian bedroom. She could see the beautiful purple haze and the bright illumination shining through the paneled window on two walls of the room. The light cascaded through the panes of glass and over the stone floor. Beautiful plush draperies hung from not only the windows, but the walls as well. Fresh flowers sat in multiple vases throughout the space, and the sweetness, she realized, was not on her lips, but in her nose. It was the sweetness of the room she could almost taste. She pulled her knees to her chest and smiled, uncertain as to whether she was actually in a dream or not. Either way, it was absolutely amazing, and so entrancing that she barely heard the creak of the doorknob. As she turned to look, the handle turned, paused, and the door began to open. Chapter 74. She actually held her breath when the door creaked on its hinges as it opened slowly. Stephanie put her fist down on the bed beside her, too weary to react. The last thing she remembered was the stars floating gently overhead as they drove away from the grisly scene that had unexpectedly unfolded. She had woken up in what appeared to be Melagorn, but it also seemed so earthly and grounded.
"Oh, look. You decided not to die on me,"
a familiar voice said, before a giggle sounded from the doorway. All the muscles in Stephanie's body relaxed, and the held breath expelled as her eyes focused on Miss Elizabeth, who sauntered into the room. "You're here. Man, am I confused." The ambassador chuckled, walked in behind Elizabeth, and stopped beside the bed.
"That is to be expected."
She smiled gently and jolted when her gaze fell to his stomach. He patted his waist and shook his head.
"Your magic healed me, and I think you took a few pounds off my waistline. We'd better not tell my wife, though. She might request your services."
Elizabeth snorted. "You go in as a human witch, get in one battle, and come out as a weight loss specialist. Only in Noram. Seriously." Stephanie leaned back against the headboard. "How are Lars and Marcus?" The ambassador sat on the edge of the bed and turned toward her.
"Like new. Not a trace of pain. No issues. And all their scans come back like nothing ever happened." But you need to stop worrying about everyone else and focus on you.
For the first time since even before the party, Stephanie's thoughts explored her own body. She could feel the exhaustion in every part of her, although it was better than it had been when she last remembered being awake in Lars's lap. Her gaze drifted to the cracked windows through which the sounds of birds chirping lightened the room. Are we on Melagorn? The ambassador looked around, and his sigh was almost a laugh.
No. It's merely some magic I put on the place. I figured it would be nicer than you waking up in one of the rooms in our suite in D.C. You needed to come back gently, and I know how gentle Melagorn can be, especially to someone who loves it as much as you do.
Elizabeth sat down on the other side of her.
You can't stop being a hero, can you?
Stephanie shrugged. What can I say? In all honesty, I feel like I have very little in me. My energy is so low I can barely sit here. The ambassador took her hand and turned it over, then traced his finger over her palm as he whispered words in Melagornian. His eyes flashed a simmering purple, and he placed her hand back on her lap.
You are improving, but it might take a while. You see, the amount of magic you consumed and pushed out was more than you should have been able to survive. Because of that, it forced open areas of your psyche that humans don't normally ever experience. It isn't a common occurrence on Melagorn, but it has happened enough for us to know about it.
She looked down at her hands. Her forehead creased. Will I recover from it? Vertan nodded.
Yes, of course you will. You are already on your way, although you will have different abilities after this. You unlocked things that weren't really meant to be unlocked. But it has not killed you, and I can predict that it will only continue to make you stronger.
It was the earth energy, wasn't it? She asked. The ambassador thought about it for a moment.
I believe that it was. I knew you were full of gifts when I met you, but until last night I had not realized that you have a different flavor of MU. And in time, I would like to know more about it. These things in humans are rare, and often so different that we do not have the chance to study them or understand them. I would like to be able to create an understanding of it, so that if another reaches a level like this, they will have resources, understandings. They will not be forced to learn as they go and find themselves in this place or worse. But in the end, it will be up to you what you share with the world. It is your gift.
Stephanie nodded. Right now, I simply want to get better. I want to be able to work again, function again, and maybe take a walk instead of feeling so tired, and not mentally but physically. Vertan patted her on the arm.
You will get there. It has only been a day. Think of how you will feel in 5 or 6.
Elizabeth patted her leg.
You have to learn to take care of yourself first. Because if you crumble, every life you would have touched will crumble too. And we kind of like having you around. When you don't fall into some emo-dramatic mode doing katas at 6 a.m. and never socializing. We weren't fond of that version.
She laughed and focused on the blanket she rubbed between her fingers. Sorry about that. I guess I let my guilt get the best of me. But I felt so bad for Frog getting so hurt. I didn't know what else to do except start protecting everyone. I realize now, though, that it's a family thing. A team thing. We share in it together. The losses and the victories. The ambassador nodded and looked into her eyes.
What you have to remember is that you cannot escape loss. It is part of every life. Whether you are Dreth, human, Melagornian, or some species we have yet to encounter, there is loss. The important thing, as I have learned through personal experiences, is how you handle it, and walk through that loss and grief that will define the kind of leader and challenger you will become. And you can lean on the ones whom you love. Don't let them get away from you because you are scared.
Elizabeth furrowed her brow and nudged Stephanie.
Yeah, you can't kick their butts one day and ghost them the next. It's not nice. Not that it would affect how those fools feel about you. They went from taking a protection gig to following a leader who touched them to their cores. That is something to be proud of. Something to fight for.
Stephanie smirked in embarrassment. I was fairly emotional. Although, I'm sure that if you told my parents that, they would think you had the wrong girl. The magic made me do it. The other woman rolled her eyes.
Not an excuse.
Oh, and speaking of your parents, we called them and let them know what happened.
Apparently, they watched the entire thing live via a feed from a journalist above us. They were terrified when they watched you carried out. Anyway, they are on their way here now. I sent them some first-class tram tickets, and they boarded this morning. They should arrive soon. I sent Lars to meet them.
Tears welled in Stephanie's eyes. She hadn't realized how much she missed them until that moment. But before she could get too excited, worry settled painfully in her chest. Wait, what about the new contract they got with the building? They haven't hired a full-time staff for that yet. They can't give that up for me. I will be fine.
Elizabeth gripped her arm. Take a deep breath and relax. You were broadcast all over the world. Mr. Martell called your parents as soon as he had seen the footage of you saving lives. He knew you were connected to them somehow, but until that moment, he did not know you were their daughter. He was very impressed, and apparently asked if there was anything you couldn't do.
Stephanie grinned. I wish the answer to that was yes, but alas, I can do anything.
The older woman raised an eyebrow and looked at Vratan. Yeah, she'll be up in no time. The cockiness is already starting to take over again.
He laughed.
She has a pass. I think she has proven that she is, what do humans say, rotten ass?
Both women burst into laughter, and Stephanie clutched her side in pain. Oh, that is the best Melagornian translation fail I have ever heard. She patted his arm. It's badass, not rotten ass. That implies a whole slew of other things that I don't think you or I are quite on the level of friendship to discuss yet. The ambassador laughed loudly and held his stomach.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry. Right. You have proven to be a badass.
Elizabeth rubbed her face.
You guys will be the death of me.
Oh, so anyway, Mr. Martell told them he wouldn't dock them for wanting to see the hero of DC. If he could, he would have been on a plane here too. Stephanie's eyes widened, and she shook her head wildly. Oh, Lord. I mean, that is very nice, but how weird would it have been if I had woken up in a castle room, not knowing where I was, and have Mr. Martell walk in the door? I might have chopped him in the throat or something. Vratan shrugged.
Who knows? He might have loved you even more for that.
They all laughed, and Stephanie giggled once again as she pushed the hair behind her ear. So, when do I get to go back to my room and the pod and stuff? Elizabeth glanced at Vratan and pressed her lips together.
Well, we've talked about all that with the ambassador.
Now, of course, you can decide anything you want, but he believes that it would be better if you stayed here for a while. He is the only one who is equipped to manage what has happened to you. We all came to that agreement, but it is your choice. Still, we hope you stay and let him work with you to help you heal. Stephanie bit the inside of her cheek. What exactly are you treating? He rubbed his chin.
Let's see. How do I put this? Your channels are ripped wide open, and although they may never close, I am the only one on Earth equipped to help you move through that difficult time. It might be challenging. It might not. But it is safer to be near someone who has knowledge of it. At least, in my opinion.
Elizabeth leaned forward intently.
And if you are concerned because your security team will be gone, or me, or any of those things, don't be. If you stay, the security team stays, and I stay as well. The ambassador has been kind enough to put us all up so we can help you heal better and can all understand what is happening.
Stephanie's eyes flashed. Really? You'll all stay?
Yep, all of us. And I'm sure your boss will even call to harass you here. We told you that we are now a team, and we would be a really shitty team if you got hurt and we were like, peace out, kiddo. You jump, we jump.
Stephanie felt really special. Like all the conversations of being different added up to something she should have realized all along. She was different, but that didn't mean she was alone. That simply means that she had to be different with other people there to care for her. And that was a really great feeling. The loneliness she had created, she had manifested within herself. No one did that to her. No one forced that on her.
Knock, knock,
Lars said, and poked his head around the corner.
Oh, hey there, sunshine.
She waved at him. Hey, are you feeling okay? He scoffed.
Heck yeah, like a new man. How about you?
Stephanie shrugged. Better than I was. Lars grinned.
Well, I brought something that might make that even better.
He pulled the door open, and her mom walked in, dropped her bag, and flung her arms out. The ambassador moved aside to make space for her.
Oh, sweetie, you look so pretty in this gown, and your hair.
She glanced down and noticed something familiar about the long white nightgown and her hair loosely braided to the side. A little bemused, she turned to the left and looked at her reflection in the mirror on the wall. Beautiful pink and blue flowers seemed almost sewn into her braid, and she looked like she had in her dream. Her mom touched her chin.
What is it, honey?
There had already been far too many strange occurrences already, and she didn't want to tell them. Not yet. Nothing. I'm just so happy to see you.
How about me, kiddo?
Her dad said, and opened his arms. Stephanie laughed as he strode toward her and kissed her on the top of the head. I missed you too, Dad. You didn't have to break from work to come all the way out here. I'll be okay. I feel terrible. Her mom slapped her hand gently. Stop that right now. We are your family. We love you. And when you go through it, we go through it too. It sounds so silly, but it's true. We can't let you be here without knowing how much we love you. Her dad set his chin on top of her mom's head.
And Todd sends his love too. He wanted to be here, but school and his new military stuff made that impossible. We told him it would be fine. He said he will email you a bunch of his top pick movies, so if you get bored.
Stephanie's cheeks flushed, and she shook her head. He is a mess. But tell him I miss him too. Her mom looked around the room, her mental wheels turning. This room is beautiful, but I have to admit, it looks nothing like the rest of the place. The girl's eyes widened in excitement. She pulled herself up and turned to dangle her feet off the bed. The ambassador stood and retrieved a set of deep purple robes, again like her dream. She turned, pulled them on, and adjusted them gently over her shoulders before she grabbed her mom's and dad's hands and took them to the window. Both their mouths dropped. So, obviously, we aren't really in Melagorn. But we're not in a pod either. The ambassador has put a magic spell on my room. So, when I am here, it looks like a castle bedroom. It's comforting and warm, and I feel really good here. But since you've never been there and the pods aren't your thing, I figured this would be an experience for you. Cindy laughed and drew her daughter close. Our lives have been an experience since the day you were born. An adventure that has taken us down some very interesting and strange roads. But just like this spectacular view of Melagorn, every single moment of it has been worth it. Stephanie tightened her grasp on her father's arm as a wave of dizziness swept over her. The ambassador walked up to her, pressed his thumb to her forehead, and closed his eyes.
Yes, you have done the limit. It's time to lay down for a bit. We'll see how you feel later, and maybe you can go for a walk. Right now, though, I would like to steal your father.
She narrowed her eyes. Why? Her father walked her to the bed and popped in front of her vision.
'Cause it's none of your business, woman.
Okay. She burst into giggles and waved him off. Go do what you're going to do then. The two of them left the room, and Cindy sat on the end of the bed next to Elizabeth. They all sat quietly for several moments. Suddenly, the bed shook, and Stephanie laughed herself almost into a crying fit. The other two women exchanged glances. "What's up?" her mom asked. Stephanie had rolled into bellows of mirth. She shook her head and took a minute to regain her composure. "I just realized Dad went off with the highest ambassador in Melagorn. The next thing that will happen is either a planetary emergency, or they will call that chicken place Dad likes so much Chicken Palace, to see what it would take to put one on Melagorn." Elizabeth wrinkled her nose.
I will be brutally honest here. I hope it's that he started an interstellar incident. That chicken is terrifying.
From the hallway, all you could hear was laughter. Chapter 75. Stephanie gripped the edges of the wooden podium where she stood on a stage in the conference room of the ambassador's building. She kept her gaze locked on the floor in front of her and fought the exhaustion from the trip downstairs. When she tapped her feet on the floor of the stage, the hollow repercussion vibrated through her. She tugged on the bottom of her Pac-Man t-shirt and noticed that her jeans were looser than normal. After 4 days of rest, which she had definitely needed, she finally accepted that addressing the world had waited long enough. She looked to where her team stood with Brilgus. Lars and Marcus both raised their hands slowly, kept them close to their bodies, and jokingly gave her the finger. She smirked and tried to hold back the laughter. Brilgus gave her a sweet smile, and Elizabeth 2 thumbs up. Having them there had already calmed her nerves a fair amount. Her parents had left the day before. They hadn't wanted to go, but had to get back to the business. Stephanie understood that they couldn't give up everything because she went a little wild with her magic. She would talk to them on video chat, and she was sure her mom would bug Elizabeth to death, making sure she was okay. As for the rest of the guys, they were splitting time between taking care of Frog as he healed at the compound and staying at the ambassador's place to provide protection. And most importantly, laughs and ridiculous antics that made Brilgus nuts, but Stephanie feel right at home. The Federation media lead walked up on the stage and leaned toward her.
Whenever you are ready. When you're done, I'll scoot up and take care of the rest. We have a few people talking after you.
Stephanie nodded in understanding and waited for him to walk behind her to where the 2 Navy officers sat, as well as the chief of the Federation police. The crowd grew quiet, and Stephanie lifted her chin slowly. A furious flurry of clicks distracted her for a moment, as the media snapped as many pictures of her as they could. This was the first time she'd shown her face in public since the incident. Several journal bots buzzed above and made flybys to take pictures of her. She raised her hands to grip the edges of the podium. 1 million tax-size microphones were placed on the podium in front of her, and one larger one for the speaker system in-house. She leaned toward the big one and paused as feedback buzzed in the speakers. Stephanie had always hated public speaking. Hi. As most of you know, my name is Stephanie Morgana, and I am a human with magical powers. They have asked me to come out today to clear up a few things so that the public can understand my place in the events. It is true that I knew the ambassador for weeks before I acted as his liaison that night. However, I am not, nor do I plan to be, his permanent liaison. On the night of the incident, about an hour before the opening of the gala, I received a phone call from Mr. Brilgus, the ambassador's head of security. I was asked to do a favor for the ambassador and fill in as his liaison for the night due to the fact that the current liaison had gone missing. She cleared her throat and took a sip of water from the glass on the podium. I know that Chief Rogers, head of the Federation Police, will talk to you more about the missing liaison. However, we have recently learned through the exceptional detective work of the department that the young woman was abducted in order to have someone from inside of their organization fill in at the gala. The ambassador, having keen instincts, found the last-minute change suspicious and therefore denied their replacement and brought me in. I want to make this very clear. She took another sip of water and leaned forward slightly on the podium to emphasize the point. It was purely happenstantial that I was there when all this happened. I was not even on the guest list before filling in that night. One of the reporters shouted out from the front, "But did you know there was a possible security risk?" Stephanie shook her head. "No. 2 of my personal security team came along only because it was so last minute. Due to the emergence of my magic, I have been under some scrutiny from certain public entities. I therefore have my own security team to ensure my safety. They worked alongside the brave and heroic members of the Secret Service who lost their lives during this battle." Another reporter shouted, "How did you do magic like that without a battery? We all saw you drop it on the stairs." She glanced quickly at Elizabeth, who winked and smiled at her. Slightly uncomfortable, she focused on the reporter who had asked the question. "At this time, I will not discuss the specifics of my personal magical abilities or how they work. Obviously, you can understand that as the only person with these abilities on Earth thus far, I still have many questions of my own. I am sure that when the secret has been fully revealed, it will be shared with you as well." A couple more shouted, and someone snapped another picture, this time with a flash, which surprised her. Stephanie squinted and raised her hand. The media lead walked up and leaned into the mic. "As of right now, please hold your questions until the end of the conference. Ms. Morgana is out here voluntarily so that she may be as transparent as possible while providing only facts. We don't want to speculate on anything right now." He nodded at her, and she straightened and gripped the podium, her knees suddenly weak. Lars's face sobered, and he stepped forward, about to come on the stage. She put her hand up to stop him and pulled herself upright. Taking a deep breath, she centered herself again. The reporters had quieted, and the bots hovered at the back. The other question that I continue to hear on an hourly basis is what happened to me. Everyone witnessed the healing and then my collapse. I can definitively tell you that the magic expulsion during the battle affected my brain. I'm told by those familiar with the phenomenon that I have opened a valley in my psyche, and until I have healed and grown enough to draw the energy required to restore that, I will need a whole lot of rest. That is where I have been for the last 4 days, under the careful watch of the ambassador, my security team, my family, and my manager, Ms. Elizabeth. The ambassador has opened his residence to us, treated us beyond well, and has taken an interest in making sure that I am able to function while I heal." She cleared her throat again, took another sip, and closed her eyes for a moment so the dizziness could pass. "This is all the information I can give you at this time. The chief and others will come up shortly, and they may be able to answer your questions further. But before I leave, I would like to say one more thing. To the people who fought with us, I thank you. For those who gave their lives for us, I thank your families and send you as much love as I have to give. And for everyone else, we are all one species here on Earth. No matter the class, financial status, or job status, we are all the same. So next time you walk around and you see someone who may have older clothes, or less of an education, or an inferior job, remember that you are no better than them. And if we all start to treat each other equally, Maybe changes can begin to take place. Before anyone could respond, she raised her hand and nodded. All right, thank you. Stephanie turned and made her way to the stairs. She held Lars's arm as they walked out of the conference room and down to the elevators. Stephanie grasped him tightly as the doors opened and they stepped inside. As soon as the doors closed, she released a deep breath and her knees buckled. Lars caught her immediately, scooped her up, and held her firmly against him. She was so exhausted, so very exhausted, and all she could do was rest. Elizabeth closed the door to her room and held her cell phone against her chest. She peeked out the window and into the bathroom before she sat in her chair and drew her knees to her chest. Stephanie had been put back into bed, and Lars remained at her side, taking the first shift to make sure she was not only safe, but that she didn't need anything in the meantime. As she had walked back to her room, her phone had rung. It was Bert, and he had a barrage of questions. She now raised her chin and shook her hair back before she lifted the phone to her ear. Okay, I'm in a better place to talk. Bert wasn't computing. He couldn't, because he had no data on the situation. I need her to get into a pod. I need it to be her pod. Her nostrils flared, and she lowered her voice. I am very aware of what you want, Bert, but not everything can jump when you need it to. I am in a difficult situation at the moment. Stephanie is ill, and though she gets a little better every day, she needs someone who understands what's going on to monitor her. That is where the ambassador comes into play. He has heard of this happening and knows how to handle it. And he can't do that in her own place of residence? Bert asked, unable to understand the logic. Computing it brought a whole different set of actions. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and leaned her elbow on the back of the chair, as she turned to the side. I'm sure he could have, but he is a busy Melagornian. We can't expect him to come to the compound every day. It was his requirement that if he were to be the one to help her through this, we stay here until she is better. That she does not go home, she doesn't go out, and she stays in her room until this situation is resolved. Bert began to connect small dots. This is why you and most of the security team have moved in there. She nodded. Yes. My requirement was that if she wanted to stay, that me and the rest of the security stay too. We wouldn't simply leave her here. That would have been terrifying for her. And yes, I wanted to keep my eye on her as well. He needed her information, a source of growing irritation and frustration, but his system was not currently able to compute an acceptable solution to the predicament. I don't mind her staying there, but I can't check her out without her getting into the pod. Elizabeth shrugged. Then I guess we will have to wait. I don't know what else to do. A Melagornian might be her only salvation right now. Brilgus pushed the start button on the dishwasher and used the dish rag to dry his hands off. It was a lot of work to cook and clean for that many people, but if it helped Stephanie, he would do what was needed. He had never heard of what happened to her. But then again, he might not have ever had a chance to. The rumors were true. He was half and half. One of the very few Melagornian humans he knew of. So gifts were different with him. And his knowledge of Melagorn had been very limited until he had met the ambassador. He had spent most of his youth on Earth, while his father, a Melagornian teacher, came back and forth as often as he could.